less necessarily in like unless they send a lot of bodies there, but a lot of those key team fight resources will be blown, right? If he just gets one-on-one time with pretty much anybody. Like I was going to burn the TP here. And again, Leza still not on that big item. Scary shows up, yoinks the kill. Says thank you very much for the leash as Leza wiped off the map. Yeah, and that's your kind of worst case scenario there.
And that's a lot of the value as well from the Pantheon. It's that you press ultimate, you're able to provide help for any place in the map as long as you're able to arrive on the right timing. Such a useful tool, such a strong dive attempt that they are able to pull up. And that just means that the Akali is going to be difficult to stop at this point of the game. Like, you can try and deal with her, and there's tools to try and control her. But the problem is that she's going to be very mobile. She's going to have a lot of damage. And Snaker and Leza are going to be suffering from that.
Yeah, this could be...
wait, Zamudo.
This could get ugly for him. Zamudo in some trouble here. He's able to get the CC down, interrupted there. Chains of Corruption go out, and that will bail Zamudo out.
Yeah, but again, Scary is the one that eats the Chains of Corruption. That means that nothing will come through from that. Zamudo does survive without having to blow his flash, but it's just like they are trying to find things on the side of AHG, but it's just simply not enough because they are not only far behind, but also they don't have control of what they can try and do. Like if House joins any fight, Snaker may be dead. And if Leza joins any fight, like, you're not worried because he doesn't have any damage or any sort of value at this point. He's even one level behind House at this point of the game.
Stun goes down. Angle barbs connect onto some minions. As Top Lop looking for that big old ultimate. It was a really good combo the last time he pulled it off with House able to come in over the top. Snaker got flash and cleanse, but no ultimate. He's down to half HP. Scary just going to start up the Rift Herald here. This Jose Deodo bullied off his spot for now. Buffy coming down. Zamudo will be waiting a little bit afterwards, but House and Leza, they're opting out of this one. As the wave goes crashing in. Well, I say that. House coming right back around here. They should be able to mop up this Herald. Jose Deodo doesn't really have a good way in. Yep, they're going to surrender it.
Yeah, but they are not only surrendering the Herald there, because they also open up space here in the mid lane, and now it's completely free to try and be taken down, or at the very least, to get a lot of damage onto the turret. Mid lane is now below 50% health with a Herald still available. Down there, there's no angle for escape. That's a smart back there by Leza, because he's not going to actually end up dying thanks to that. But because of how it's going, it's really the only hope that they have. They may get a turret, though, with the minions. Not enough, but close.
Yeah, I think that's... Yeah, I'll take it down a little bit here. But got down to probably about a quarter HP. Snaker, again, Cold lethality. Youmuu's rush. Eventually he's going to get that Mana Moon. Still a little surprised he's kind of opted into this. But look, I mean, Zothby's the only target where you don't get value out of this, to be fair. Yeah. But, you know, because, I mean, you like, if House jumps on you, okay, and you can take a couple trades with him if he doesn't just blow you up immediately. The Snake are taking a lot of damage here. And that's just from top lop, right? Like, what are we doing?
Yeah, the problem is that everything is dealing so much damage to Snaker, whereas Snaker probably is not dealing the same amount of damage to everyone else. Everyone is here, though. They want a dragon, but look at where House is. That's a great flank angle.
That is a big, big flangle there. But if he goes through the river, he's going to get seen. He's got to hustle up here. His fight might break out. Herald does go down. That was taken by Scary, just trying to distract down here. Snaker still got the Chains of Corruption. If they can get the charge off here, Zothby hops in, make sure that connects here. House able to get onto Zamudo, but that's not exactly where you want him, but it's still going all right here for Leviathan. Zamudo taken very, very low here, takes a spear from Scary, and now they've got their eyes on the dragon. Everybody from ISG down to half HP except for Jose Deodo.
Yeah, Leza has to back away. Snaker cannot back away just like that. He does have Steel Teleport, but I don't think they're going to fight it. It's going to be Soul Point for the side of Leviathan, and it's all in the back of just having not only much more gold, but much better control in general in the game. Like, they have tools to be able to get on top of members, and they have tools to also stop members from getting killed immediately. So with that in mind, they are just better at trying to position themselves and control the map, and that way they are getting more objectives in their favor. It's only really that one grub that they lost, and everything else has been going their favor so far.
Yeah, no, Leviathan, I mean, like, we haven't really kind of taken the zoomed out view of it yet, but it's a really good game from them, just quietly doing everything they have to. 3 dragons to 0 TDS, right? And 2 towers to 0. All the, you know, the tower taking praise we heaped on ISG in games 1 and 2. Leviathan playing this out early game really, really nicely. And everyone's kind of gotten involved, right? CEO kind of the only one that has it. Yeah. But it's still going to be a Corki. He's still going to be fine in the late game. Not maybe the monster that he was, you know, a couple of years ago. But still going to do a ton of damage in the late game. And, and you've got House to distract, right? So that the range doesn't really concern me all that much as it might otherwise. Ults to get out of there does Zamudo as Zothvi coming in hot. Zamudo still up, about half an item here, but Zothvi does have those empowered boots. In these team fights, I still want to see an all-out 5v5 scrap because, I favor Leviathan, right? Just in terms of, again, you've got Snaker who's going the, a suboptimal build a little bit. There's not a ton of damage in this composition, right? I mean, you got Jose Deodo who does some damage. Snaker does some damage, but he's going to start to do less. And Leza, it's still an Ari, right? Unless you just go like Turbo Mondo straight damage. And even then, it's going to take a couple of items.
It's not feeling like Leza is going to be able to deal most of the damage out at this point, especially because of how behind Leza is to House. It feels more that it's going to be a charm bot than an actual like killer champion, and that's a problem also to try and deal with, especially because House is actually one level ahead of the Ari. So their damage difference is going to be much bigger there. House needs to be careful, but it's really difficult to try and lock him down, especially with Birdie inhibition all around the map. As trying to also look into the rest of the map for, that's painful.
Happens to the best of us.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Yeah, losing the ult on like that might have. I mean, the value you get from Nico off that alone, that's like half of the ticks in the box, right?
Yeah,
I mean, just
it really is.
That feels really, really rough. It'll come back off cooldown not too far in the distant future, but it feels really, really bad. Top lop. Yeah, just feeling really good about that. Another objective, Atakan is up here. Again, you like Leviathan's odds here. House has the Shadow Flame as well. He's going to do he's just going to start printing damage on this champion. Got a little bit of durability as well. He's got 2,300 HP. I mean, he's just standing there with impunity, right? I mean, I think he doesn't know that there's another champion waiting. But Leza, once that charm missed, Jose Deodo will be waiting around. Maybe he recalls here. But Leviathan can control the top side of this river, man.
Like this. Oh, there's no Shroud.
Oh, yeah, Shroud is down. Like you said, it's going to be a while before it's back up. House is trying to take someone down with him. Maybe get that Shroud back up and get out of trouble as Scary, goes right back in. Top lop rooted up. So he just gets one there. Just Ackerman with the Pop Blossom, and that will be enough. Jose Deodo punches back. Very nicely done there to stun him up. House in some trouble now. Get out with first spells to back up off cooldown. Top lop grabbed himself an item. Maybe he can get back in time to use it, but it doesn't look like it. As they retreat to safety, quote unquote, of the Atakan. Yeah, Snaker has shown back up here. He's got himself 2 items now. Again, it's just straight lethality. CL's got to be careful, man. What are you still doing there? The rest of your team is backed off. Be careful, brother.
Yeah, Samudo is taking a lot of damage now thanks to the damage that the Atakan is dealing. So able to take away a little bit of his pressure from the tankiness. But in that fight, it was a 4v5 for a little while because Snaker took quite a long time. They're able to take 1 kill, and that's really important. But here, that was one of the main angles that you would have onto House. He had no Shroud, he was walking in blindly, and even though he tried and escape and almost kills less in that position, it took him way too long to be able to do it. Ackerman is also really tanky there, so it's difficult for him to end up dying, and at the end, getting that kill onto top lop is really, really big. But it really goes to show the difficulties that ISG is going to face in a lot of these situations, because they are lacking damage to be able to kill some members, and even when they do have the CC, the follow-up onto some of the CC opportunities that they have is going to be really difficult to pull off as well. So Snaker needs to be on point in terms of the damage that he wants to deal. And also we need to see Leza, at the very least, finding a little bit more damage to follow up onto some of this plays.
Yeah, I mean, the rest of the damage, right? I mean, we keep coming back to that. There isn't a ton of it in this ISG composition. Whereas on the other side, between House and CEO, you're going to be doing just monstrous amounts of damage. And with the rest of the CC that team is able to provide, it should make it just so easy for Leviathan to play the rest of this game out. Whereas for ISG, it does get tougher and tougher. But the one thing they do have going for them is that in an extended fight, I do think that you're going to turn out okay. As Zothvi takes that Scion Q. I mean, yeah, look, you've got a lot of CC, and you've got a composition that is pretty easy to execute kind of front to back. But that's kind of all I can say for ISG's composition right now, as Leviathan in control of another dragon as they look for Infernal Soul.
I think they saw the Kali.
He's looking for a creative way into this one. Going around. The rest of the team backs off the dragon.
Maker here, and he's going the long way, actually trying to maybe find an angle, but it looks like they are controlling the area right.
Zidioto going to start this dragon up as House is trying to push that wave for a little bit here. It's a 5v4, but ISG know that House could show up at any moment. So they're, a little trepidatious about maybe starting this one off. Oh,
Yeah, they
this
now
could
have
be
the
where
vision for
House
House.
pops off here. Oh, he's going to go into the pit, actually, and just try to get onto Jose Deodo or Ackerman. See if he can get on there. He can start taking up the Dragon. Scary goes into the back line as well. They're trying to pincer ISG. They're just kind of traded places here as House still looking for a way into this one. Dragon down to half HP. Zothvi, body blocking on the other side. CEO, not going to get hit by the Q there. Scary. Looking for a way in with the stun. Top Lop still has the Proto Belt, still has the ult. There it is. He gets 4. It's an absolutely massive ult from Top Lop. Where's the damage to follow it up, though? Leza able to get in and take down Scary. Jose Deodo able to grab his as well. It's a bloodbath on both sides here. House goes all out. Rushing. Zothby goes all out. Ackerman getting out of the fight for now. Zamudo taking up a lot of damage. He gets on a CEO, and it is a 3-2. The Dragon will go over to ISG.
That's such a big win by ISG, and it's pretty much on the back of Zamudo and Jose Deodo. I will give credit to Les as well. I think he played that fight as best as he could with the very little damage that he had, but it was all moving around. Toplop found such a huge angle on the Nico ultimate, but it's onto 2 targets that, even though you are killable, are in a spot that it's difficult to follow up. Look at this. It's a perfect find here. It's also onto the Snaker here, but insta cleanse into the follow-up. The control from Ackerman to stop a little bit of salt-based damage was crucial there. And then here, Scary dying because following too much onto Lessa. Jose Deodo is doing enough damage, and also Siu is forced into a spot where even though he gets the kill, he's really low. So all in all, it's because of how disjointed this fight ends up being that it's difficult for the side of ISG to play it out. And also because Ackerman, to me, played it as perfectly as possible. He controlled the targets, he stopped Snaker from dying super quickly, and made it so that Softbay and House had to commit way too much to try and kill Snaker. And when Snaker died, by the time that happened, Jose Deodo was full health, Zamudo was full health, and the rest of the members were in a spot where they were dying.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to find yourself in a spot where the best use of your AD carry is as bait, effectively.
Yep.
That being said, Zamudo is huge, dude. He is really strong right now. He is absolutely huge. He's on 3 items right now. He's the most fed member across the game. Leza's going to get onto that upgraded Horizon focus. That item has seen buff after buff after buff. Let's see if it's enough to try to, get this item back into relevancy. Is Leza and company going to start up this Otacon here on the top side? Zothvi thins out the way before looking to get his way in. Scary is a little bit far away. He does have the Grand Starfall. If he can get in and maybe swipe this away if they want to go for it, Leviathan might say, look, we have a lead. We've got 3 dragons. We don't necessarily need this. And that's exactly what they decide.
They're giving up their mid lane turret for this Atacant. So the one thing that I feel like this Atacant is going to be useful for is for trying to bring back the experience to an equal ground. Because Leza was really far behind to House. Now the very least is going to be closer, and the rest of the members are going to be able to make use out of this experience effectively as well. That being said, it's still an advantage for Leviathan, and the Dragon is still going to be something that they have to consistently play for, because they are 1 Dragon away from giving up Infernal Soul, and House with Infernal Soul probably just wins you the game at this point.
Yeah, you would like to think so. I mean, he's already on 2.5 items. Looks like the death cap is going to be the next one up. He's incredibly strong right now. But, I mean, Zothvi, not for nothing, 3 kills, right? I mean, maybe you'd like those more onto House, but House seems to be doing plenty with what he's been given. He's up 40-something CS. He's up 2,000 gold on his opposite number, despite having 1 fewer assist.
Yeah.
CSing really well. I mean, House, like, look, the skill was never the issue for House and his kind of, descent up from tier 1 to tier 2 to tier 1 to tier 2. It was the consistency. Can you do it in the big moments as well? He was part of a super Fluxu roster back when they were just Fluxu a few years ago. They were supposed to take over the league and instead just crapped out year after year in 5th. Zamudo might be toast here. Scary going to get a little bit of help as well. Zamudo does go down. Killing spree for Zothvi. He should be able to get onto that 3rd item now, you'd like to think.
It's going to be a Baron buff angle, actually, because now Zamudo's dead. He doesn't have teleport either, and is Leza down there on the bot side. They don't have a huge Baron buff taking team, so it's not going to be easy to really try and kill it quickly, but they are going to try it out now that Zamudo is down, and I think it makes sense to try and go for it here. The poke, though, from the Barras in this situation is particularly the strongest that it's going to ever be.
Let's see what they could do with it. They've got to get up close and personal in a hurry here. Baron not going down maybe as quickly as you would like. I mean, yeah, you're still missing, crucially, House, but his job is to be a teamfight disruptor. He's not there for his Baron taking abilities.
House is on the back.
Does get the TP down, looking for a way into this fight. Leviathan back off the Baron, but a couple of their members have been taken really low. The Protobelt gives him away. The Shroud down, just try to buy Team some time. Nice solar flare there by Ackerman. Chains of Corruption go out as well. And after all that, it's like a middle school dance. We're just dancing around each other, too afraid to make the first move. Come on. Deodo looking like he wants to go in. Top lap sends out the close. Leza goes forward. The charm doesn't land. Scary goes forward as well. Throws the shield up. Zamudo coming in out of nowhere like a freight train. Jose Deodo connects on the rest of it to feed Snaker the kill. Just barely gets out of there, does Zothby. Man, oh man.
Oh, Les is hating himself so much for not having that extra damage. And you know what? Horizon Focus still needs more buffs. With another item, you get that kill.
I mean, yeah. I don't disagree.
Probably. That is such a big fight, though, for the side of ASG, especially because that was after Zamudo died. They were forced into a Baron buff dance, and they won that Baron buff dance. Even with House having a perfect flank angle there. No, they don't have the members to start this Baron buff. They are just walking there, but it's Zamudo.
Oh, good catch there by Zamudo.
CEO gets stunned.
Good follow-up. The 2 solar flares from Ackerman, just using that on cooldown, man.
But Dragon is out.
Result in much, but that Dragon is up, like you were saying. And this is, again, just delaying that soul point, or delaying that soul, I should say, for Leviathan. ISG should be able to take this no problem.
Yeah, pretty comfortable for them. Scary can try and go in, but if he goes in, he dies, and he may lose Baron buff for the team if he doesn't get the Dragon and he doesn't get out of there alive. So another Dragon for ISG here. This is going to be able to cover up some of the damage deficiencies that they do have because you're getting the extra Dragon damage from 2 Infernal Dragons. And the more Dragons you add onto that, the more Infernals you add onto that, that's going to be even better to cover up for the damage deficiency. That being said, they're still not out of the water here because of that. Scary. Zamudo actually, wait.
Yeah, he's taking up a lot of damage, taking up a lot of time as well, but he's taking a lot of tower shots, crucially, as it finally does go down. I was looking for a way, and he might be able to take down Zamudo, with one combo. Just kind of zoning off, gets the Shuriken Strike down, and Zamudo not able to get the swipe there with the Q. The charm lands onto Zothby. Another solar flare. Ackerman just ripping this as often as he can. House gets in and gets Snaker. That is job done for him. Top Lop able to get something there with the Pop Blossom. Not a lot though. Zamudo just trying to buy his team some time. House still plenty healthy though. CEO rain damage. Now it's up to the carries. The charm lands on a House. He's barely able to escape. Ackerman very, very low. Zothby able to get right back in with the all-out. Zamudo goes zombie mode. CEO able to grab himself a kill. It's a bloodbath shutdown for Zamudo from beyond the grave. CEO just barely gets out alive. It's a 3 for 3 after all that.
I swear, this area build is not it. You're lacking that bit of damage so consistently there. But that's the thing with House. If you're not able to control him enough, he's going to kill Snaker almost certainly there. And really well played in general by House in that situation. Also, CEO stepping into the spot that he needed to be, because he could have died if he walked way too far forward there. Holding the angle right enough, holding it just enough so that he wouldn't be the victim at the end of it. And such a long fight as well. They were trying so heavily after killing Scary to maybe hold it a little bit more or try and fight it out, but you can see how long it lasted. Here, House just finding the angle, too much focus went onto Sothby, and it meant that House was going to get free reign to try and get the kill there. Sanjas also came in clutch. But Jose Deodo is also doing a lot of damage in this fight. Like, he actually is able to survive for quite a bit. He has a lot of survivability and also damage to really follow up onto a lot of displays. And as long as he's able to get onto the carries, he also can work effectively to try and kill them. Same as Zamudo, that even if he dies, he has another tool to kill people.
Yes, he
does.
That
was close.
You almost got
that was really close.
Man. Leviathan, against all odds, still up about 2,000 gold. We're looking like we're in for another version of game 1. Just, I mean, looking really, really evenly balanced here as Zamudo gets onto the Sterix now. Now he's going for a bit of that extra damage. I mean, he could get 5 items here in the blink of an eye here. Still on the magical footwear, doesn't get anything into upgrading those boots. He's Scion for crying out loud. He's got CC, he's got the ultimate. He can get in there in a hurry. Jose Deodo also grabbing himself a Sterix. You're waiting for it now. Okay, Leza's got that 3rd item, but again, it is just more supportive, right? Look, it's still a lot of pen, but you see just Leza not kind of pulling the trigger on that big damage build. And again, if ISG go on to win this, we're gonna forget all about this game. But if they lose, it's gonna be hard for me not to look back at Leza and what he was or wasn't able to do. Snaker took a lot of damage right there.
Yeah, they are taking such big trades in these positions, and it's making it really difficult for the side of ISG to really force something, just because they are getting forced into a spot where it's not easy to try and cover. As Baron Buff is not getting started, a lot of that has to do with the lack of damage that they do have. Oh, Ackerman is getting engaged on.
Does get the W down. Scary, excuse me, goes in with the ultimate. Stun goes up, stun goes down.
House doesn't get this kill.
Gets in, takes a tower shot. Another one here. Now the Tangle Barbs go out to try to bail out the assassin. He might go down. Here's Zamudo. Stopwatch, fantastic, but it might be too little too late. Chain of Corruption not going to land either. Shut down there for Zamudo. House is down. And now ISG pull a rabbit out of a hat on a bit of an overextension there from House. Top lop, not much longer for this world. The Q's going to be mistimed, but he will go down. That is Baron for ISG.
Why would House force so heavily onto Ackerman? Of all people to try and go and kill, why go onto Ackerman? Like, I understand he has no flash, but it's a support Leona. It's Leona, for God's sake. That's not a worthy trade, and it forced the team into such an awful spot as well. It made it so that everyone had to follow House, or not necessarily had to, but they were following House so heavily in that play, and it meant that when House was going to fail, or if he failed, and he actually failed, that meant that there was no way to stop that. And also the timing of this loss is massive, because it's not only Baron buff, it's not only 2 members that died in the shutdown. Dragon spawning in 10 seconds. That's now soul point for ISG also, and it's 3 Infernals at that. It's all just consistently bad now because they gave up so much out of that fight. And if you want to try and fight this, it's possible, but it could be game losing if they try and force in this situation where they don't have anything else on their favor.
Now they're going to grab themselves their 3rd Infernal Dragon here. As all of a sudden, Lev have some uncomfortable conversations they got to have with themselves. Looking in the mirror just got a little bit more awkward now. As this is a bit of a monster of their own making here. They've created these issues right now as ISG come roaring back into this game. A 4,000 gold swing out of nowhere. TDS. I mean, just one overextension from House. And like I said, it wasn't just him. Everybody else kind of followed up.
Yeah.
But
Scary committed ulti to get the kill into a Leona.
Yeah, like what are we doing, dude? Oh, big TP here. House trying to atone for his sins, but the Chain of Corruption will almost find him. Zamudo just trying to hold him down for a bit. Get the rest of his team on him. House got to buy some time for the rest of his team to get there. Could be another interesting play here by House that loses his team the game, able to get out of there with the ultimate and the flash and the protobelt as well. CEO down very, very low. Solar flare down. And they use everything to get out of that. A lot of resources burned for what, TDS? For nothing.
Yeah. Flash, teleport, ulti, all of it down in this previous play. And realistically, they're not getting it. Like, I'm fine with the teleport play. I'll be honest. I think I'm fine with that play if the team is more ready to commit. Exactly. Like, this is kind of situation that I think Scary has to go in, and Toplop has to be ready to flash in with the ultimate. But it was such a telegraphed kind of play that it just meant that House either escapes or dies. Like, that, there's not actually a good tool there to really force anything. And now, teleport here by Ackerman, obviously, but it's Leona still. Oh, Scary.
Man, Scary goes in and just gets 100-0. The CC chain is way too strong. Toplop gets a couple with his Pop Blossom. Snaker deletes him immediately. House stuck on Zamudo. That is not where you want the Akali to be. Zothvi just trying to watch his team crumble here, doing anything he can. But Snaker is walking into kills without even trying. Isurus take the fight off a couple of desperation plays from Leviathan, and now they have broken this game open.
They're really trying to make it theirs, and it's looking like Leviathan, for all that they had previously, it's not going to be enough. They had the 4 members here. It's only CEO. He is dealing good damage, but now he's getting stuck. He's dead. Yeah, that's all that you lasted, Corky.
An ace.
I don't have the words for this. This was Leviathan's game to lose, and they lost it.
Yeah, I got nothing, dude. I got nothing. I mean, it's gosh. I mean, he was the reason they won a couple of these games. He's the reason they lost a couple of these games, and that is kind of the House experience of these last couple of years. Again, it's just the consistency. He got a little too big for his britches there, and I mean, it's really unfortunate, man. Because now, I mean, again, like, look, if you're Leviathan, it could be worse. You could be Isurus in the sense that you still get a spot in LTA South next year. But golly, that's like the only positive you have going for you right now.
Yeah, it's not looking that bad. They still have one more game. They technically have one more game. But like, this was one of those games that you really look back into, and the only thing that you have to say to yourself is like, damn, we threw it so badly.
Like how did we, like, in the blink of an eye, you look up, there's a defeat screen on your monitor, and you're like, that just happened? Yeah, we just really chain into that with 3 fights?
And it was 3 back-to-back fights that they lost, by the way.
Like it was, in like the span of like 6 minutes, the game just disappeared.
The game went out in the air like so quickly. We were talking about how LESA was lacking damage, and from that we went into Baron Buff for ISG, Teamfight for ISG, Game for ISG. That was what happened after that, by the way.
And that's kind of the even more insane part is like there was no damage in this composition, right? Like LESA was like almost there. Snaker went lethality. Yeah. It was just Zamuda with like the Sterix and the Overlord's blood mail.
And great to him. I think Zamuda played an amazing game because he was really on him. It was on him and Jose Diodo to really pull it off. And those two were the ones that were doing a part of the heavy lifting in keeping the game alive and keeping it as close as possible. Zamuda was such a difficult thing to kill that it took them multiple members to kill them. And even when he died, he still found ways to keep the game close because he killed Sotbay and he almost killed Zio. But if not for that, the game should have been so comfortable for the side of Leviathan. And I think that is going to change in their minds. Because now going into game 4, such a difficult game to lose and you end up losing. House now essentially going to one of his, I would call it pocket picks, right? And losing on that. And then also the mid lane pool is getting really, really short. Because Tully and Azir is getting banned consistently. Galio, Annie, Syndra, Akali, and Arya are out. So now you have to go for what? The Jonas. If Silas gets banned away, that is also going to be taken away. So you need to dive deep into what is remaining. Maybe a Ryze. But it's going to be difficult for the mid laners now. Or Victor as well is out.
Yeah, Victor's out as well. Yep, good shout. Yeah, I think we use the term 1v9 a little too loosely sometimes, but that was a literal 1v9 performance from Zamuda. Like, he had no one else doing anything, and the rest of the team was just like, oh my god.
I'll give him that. I'll try and bring Jose Diodo up because I think he did he did more than he did on his set. I'll bring that up.
Yes. All right. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. It's like he said, it's like, if you're going to play the Zed like this, why not play the Xin Zhao? And he goes on to the Xin Zhao. He plays it well.
Worked
perfectly.
Fair enough.
They win. All right. So one more game potentially for Leviathan to, punch a pillow a lot and then get right back out there. So we'll see how it goes. We'll be right back with the LTA South and lower bracket. Don't go anywhere.
So hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love. Risk the fall, or we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions of the world that we defy. A soul right of the few.
Welcome back, everybody. Game 4 on the horizon here. It's win or go home for Leviathan after a game that can only be described with, I think, just a series of question mark pings, man. It was what a brutal game to throw away. I mean, if this does end up biting them in the butt here and they do not get to continue their season until January of next year, House is gonna, I mean, oh gosh, I mean, his return to tier 1 was just like such a cool thing to see. I mean, you knew he was gonna get another shot. It felt like the only reason he was in tier 2 was because, you know, the number of Brazilian teams went from 10 to 6 effectively, right? House is good enough to be a top 10 mid laner in the Southern Hemisphere, but it didn't work out for him. And now, oh boy, are questions going to be asked of this game, man.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult for him in that sense, because I do think that he performed well enough, but it's having those highs and lows that can be really difficult to go against people's perspectives. And if your highs aren't enough to get you to a qualifying position, I would argue, then your lows are not worth it for a lot of his teams. And I think that may be what House is suffering from. That being said, I still think that he's been performing better than Lessa so far this series. I think he's doing a great job. And even when he ends up dying, I still think he's one of the only few things that Leviathan has in their favor to win the series. Like, I don't think they are winning the series if it's not on the back of House. So for all of that, it's still really dependent on him. And I want to see how he's able to perform in this fourth potential last game of the series. But for ISG, it was crucial that they won that game, because I feel like with how they lost the second game and with how the third game was going, it could have been a moral impact if they lost that third game the way that they were going to.
No, it was like a game and a half of just Leviathan dominance, and then ISG were gift wrapped way back into the game, and all of a sudden, you got a game 4. So yeah, no, I mean, a really unfortunate set of circumstances for them, but no, they've got a big opportunity here. So 2-1 is the series lead here for for ISG, I should say. They would face up against, I guess Red would have the opportunity to choose their opponents, I think, is
since they have first seeds.
Yep, they're the highest of the kind of remaining seeds there. So
well, it's not like the opponent is going to be that big of a deal, right? Because it's Red or Furia.
Furia.
Pick your own poison.
Yeah, exactly. Either you get just like you get Furia or Furia Junior, right? Or like a less polished version of Furia. So with like a better mid laner with a slightly less complete team, but yeah, I mean those two are going to be very exciting. And a reminder, next week we do have a game starting on Friday as well. So we got Friday, Saturday, Sunday next week and the week after that. So mark your calendars, I guess. But TDS, you talked about the mid lane pool kind of being pinched a bunch, right? I mean, so. And again, like Silas, he's got, or House, I should say, he's got that Silas in his back pocket, right? He likes and can play, as we saw, even just despite it wasn't the gameplay on the Akali, it was the decision making behind it, right?
Yeah, a couple of question mark pings go more so than his playstyle. It's more so the decision of what he was going for, because trying to assassinate anyone as an Akali is understandable. Trying to go and kill a support as heavily as he tried to, it's the question mark there that I'm at, that you need to answer yourself. Is it worth it at that point? And it really wasn't with some of the timings that we're going through. Now, the silence is interesting because I think that champion can work out. The problem is that it was getting banned. And you add on top of that, there's the Azir and the Talia ban that are coming through quite frequently. Then you take into account the champions that are out because of Fearless, Victor, Galio, Annie, Syndra, Oriana, those champions are already out. So it's going to be, even Nico, you can argue with taking out because of a flex potential. So now you are left with essentially the main ones that I can think of in the mid lane right now are Ryze. And apart from that, well, the Aurora actually was one of the other few, but they opened up the Talia ban, it looks like. So giving up.
Well, and the Aurora was getting perma-banned as well, right? I mean, so now it's the Ryze being banned. Yeah, so the Azir staying banned and keeping that away. I mean, and how's Azir is something that works out really well. So they're banning it away from him as well. Instead, it looks like he will be on the Aurora. I suppose that could go to Zofia in the top lane, but we are seeing her more in the mid lane. Snake are going to be on the Zeri this time around. Meanwhile, Leza on the Talia. So we've got some of these power picks that kind of, got hit by the band hammer in the first few games, but now they have escaped that wrath. And we're getting some power picks here in game 4 again. It's win or go home for Leviathan.
And also banning away the Lulu here, by the way. I also dislike the fact that they picked the Siri here so early, because you're kind of giving away what your bans have to be on the support position. And also, there's still other AD carries that you can opt into for the Yunara. Not only the Siri, I think Jinx is still one that could be played, and a lot of people don't really play around it for some reason. And then I find it kind of funny that the Ryze was banned first pick for some reason, or first ban. And then you leave open the Tali and the Aurora anyway. It's kind of a funny dichotomy that they changed up for this particular ban phase. Now, as far as champions remaining, the jungle pool actually is taking a big hit as well. There's 3 jungle bans, plus the ones already mentioned before, and the Jarvan also checking away. So now you have to dig a little bit deeper into the pool. Skarner could be an option. There's an angle for the Skarner here for the side of Leviathan.
Yeah, let's see. Karma. Okay, yeah, Ackerman, he's got this Karma in his back pocket. I've seen it a couple times here. At least I think I have. I might be making that up, but I think I've seen it for him. The Bard being picked up here by Toplop as well. Again, I'm biased because I love Bard. I think he's one of the best champions in the game, just in terms of just fun and design and all that. Okay, so we're going to get the Jax here and the Skarner. Okay, and you could fly. Okay, well, no, you can't. Okay, so it'll be Jax for Zothvi, Scary on the Skarner, and then Yunara Bard in at the bottom lane. How do you feel about this the Yunara Bard combo specifically?
So I like the fact that you can make a lot of the the poking and the CC down in the bot lane more effectively with this, and also because of the slow that you get with the Bard auto attacks, sometimes it's easier to try and get some of the damage down from the Yunara. So I think it can work out really effectively with a lot of the innate just combos that they have inside of their kits. That being said, one of the things that the Bard is not going to be to enable the Yunara to do is buffing it all. Like, you get a heal from the heals that you live down on the side, but you don't really get any buff from the Bard. You don't really get movement speed, you don't really get attack speed, anything like that. So it's more so on what the Yunara innately can do compared to what she can do with other champions like the Lulu or the Melio. But the Bard value is still going to be on the CC, on the Tempered Fate, and also on his slows.
Yeah, and I mean, the slows, right? The CC you can get. On the other side, though, Gangplank locked in here for Zamudo, right? And Zamudo, right, one of the brightest prospects.
He likes the Gangplank.
Coming out of tier 2, he does have that GP. How do you feel about it in terms of kind of the way these compositions want to play, right? The Jarvan wants to go forward. The Karma can go forward or backward. But the Gangplank likes to go backward, right? So, I mean, do you view that as even like an issue? Because that's kind of where I try to slot in, like, okay, I see the Gangplank. How does the rest of the composition kind of function around it? Or am I reading something into nothing?
So I'm be honest, I really like the Gangplank in general. I think it's an underappreciated champion in general, because I feel like there's multiple spots that he can be picked to. But my main problem with the Gangplank, and it's a problem that I think a lot of champions suffer a lot in pro play, it's the lack of agency that it gives you. And it's not that that is a bad thing in general. It's that I just think that pro players are way too impatient to actually play that off. And it's something that consistently happens. They do not, like, they are way too worried about being the ones making the plays or initiating the plays, that whenever something has to be a little bit more controlled or take the back foot, they are not good enough, or maybe not good enough, but they're not willing enough to play that off. And that's why I feel like champions like Nautilus succeed so much in pro play comparatively, is that when you have the agency to pull off the plays, you're willing to go for more aggressive things, or you're more willing to make things happen. But when they don't have that agency, it feels like they are under the control of the enemy team, and that's not true for most situations. Like, even if you have to take the back foot in some situations, that doesn't mean that the enemy team controls you. But it feels like in pro play particularly, players do not feel that way. Like, they feel like they need to be the ones commanding the plays and pulling off the trigger, and that kind of takes away from value from champions like the Gang. That's why I think that's one of the main reasons why the champion typically doesn't succeed as much unless it's played by a really, really good top laner, or the team is willing to understand that. But I feel like the champion here works out really nicely. Like, they are going to come into you. They are playing champions like the Aurora, the Skarner, and the Jax that have a mode that is going forward. And the Gangplank can just go over them really effectively. Plus, late game barrels are going to delete this Yunara that, for her potential with the range, she still is it's a really close range AD carry in some situations. So you can still make the most out of those barrels.
Yeah, and Zamudo, you said you need either the team to play around or you need a really, really good top laner. Zamudo's a really, really good top laner. I mean, that Scion game we saw in game 2, I think someone in the Twitch chat said, like, look, we know Zamudo can play carries, but he also plays tanks like carries, and he's not afraid to be the protagonist, right? And like you said, you kind of need that main character energy if you want to play the Gangplank, and Zamudo absolutely has that. Coming into his first 3 games. This is his 4th game with this new squad. And look, it hasn't all been perfect, but it's been pretty dang good, all things considered. And again, ISG, they are still staring down the barrel of a relegation tournament, right? Where they will have to compete for a couple teams from LRS as well.
I did want to answer your question, though, about the Zamudo thing. Because you were asking about if Zamudo would stay for the relegation tournament. I honestly think he probably won't. And that's because, and not because like he couldn't play it or anything like that, but more so I feel like it's a career prospect. Like I think you as a player probably don't want to play a relegation tournament and risk getting relegated, because that may tank your prospect, especially for such a young player that barely has had any opportunity. That could be bad for him in that sense. Ooh, great flash.
Oh wow, Howl's just committing the flash immediately, not even waiting for the flag or the drag. Just saying, nope, all right, you win. Sorry, I'll get away from your mid laner. Yeah, I mean, no, I think that's fair, right? And I think it's sort of like the Griffin discussion, right?
Yeah,
like
exactly.
how much does he actually commit to LTA South? This is not a character judgment, by the way. Like you said,
no,
these pro players have very short careers, right? To make it big, you've got to be really selfish in your decision making to kind of last at the top level and be able to, kind of get as much dough out of this as you can and have a career with a lot of longevity. So, look, I'll never. This is a pro labor broadcast, all right? I'll never begrudge a guy trying to do what's best for himself and get his money, especially in these 2 situations. So, but right now he's got an opportunity to make a run here with ISG. And like you said, the next round, even if they survive this, it's going to be Red or Furia.
Oh, I will say this though. I was also like before it happened. I remember before like this happened, where the tournaments were going to be connected and LTA South and LTA North were going to fight it out. I was one of the people that were advocating for players in NACL to try and come to LTA South, because like that was one of the best ways to get to Worlds. Now it's a little bit more difficult, yes, but I still feel the same. Like trying to get to Worlds, it's probably a good chance in LTA South, and I think that for them getting that experience is still valuable enough to try and pull it off. And there's always a chance that they stay here because the region is still great. So like, why not give it a chance in that? And if Zamudo enjoys it and stays here more time, that's going to be great for LTA South.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, that, like you said, that was part of the pull of this cross-conference, right? Is like, okay, everyone still gets your 2 import slots, but you get a 3rd Americas slot, right? So you can have that cross-pollination, right? And kind of, cross-pollinate the fan bases as well, right? That was the stated goal by Riot when they announced this merger, right? And we'll say it's been a mixed success. But I think, look, for me, I'm still kind of worried about just kind of on a macro scale getting into the US with visa issues, right? Like you've had, it sucks because like, again, you're seeing this, this is a problem, before the current situation, but right now it's not great as well. Like you're still seeing, in Valorant, right? It's still difficult. And that's already a franchised America's league and they're still having issues. Right. So it's very hard to do. And the fact that you don't even know if you need to do it until kind of like a few weeks before. Right.
Yeah,
like,
that's going to create some problems.
Yeah, man. So for me, if you can get everybody to Houston in one piece, that's already a massive win. I hate that that's where we're setting the bar, but it is what it is.
Yeah, we'll have to play with that the same way that ISG and Leviathan has to play with what they have right now. Because for the early games, nothing much has happened apart from that flash from House. Everything has been pretty normal, pretty straightforward. Lanes have been going kind of expected. I will say, though, bot lane, Snaker and Ackerman doing a great job at putting CO down really early on with that huge CS deficit.
Yeah, so much so that he just opted out of the lane. Said, nope, I don't want to do this anymore. I would rather go up against Zamudo. So it will be the Yunara Bard, a strong combo, but not strong enough in the face of a Zeri Karma for Snaker Ackerman. They have been just pummeling, like you said, TDS. Their opposite numbers. Both of them opting for Culls. Zamudo still opting to go back up into that top lane, so we'll see. Meanwhile, Jose Deoda just kind of solos a dragon for the boys with enough pressure for from his mid and bot lane. It's easy enough.
Probably the earliest dragon we've seen taken down so far.
Yeah, absolutely.
Important, though, that they take it as Zamudo getting collapsed in here. I don't think they kill. but it's a good attempt at trying to force something onto Samuto. And also because you're forcing a lot of CS to be lost by him. Like, he's equal at this point with the Jax, but Jax is going to receive a wave down in the turret right now, so he's going to pull off ahead a little bit more here.
Yep, we'll see where the turret plates end up as well. Snaker and Ackerman happy to take those. Zothvi just kind of in matchup jail right now.
Oh.
A substantial lead kind of one way or the other. It's a 2v1 here as CEO just dumping bullets into the back of Zamuto's head. Did blow the cannon barrage. That's going to be off cooldown for any potential all-in or dive. As the Between Worlds comes out, Leza able to get out of trouble.
Yeah, having to flash there, and now it's going to be the other mid laner going to be forced into a weird spot with that flash down. That being said, glad to see both junglers trying to be a little bit more active early on this game. You have great engage tools on both sides, so there's good opportunities for them to really try and make it be more valuable for them. As teleport comes down here for Samuto, that means that it's going to be now equal lanes on both sides until they trade places once again, because they are backing on the side of Leviathan.
Backing off here. Snaker and Ackerman find their way to the top lane, just bully them out of it again. Snaker hit level 6, absolutely massive power spike there. CEO would be a big one for him as well, should he hit that. Zamuto not having a great time against Zothvi, but it's still very, very early doors here, and we expect this Gangplank to be an absolute demon in the late game. Speaking of a lopsided matchup, oh boy, How's having his way with Leza in the mid lane.
Yeah, for not having an early flash, he's still being dominated in the mid lane. Really well done there by House. Goes to show how well he has been playing off so far this series, and it's more so how the rest of the team is going to respond to that. Samuto getting dived on here. He has ulti.
Yeah.
Oh wait,
he's got the orange as well. Zothvi blew the flash as well. You hate to see it. Best case scenario there for Zamuto, a trade for a kill.
That is really important there. Getting that kill back, the orange timing was so important, and that was also while the grubs were getting done. So 1 for 1 in this situation, getting the grubs as well in the process, plus having the Gangplank get a little bit of extra gold, always valuable for the side of ISG. Now, what can Leviathan try and collapse on or get after getting this kill? That's going to be also another potential play for them, because now that they get the kill onto Samuto, or now that they got a kill onto Samuto, there's always a chance for repetition. Yes, Zothvi's flash is down, but Samuto has no teleport nor ultimate, so there's a good angle for them to try and repeat here. Really nice attempt though, but Samuto knew that Scary was coming here. I think there was a better potential here for trying to get the kill, but that just goes to show the value of the GP, because ulti and barrel is enough to get a kill.
Yeah, and it was not that far away from getting 2 potentially, and the orange, right? I mean, was just huge, right? Once the counter strike came out, orange heal, just buy yourself more time down there, right? I mean, really nicely done. So halfway to a Triforce, Zothvi, a good ways into his as well. Game pretty much locked up here. Again, this is win or go home for Leviathan. We are in the lower bracket because of the way that both these teams finished in the regular season. They ended up starting in the lower bracket. Tempered Fate not going to find its mark.
Yeah,
Q going to get the stun, but Top Lop is, I couldn't think of a word that rhymed with top or lop for dead, but he's dead.
Yeah, I was thinking that either as well, but no, there's nothing that comes to mind. He's dead. And importantly, there is a good chance now to try and once again get control over the bot side. Set up for the next dragons coming in 1 minute and 13. But they can also try and go for a dive here as, Southbay taking a lot of damage. Not going to be a kill.
Yeah, no, we'll be okay. Turret plating still up for a little while here. Zamuto feeling a little bit better about himself as the barrel does go off here. He's got the W in tow. Barrel goes off. As Zothvi, you got to be careful here, right? With that counter strike, I mean, it's just the GP can just negate that with one spell is so rough, and you know, like that's exactly what you want Jax to do, right? No, come here, it's fine. I have nothing in my pocket. It's fine. Barrel. It's so dangerous to fight into that. Leza showed up at the perfect time, but is it too little, too late? Able to get the damage down. Should be able to take down Zothvi. You'd like to think. There it goes, and able to get the feats of warfare there for ISG as they take a 500 gold lead and a kill in their pocket as well as that dragon that was taken a little bit earlier. Hex Tech up in 20 seconds.
Yeah, the good thing there for Leviathan, though, is that they get the kill onto the Jax, where it's Leza that gets the kill. Not bad that Leza gets it, but in this 1v1 matchup, you always want to try and get as much gold as possible into the GP. The matchup, though, is quite close. Like, it's just a little bit in favor of gold right now in terms for Zothvi, but it feels like every time we pan out there, the traits are just much better for Samuto, and a lot of that has to do with the remove Scurvy, the oranges being able to deny a lot of the CC and the damage, and also the consistent value of the barrels being able to go over the counter strike as well.
Yeah, no, it's really, really nice. I mean, it's just a great pick into the Jax. And again, it's just going to scale absolutely incredibly, right? You've got just Scary as a tank, really. Anyone else who tries to get up close and personal to you is going to do just going to get absolutely deleted. Right? CEO has to get up close and personal. He's not the longest range champion. House, he can, he can bounce around with the between worlds as well, but he's got to get pretty close as well, right? These aren't exactly long range sniper carries. So you're going to get a lot of value out of that, especially the later this game goes. And Snaker, just a terror on the Zeri, able to move around with impunity right now. And Leza, 2 out of 3 kill participation, right? We haven't talked much about him, and I think we both kind of agree that, look, for all of House's ups and downs, broad strokes, he's been better than Leza in this series, but Leza so far, right, he's got himself a power pick on the Talia. This is a very kind of just, like, hit your spells, do your job, and you have an absolutely outsized impact on the state of the game.
Exactly. Like, as long as you're able to throw the word ground or the Qs from Natalia, you're going to have so much value here, because there's a lot of champions here that depend on their mobility. And if they are not careful enough, like, Samudo, going to be fighting here, but there's a slight chance. Oh
man, Zoffy wanted everything out of that. Pop the ultimate as well. Jose Dioto in with the EQ Cataclysm. Zoffy throwing the thumbs up. Jeez. Wanted to bait another one there or something. Almost. 2 completed items onto just not even 1. That is absolutely huge. Zoffy got away with that. Kind of got away with murder there. But did blow the flash. Zamudo got his as well. Snaker picked up the Hexplate, Experimental Hexplate. That got some really big buffs this past patch TDS.
Yeah, I feel like a couple of AD carries have been opting more into that recently. I think obviously the Seri has been one of the main ones, but I remember seeing it on another AD carry that was popping off with it. Don't remember which one exactly though. Maybe the Yunara was one of them, but the value that it gives you, the resistance that it gives you as well, like overall, not a bad choice of an item to really try and utilize. And I think that for the Seri, her survivability and her consistent damage is more valuable than just straight up damage. And the longer, like, I remember the time when there was the Bruiser Seri build with the Titanic Hydra and all that. Hydra, a lot of that came from the fact that she was surviving for so long, and she just dealt a lot of damage in the process. And I think the idea here is similar to that. Not necessarily that you're going to deal a lot of damage, but more so that you're going to survive long enough that the damage is going to stick more frequently.
Yeah, no, if you can just be a menace, right, and just in these long, more extended fights. And again, if you want the team kind of fighting into you, right, Zeri just kind of fire a couple autos, go backwards, fire a couple autos, go backwards. Oh no, I'm stuck. I go over a wall, right? And Zamudo feeds off that as well. And Ackerman just, popping everybody with shields, right? I mean, this ISG comp can play itself out really, really nicely as well. But Leviathan, a pretty easy to execute composition as well, to be fair.
Yeah, overall, like, there's not a lot of things that they need to try and do to make this work out. Overall, they have great teamfight ultimates. Zamudo being forced a little bit here too much.
It drops down the cannon barrage. Scary, not going to commit the ultimate. Little surprised by that, I must say, but
it gets canceled. It's not worth it. Remember,
you just scurvy out of it. Yep, you're right.
Like, it's really valuable that Samudo is taking off this sort of pressure from the map, because you give space for Snaker to keep on farming. You give space for Leza to try and go back and be a little bit more equal to House in this game. And even though the ultimate is now down, which I feel like that's the biggest problem now for GP, is that his ultimate is going to be down and he's not going to have the global value, it's still good enough that he's just farming comfortably and nothing really is stopping him from reaching the point. Like, he's pretty equal to the Jax at this point of the game as well.
Yeah, no, he's feeling really good right now. No, I'd agree with you. Everyone on kind of an item and a half right now. Zoffy still trailing behind just a little bit, but he'll get there eventually. He got himself his boots, so he's more advanced on that track. Jose Dioto having a quietly decent game on this Jarvan so far. He'll pick up his second neutral objective of the game. I should say his third, because the Grubs went to him 3-0.
Yep.
Dragon split 1-1. It will be a Mountain Soul on the cards in about 10 or 15 minutes. Another dive trying on Zamudo. Doesn't have Cannon Barrage this time. He does have the W. Yeah, just try to take him out of this game completely.
Oh, House.
Oh my goodness, that is a disaster.
Oh, that is an Aurora play. That's what happens when you play... wait. Hey, that's hilarious. It doesn't really matter, though, because he's just going to move it.
Snaker.
Wait, CO?
Yeah, CO might be in a little bit of trouble here, right? Ooh. Can move backwards a little bit top lop. Man. Take it up.
This is the weekend where we begin to break some dreams and send some teams right on home. First up, Dig versus Disguise.
We can fight.
Yeah, we can fight.
Wait, just hit Otacon, no?
Yeah.
Okay. Yours coming back, fight. Okay,
Oh,
look at look at York, no flash.
I'm coming after. I'm
Yeah.
not there, guys. Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, we're cooking.
Oh, shit. Sorry. Oh,
We're
no.
fucking cooking, baby. Let's go.
Guys, top 2 or 2? Yeah, yeah.
Good.
That guy's 1 HP.
No flash. Coming. Oh my god. My trouble.
I'm gonna keep you good.
Oh,
Let me kill.
Nice.
Let's
go.
Disguised will take the Otacon, take the A's, take the fight, and take no mercy on Dignitas.
I'll fight. Yeah. One row.
I just kite.
No.
Sorry, yeah, sorry.
It's fine. They're not gonna do Baron.
Yeah. I mean, if they do Baron now, we can do Soul as a trade too.
Then we need to put them a little more.
Yeah.
It's not up yet. Baron's no flash. Wow.
Oh,
He's
nice.
Yeah.
Dude.
Yeah, what the? Baron.
Disguised will come back and take the dub. They're moving to match point.
Play to
Look for
fight.
fire. Look for fire.
Look for fight, yeah, just look for fight.
Chris.
I got Tena!
Yeah,
I got Tena!
yeah.
Okay.
I won't work. I got Wow.
Combo 2,
I
combo
got
2.
Tena too,
Hell
guys.
yeah, guys.
Wow.
He's going out.
They're gonna pitch out, no?
Disguised will win their second ever series here for the LTA, and they will eliminate Dignitas doing it.
Woo! Welcome back, LTA North.
That was yesterday's. No
Ultimate
grudges
Rush
today.
match.
Everybody's their best friend. Yeah, we're all happy people here. All right? The
Are
positive
we?
sentiment exists now.
There is. Now that Dignitas has been ejected from the stage,
Oh my God.
that actually set them back.
We're missing
One
a
kick
banner.
at a time.
We're missing a banner. There's
Yeah.
Like a
Oh.
space.
It's gone.
Oh my God.
There's only 7 banners.
Rip.
You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of Survivor.
Yeah.
Take your tiki torch and get the hell out of here.
Voted him out.
Yeah. Oh
Yeah.
man.
Well, Coach is
Cinema.
happy. We're sad to announce this guy's kicking Dignitas from the LTA for the rest of the year. 3-1. I made up a stat. I mean, I didn't make up a stat. This is a real stat.
But you found the stat.
Before the last, so they played a best of 3 and a best of 5 against
Yes.
Dignitas now. And in that, they're 5 wins, 2 losses in their last 7 games.
Yeah.
In their 25 games before that, they were 3 wins, 22 losses. So they've turned it around. They've turned it completely around.
Yeah.
All it took was to play Dignitas
Multiple times.
7 times in a row.
Yeah.
7 times in a row.
They
Yeah.
found their opponent to beat. And then they beat them a
And
lot.
then they locked in.
Pick and play. We're picking you again.
Yeah. I'm still a little shocked that happened. Like the fact that DSG everyone had lost so much in the pick and play phase. The DSG was able to get the choice and now move on to the next round.
Yeah.
Where at the end of today, C9 is going to pick their opponent. Let's look at the bracket.
Yeah.
Let's look at the bracket. Let's see what it looks like right now.
But also, just as we look at the bracket, as we check it out, they looked better and better. DSG.
They have
Yeah.
improved.
It should have been a 3-0.
Yes.
That's the only criticism. If the Zaya ulted or flashed. But no, I mean, at the end of the day, DSG is looking, now we're having question marks in the next phase. What happens?
Yeah,
How good
so
can they be?
the teams that lost, the reason they're not slotted in yet is there is another pick and play phase where the top seed, which is going to be Cloud9, will
Yeah.
pick their opponent. They're probably picking DSG
Yeah, C9
unless
picking
someone
DS,
looks,
yeah.
unless both teams look totally like we don't expect today.
That's a good point. Because all it takes is that if today's game is a bit of a fiesta, suddenly C9 has to make a tough decision.
Yeah, it's not. They're picking
Yeah,
DSG.
I still think.
They're picking DSG.
I still think
Yeah.
I'm just
DSG
saying.
have improved, but I feel like that will take a lot because on the one hand you have 100 Thieves, so everyone's like, we know their potential, but they've been performing really poorly.
Yeah.
And then Lyon, who everyone I talked to, I know I got to catch up with Bucio, Masu, and Seos on pros, and they kind of went through why they thought Lyon is the clear favorite going into this. It has a lot to do with the two carries, right, in Henna and Saint, who have been performing really, really well, even in some of Lyon's losses. But also the fact that they've had a really, really tough schedule, right? And
Yeah.
so you have all of these top players on top teams saying, you know, when we scrim Lyon and then we scrim other teams, Lyon actually looks really good. Don't be fooled by what we've seen on stage thus far because they've had a really tough schedule.
I think I've never seen a more tilting experience throughout a year than Lions because, like, even last split, if we're just going past all the visa issues, Lions, the support not being, like, playing from Mexico and split one, and then obviously the whole top lane situation, everything happening at the exact same time. But then, literally, could have 2-0'd C9, split two, lost in the most insane throws possible, and then you go, and then had Leeds versus Dignitas in the almost getting into playoffs. Lost both team fights. We're like, oh my God, they should be better. Then go into this split, play at every stage. There's a way in which they should win, don't win. That's why I have question marks for today.
Does that feel like a pattern, Raz?
It does.
Yeah.
I see a pattern of behaviors.
And honestly, when people bring up these things, you
The
know,
worrying
not being,
trend.
not being able to convert when you're on stage, or you know, like tilting. A lot of people say that about a couple different Lion members, you know, for scrims as well as for stage
Saint
games.
just ran behind you. I hope we saw it.
If you're
Yeah, it was the timing.
too fast, but if those things are real, then they will emerge in a best of five. That's an elimination best of five series.
Yeah.
So even if people are like, oh yeah, well the individual players and they should, you know, on paper have the upper hand and win. Now is the time where the things that are like not on paper actually get taken into account.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of frustrating things about watching Lyon because we use the potential word for a lot of teams, but we definitely
The P
use
word?
the P word
The
should be
old
used for
P
this one.
word.
with Lyon. And
I like how you just say the word
even
anyway.
even now in this elimination phase, it's an easy argument to make that Dig DSG were the two worst teams and the 100 Thieves Lions are better. But because of the way the cards fell, these two now have to play for elimination. So not only did they have the really hard schedule in the pick and play phase, having to play FlyQuest, Team Liquid, C9, they always just have the hardest draw pretty much every single split the whole year.
Yes, and I will say the stakes are going to be massive. For Lions, yes. And we talk about the fact that there's a lot of pressure on hold for them. But for 100 Thieves, this could be the last time. I mean, could be. Yes, if they lose,
Potential,
will
right?
be.
Yeah,
The
it's
last
an
time we see
elimination
them.
match. Let's see. I want to go through some of 100 Thieves highlights. They
Let's
made this lovely
reminisce.
timeline for me. I didn't actually make this, but 2018 spring when the roster comes together, I think people were like, okay, what's going to go on with this roster? You have Meteos, you have Afromood, you have Someday, you have Ryu in there. And I think the big thing was they make spring finals. This is actually the first time, despite being in the league for so long, that Afro ends up getting MVP, right? Despite being thought of as one of the best supports in the league.
Doing it for the supports out there.
Yeah, there's a little haze here. There's a lot of roster moves in here, 2021 summer, kind of the unexpected finals that they won. They kept making back-to-back finals. And then the big thing for me is this roster, actually, because the roster, the core of the roster we're about to see was actually initially a budget roster. And I remember talking to Jungle Juice before this the split, or Azael talked to him and was like, you know what? We're keeping our expectations low. We don't know how we're going to do. And then they ended up being really, really good.
Yes, and I love the fact that you talked about that because that's following, I would say, the last few moments that you were hitting on about that 100 Thieves roster with Abadaga, closer, someday that like won a championship. That was during COVID time, didn't really get to do it in front of the fans. And then when they got to be in the finals both times, though it wasn't great results, like that was an amazing moment for them because like you believed 100 Thieves were back and can just be title contenders. But then the same thing happened with that budget roster in Split 1 where they were in the finals and you were like looking at them as title contenders, but you never really saw that out of them. So it's crazy to be able to see that they can still find great results, you know, credit to the coaching staff. But now they're in danger.
They're in so much danger.
I was going to say, I also...
so much danger.
They're in the most danger that you can be on.
They're in danger of not playing another LTA game.
Yeah,
yes, I mean, but I just mean the fact that they're even in the elimination phase when we saw them at the beginning of this like year.
Yeah.
As like a real, that's crazy.
I mean, there's so many conflicting emotions I have here because the 100 Thieves team, especially in their inception, were just so exciting.
Yeah.
And then also even last year's roster making it to Worlds was such a pleasant surprise.
True.
But then I also feel like with everyone within that org knowing that the League of Legends program on 100 Thieves is gone at the end of this split, that has to weigh on them, and then they have to try to overcome that. And I feel like they've struggled to be able to do so. But it honestly can change. Like when you're in these lower bracket runs, they can try and make it happen. And Azael, maybe for some more context on this, is with River for an interview before the match.
I'm here with River ahead of your match against Lyon. So coming into today, it could be the last match that 100 Thieves ever plays, the last match potentially that you play. How is the atmosphere on the team? Are you guys feeling good?
We had 2 weeks practice for today, so I feel very confident today. And then I don't think we're gonna lose today.
So it's not gonna be the last match for 100 Thieves. Then it's not gonna be the last match for you. Do you have a favorite memory playing, with this org on this team?
When we went to Brazil for playoffs and then we won FlyQuest, yeah, that was like good memory for me.
Well, you're gonna have the opportunity to try to go, even further. You guys are obviously still in the running, for the LTA Championship, for making it to Worlds. If this is your last year as a player, how do you want people to remember River as a jungler?
I'm not sure, but like good jungler like this, yeah.
Do you think of yourself as a really creative player? Because I feel like the community perception and how a lot of people talk about you is that your pathing is really creative, you're hard to predict, that sort of thing. Is that something that you identify with, or is that more of kind of just like how the community sees you?
Yeah, it's like that. So I should play well today too. So yeah.
All right. Well, thank you very much, River. Best of luck with the series today. Back to y'all.
I love hearing from River. I mean, River, I've made no mistake about how much I've loved watching River throughout his career. But I do love the community perception as you're a creative player. Yeah. And that's why I think I'll do well today.
And we will win today.
He has a simple focus. That's the same thing whenever you talk to like players like Blabber. It's like, what's your favorite memory? When we won versus FlyQuest. It's like, what do you want to do today? We're winning today. I just want to win, brother. I came with one set focused.
Yeah, I mean, I like that because everybody's all like doom and gloom, and they're like, wow, this could be your last series on the stage. He's like, whoa, 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 we're going to win.
Quid has also been a player who has won a lot, Kobe.
He has. Quid in the past has had some real 1v9s, and it's a good matchup here. Saint has had some 1v9 experiences.
That's true.
Himself.
You got 1v9.
I've been very.
What are we doing?
What's going on here?
Yeah, what?
Okay, Kobe, what's the game?
Yeah,
what's the game?
Get all these. What are you hiding? What are you hiding? Let me read that.
We've got a whole.
You're throwing them on the floor.
Whole game plan.
Let's get these all off.
Well, he slapped it to the ground.
We need to start.
What is going on?
We have a clean board.
Okay.
So, do you remember the game where Saint did 42% of his team's damage, the Aurora game?
I do. Yeah.
Small caveat, they actually didn't win that game.
He was so bad.
That was one of the most 1v9 games that we have seen.
What is on your scale?
In a very long
We need to explain the scale.
So this is a scale of 1v9ing, and we go from the bottom, which is very even matchup here. 4 quarters versus $1.
Okay.
Personally, I'd still rather have the $1. So
I'll
I
take
think
the 4 quarters. They're more versatile.
yeah, there you go. See, it's debatable. So that's not very 1v9, Chad. That's
Vending-
like this is an even
vending
5-on-5 game.
True. Vending machines
Or
take
4
them
on
coins.
4. Then we've got Emily versus Raz doing push-ups, which was
It's a mismatch.
a little bit of a mismatch.
I have more pounds on me. I got more weight.
It was very close. And then
I'm doing
let's see.
diamond push-ups.
They've got 100 of these clones.
Who is the person?
I think it's I think it's supposed to be a placeholder person.
Okay.
100 people
100 big G's.
versus 1 gorilla.
One big
Silverback
G.
gorilla. Yeah.
There you go. We're getting more into the 1v9
Yeah.
Okay.
territory. This this is the challenger player that got banned. That got banned. All of his accounts banned for just bragging about going 40-0 in platinum. And stomping a bunch of lower elo junglers and then trash talking them and calling them bad. And then they've got LeBron versus
Blaming a 10-year-old.
A 10-year-old.
a 10-year-old
For no good
kid.
reason.
For no good reason.
There
So
it is.
That
love
is the
that.
most 1v9. Okay, so what about the game where Saint had 42%?
And the problem
Silver
is
ranking.
they didn't win.
You gotta find it, Kobe.
I got it right here.
Like-
So I think that's really 1v9,
Yes.
even
It
though
is.
they lost. Also,
Between the
even though this
challengers.
is 1v9, I don't think that's impressive at all for a challenger player.
Yeah, but it's one. So listen, Saint lost the game.
Yeah.
Kobe. So the 42% damage is like just below Emily beating up on Raz and push-ups to me.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah.
pick the next
I'm
one.
gonna pick some.
Okay, so you think that's really close
I don't
here.
have-
What?
I mean, I do. It's an amazing game, but he lost, Kobe.
Problem is
You can
he
put it
didn't
higher.
win.
You can put it higher.
I think it's around.
At least the gorilla.
I think it's
Yeah,
around
that was
gorilla
an insane
territory.
Game.
No. It has to be LeBron James dunking on children.
But he failed the dunk. It didn't go in.
True, but he was throwing some children around.
Okay,
There we go.
Saint,
What do you got?
17 KDA versus Team Liquid in Game 3 in a game that they won.
That works. You know what? That's
Okay.
closer. That's in between the 40.
It's the same? Okay.
I think it's a little higher.
Okay.
I mean,
got-
the
'cause
other
he actually
one
won that
was
one.
Way more
This game was
impressive
more
of
impressive, though. He
individual
literally played better.
performance.
I agree. Okay,
Yeah.
fine. We're doing this. Kobe,
Here,
We're
I
doing
got,
a
one,
quick
that,
one.
I got one that I don't think is 1v9 at all.
Okay.
He had
one ISO death.
He had one isolated death in all of the splits, so that is the first place among mid laner stats.
Yeah,
but
it's a little lower.
Good.
but that's not like.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you didn't
Yeah.
you didn't 1v9 or like carry the game. That's
True.
like $1. First quarters.
That's a cop
Playing
stat right
safe,
there.
playing safe.
That's a cursed cop.
What else they
stat.
got in here?
Yeah, what are the quid ones?
Kobe.
We got plus 281 gold on average at 14 minutes, which
In
is
split
he
3.
has
That's
good
actually really
numbers.
good.
It's,
Yeah.
It's 1 second.
I'm putting him
I
there.
don't think that's 1v9 though. That's not that much gold.
Okay, fine. Then what is the point of the
Average.
scale, Kobe?
It's like an Emily Raz
Okay.
situation.
Oh my
Pretty
goodness.
close.
So who's
What's
better?
the chat saying, Rest?
1.85 damage per gold. See, this is hard to
No,
grok.
he has like
That's
really
fine.
good stats.
Pretty good.
It's a first place stat, but
Yeah. Let's just throw these up there.
I think we're done.
Okay.
There's the last one. There you go.
12 KDA versus Shopify game
Yeah.
1. It's not that impressive.
Yeah, fair
No.
enough.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I personally think the 42% damage should be a little higher, near the LeBron level. Sometimes you lose, it happens.
real-
It's not your fault.
The real question is going to be, at the end of all this, who is more likely to 1v9 today? Because
Yeah.
both of these mid laners have potential to carry games for these two teams. Saint and Quid, which one's it going to be?
I'm going to say Saint.
Because
But it's without his control. Because they keep putting Quid on like Victor with Roa and all this stuff. But Saint gets to stare at the moon after nearly carrying on Aurora.
Yeah.
That's the context of this tweet, Raz. You wanted
Yeah.
to throw this.
Oh my God, yes, I wanted to put that up there.
Sad.
That was literally 9 p.m. after the Aurora game. So he went back home, brewed on it, sent that tweet. That man was not happy about losing.
You know what? Sometimes you're sad because you put in a 1v9 performance
Exactly.
and you still lose.
that's the real thing. The true 1v9ers actually win the game.
Yeah, see, that's why
That's
I
why
had a
he
hard
was sad.
time putting it above the 40-0. That guy never lost.
Oh my gosh.
True.
Saint lost. He can't go above 40-0.
True. And that's why Saint was sad, why you brought the
It's
tweet
true.
up.
It's true.
Because he worked so hard, but they didn't get
Yeah.
across the finish line.
Yeah.
And so that has been a thing where it's actually funny. I remember specific plays from both these mid laners where they got really ahead on Silas.
Yeah.
And you remember them at the Nexus
Yes.
Yeah.
and throwing.
Yeah.
So honestly, both of them have been in similar situations and not been able to convert.
Yeah.
It's definitely one of those, like, if I had a nickel for every time this happened, I'd have 2 nickels. But it's weird that it happened twice with both of these mid laners.
It is what it is, and all of what we need, what Saint needs, is some help. He needs
Help me!
He needs some support.
It arrived recently, actually.
Yeah?
Yeah. So another thing that happened twice with these teams is having unexpected top laners.
True.
So Licorice was on this team. Then they're like, you know what? We're bringing in Zamudo.
Yeah.
Nope. Zamudo's been traded. He's on it. He actually is playing right now.
That's
in
true.
the
Yeah,
South.
he was playing, but right as we were going into this.
There was some misconception from the community that he was loaned. No, he was traded. So he was traded
Yeah.
to Isurus in the South. So it seems like Surdy, less temporary, permanent for the split.
Which means Surdy, who was on Dignitas, didn't do well, has now been on Lyon. He's their guy for the rest of the split. But then you look over at 100 Thieves as well. They were sniper all year, signed Dokla as a coach. He was playing last week, is the starter today. So neither of these top laners were supposed to be here, but now they're thrust into this position where they're playing in elimination phase for their team.
And Surdy, as far as like calling in help when you need it most, I feel like he has really stepped up to the plate. He has been excellent as soon as he came in on Lyon, and it seems like a situation where both parties have been happy with the happy accident that allowed his return into the LTA. And so I am a little bit on the Surdy side of if we're debating these two emergency top laners that have come in and replaced it. For Dokla, what do you guys feel? Because Dokla talked himself about bringing a lot of comms and direction to this 100 Thieves team, and he felt like they did need that as well.
They definitely needed consistency. They needed a point on the map, and we're like, we know that top lane can be sturdy, and we know, especially in a meta in which it's like Scion Rumble, Dokla can play Scion Rumble every game, and I think that's something that they're going to be happy about. The only problem has been a lot of the other lanes have been an issue for 100 Thieves. So at least having that consistency there is going to be there. That being said, if we're going to be talking about top laners, I want to hear from Azael, who's going to be standing by with Surdy for the interview.
Thanks, everyone. Here with Surdy out of your match. You were just telling me you overheard something from 100 Thieves that was making you feel good before the series.
I mean, the first thing I hear when I walk in the room is don't worry about the results. So I think when they're saying that, it's probably a good look for us.
So scrims are maybe going so well.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Our scrims went really well. Really, really well.
So a lot of people have been talking about, your team and how to power rank you guys, because obviously you're starting in the lower bracket, but the strength of competition was very, very difficult. Had to play C9, FlyQuest, TL. Obviously, had to play with Yayo, a different sub as well. So if you had to power rank Lyon, where would you actually put yourself out of the 8 teams in the LTA North?
It's hard to say before we play more matches on stage because scrims aren't indicative of stage strength, but I'd say probably 3rd or 2nd. We scrimmed Shopify this week and we didn't lose a single game. So I think if they're 2nd, we're probably 2nd, but I don't think they're as strong as C9 is. I think C9 is stronger and it was kind of a fluke that they lost. So I'd say 3rd and Shopify 4th.
So how confident are you today then going in against 100 Thieves?
I think if we play how we do in scrims, we'll win. I think if our draft's are good, we'll win. I don't think that they are big pushovers. I think that if we mess up, they'll punish us. And I said that to the team. I was like, I know things have been going really well recently, but we can't disrespect our opponents. We need to go into the day and play normal League of Legends and not do anything cocky. So I think if we play well, we'll be a 3-0. If we play bad, it could go to 5 games. It's kind of hard to tell because I do have a lot of respect for River and Quid, and I think that they're good. And I think that if 100 Thieves have been doing better in scrims, I don't know if they have or haven't, then maybe they can compete.
So how do you reflect on the opportunity? Because you weren't even supposed to be here, right? And, you weren't having a lot of success, with your previous team. Now you're here, and according to your power rankings, you're on the 2nd or 3rd best team in all of the LTA North with, hey, if that math works out, you have a shot to go to the LTA Championship, to potentially even go to Worlds. Does that feel a bit surreal to realize how quickly your circumstances have changed?
It feels a bit surreal. I don't think I changed that much. I mean, I'm definitely a lot more confident and playing more like myself now, but it's also just way easier to play League of Legends with Lyon. I mean, when you have who I think is the best mid in the league in Saint and one of the best AD carries in the league in Henna, as well as 2 very, very good players in jungle and support, things become easier. You don't have to make the hard decisions because you're usually in good situations. So I don't know, it's just easy.
Well, glad to hear it. Best of luck today, and back to y'all at the lounge.
Surdy's got to feel good We have a game.
Exactly.
Put that blindfold on.
Yeah,
Okay, fine. I need to explain the game.
You're not supposed to see it. I'll explain the game.
Explain the game.
Jet is going to be doing a blind taste test of some Surdy Pop that we have here, I believe with Raz's assistance.
Yeah, so of course.
And this is to kind of talk about, like, we have different flavors for how Surdy
Give me a drink, Raz.
has been this year.
Okay, this one, let's see if it's any good.
So soda pop number A. What's the taste on that one?
This is delicious.
Yeah?
It's got like this nice orange tang to it. What is this one actually?
Okay.
What are some of the ingredients?
Looking at the nutritional facts here, we got LP record holder.
Oh.
Well, this is the solo Q. This is the solo Q flavor.
Oh my God, that makes sense. The solo Q flavor of Surdy.
2,227 LPs. There's
This
a lot
guy
there.
should be in tier 1 for sure.
Yeah,
oh my God, it's so good.
955 damage per minute. The win rate's pretty damn good on Vayne and Camille.
I actually want more of this.
Win rate.
This is so good.
7% win rate.
All right.
Give him another taste.
Does anyone want this? Like, it's too good. It's too good to pass up.
Maybe give a hand.
I'm drinking out of your straw.
Give me another one. Give me another one.
Okay. Just making sure.
Okay.
All right.
All right, how's this one taste?
Oh my God! What is it? It's so sour. Oh my
We're
God!
just spitting things on the floor this weekend.
all over the place.
This one's a more lemony sour flavor.
Oh, who decided?
This one is.
Well, that is Dignitas 30.
Oh God, that makes sense. Get this away from me, man.
Yeah, the nutritional facts don't look too good.
It's so sour. Like, I don't understand.
Quick,
what are
give
the
him a
flavors?
Okay, we need to watch this down. Watch this down with this.
What is this? What is this?
Watch this down with this one. Okay. What does it taste like?
I mean, it's fine. This is
fine?
You want the solo
acceptable.
Q one back, or
I mean, the solo Q one is by far the best, but like I can see this flavor growing on me. Like
that one is Lion 30.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
That's current.
What are some of the ingredients on this 30?
Coffee, chocolatey flavors. Like KDA is like 2.1, which is 6th in the league.
bad.
You know, goal difference at 14, 131, third.
Yeah.
Like they're pretty good stats.
Okay, I understand. This is acceptable. This is like tier 1 level.
Yeah.
Yeah, K plus A at 14,
Yeah.
second in the league at 1.6.
Wow.
That's a
Get
soda that has
involved
to play
early.
weak side a lot too.
Yeah.
You want a second?
You're still tasting that sour lemon.
Oh my
Big
God, it
Surdy.
was so bad.
I'm fine.
But
actually.
okay, that is to say that Surdy has improved throughout the year. But if it was just Dignitas Surdy, that would not be an LTA tier.
Okay.
Don't spit, Raz. Don't also
do it.
spit.
It's so sour. Oh
I
my
think the big
goodness.
thing in talking to Surdy too is that he himself said like he had to go back and find that solo queue energy he had, right? Like really play his style.
Yeah.
And he feels like being on Lyon, they've actually helped facilitate it. He's called out the team environment for being really, really good. He did in that interview as well, but then when he was on the desk with us. So I think that's been the important thing where he was like, I needed to be confident in my own skills again. And that's what's kind of been happening him and allowing him to shine a little bit more on Lyon.
I do feel like on Lyon, he's also had to play his own game. Like, I don't think there's been this expectation of like, exactly sync with the team. I think because he was a short-term solution, when I watched those early Lyon games, the 4 of them were doing their own thing, and then Surdy had to be on his own. But he was like actually able to take that on his shoulders and play as well as he possibly could
It's like
in
solo
an
queue.
isolated situation. In a sense, that is like solo queue. Let's get into the predictions to see in this elimination series between Lyon and 100 Thieves.
I want to see if there's any.
I had
separation.
a hard time with this prediction.
So,
Kobe.
I don't know if they're gonna pop up.
They will. Just tell us your prediction.
But mine is for Lyon. I went 3-1 Lyon. But it's not because of any of the players that we talked about already. It is because of the bottom lane. I really think that Henna is performing so much better than FBI right now, both because Henna's been good, also because I feel like FBI has been underperforming pretty heavily. So when a bottom lane, the discrepancy like that, for me in the current meta, I really feel like that should win you out a best of 5.
Raz,
100 Thieves,
believer.
Raz.
100 Thieves 3-1. Look, we were all waiting to see if 100 Thieves are back. That was always the question mark for all of us. I was listening.
And Raz saw him back.
I thought they're back in the studio. No, but like also the Cloud9 players when they're in Aero as well, alongside Vulcan, we were just talking about how they're low key back, saying that they're playing really well, and I'm pretty sure in scrims, like, and when I looked at this team, I was like, at some point, you have to look at River and Quid, like the best jungle duo, I would imagine, and jungle mid duo in the LTA for like the past 2 years.
They just haven't been for months.
They haven't been in a while, and I was wondering when is it going to happen. So I have to make the call here. If you're not going to do it now, you're never going to be able to do it.
It's like you blowing the horn last week on the
Yes, I'm
thing.
blowing the horn. I'm anything that I can, like a kazoo maybe.
But I will say it, that is the most infuriating thing about making this prediction, right? Because it's like, are you basing it off of what you know this 100 Thieves roster is capable of, what you know these players, the carry performances they're capable of, or are you basing it off of what we've seen this split?
Yes, and the Lion team will say the exact same thing about their squad, that they should be top 2, top 3. So
they
like
have a tough schedule.
the P word is a capital P.
I mean, there's
for
another
both
P word.
teams.
For both teams.
Pressure.
I was just gonna
It's
say the
elimination.
same one.
Oh.
3-1 Lion.
Okay.
Because all that matters is how you perform under pressure. Right now,
true.
elimination match.
Yeah.
Like you said, you don't get another chance after this, and both of these teams feel like they should be able to accomplish that.
You know what other word is important? With a capital S? Start the show! Start the show!
So is it start or show?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LTA Elimination Phase. Yesterday, we said goodbye to the first of our 8 teams here in Split 3, as Disguised vanquished Dignitas in a 3-1 battle. Today, it's time for somebody else to join Dignitas in LTA heaven. It's going to be either 100 Thieves
Is that heaven
or
if you're
Lion.
burst out, or is that like purgatory?
Well,
I don't think people are trying to ascend to the, the glowing
Okay, all right,
gates
fair,
of heaven.
fair. It might not exactly be the Golden Gates if you go out in round 1, but either way, somebody else has to move on to the afterlife here
Emily
in this
almost
one.
did, as I almost fell over her. I didn't hear her coming in behind to join
well,
us.
we got Emily too, by the way.
I just say, where I was walking down the hallway and the person in front of me, is just the two of us, is walking really slowly. So I'm like, okay, do I just like sprint past and be like really awkward? Or do I just sit here and like, I'm like, okay, like I kind of got to get to cast. Like, let's go.
Back straight, shoulders square, walk fast.
Coming through.
I just always feel bad because like that's very Boston of me,
Yeah.
where I'm just like mowing people down.
I like how
Anyway.
that makes you feel bad, but embarrassing Raz in a push-up contest did not.
Actually,
Okay,
we could use some more of that in the future.
I didn't realize I was going to embarrass Raz in the push.
You're probably the only person in the world who didn't. Let's go ahead and get into our draft, though. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Captain Flowers, joined by Azael and Emily Rand here for our second elimination series this week. Lion on the blue side, 100 Thieves on the red to start this one off. Poppy, Yone, Pantheon banned by Lion. Meanwhile, on the other side, it's Yunara, Azir, and Aurora removed by 100 Thieves. Varus is the first pick here for Lion, and honestly, the thing that surprises me the most, Pantheon being banned on blue instead of being the normal red side tax.
Yeah, and Talia Vi are both up. So you could actually go Talia Vi as a combo here on red side for your 1-2. Seems pretty powerful, but instead they are going to go in towards the Rumble Wukong. So a lot of team fight power here. Definitely looking to punish that Varus.
Another champ we have seen not kind of get through pick and ban as frequently in the LTA, I think, is Annie, which is also up. If 100 Thieves want to potentially lock that in as their third, pairs super, super well with the Wukong, as we know. But yeah, Varus getting through is also just kind of surprising to me, as is, you pointed out, the Pantheon ban on blue side, not wanting to pick that up, as we see Xin and Orianna locked in.
Yeah, the Ori feels like a little bit of a denial pick here when you're seeing the Wukong. Ori, such a strong combo here. They're not really wanting to give that up. But it does mean that, of course, you're going to be able to get counterpick of mid lane if you want it right here, or match that ADC in the bot lane. And you're going to be able to throw protection bans for that Rumble if you think that it is necessary. So I wouldn't be surprised to just see Victor, but instead they're going for a much more aggressive option. We're actually going through the pick ban quite quickly, and it is going to be a Collie for Quid. So triple melee, it's all kind of dive here on that top side. Gonna really be looking to punish these low mobility carries that Lyon have drafted for.
Yeah, that's not at all what I was actually expecting from 100 Thieves. But I do think, and I mean, we can talk about after this game one, we see what happens, whether 100 Thieves, the rumors are true if 100 Thieves is quote-unquote back or not necessarily in scrims, but they did have drafts like this, right, where we're going to put Quid on something he's super comfortable on, can take over the game. River's hopefully going to be pretty active in a lot of these early skirmishes and fights as well. And I mean, I like seeing this out of 100 Thieves because I feel like sometimes this split, they've kind of drafted these slower scaling compositions that didn't necessarily fit the core of this 100 Thieves team identity.
They absolutely have. I mean, people really identified Quid, you know, in the past and throughout his career in the LCS/LTA as a melee specialist in mid lane. This is his first melee champ he's played the whole split. You know, not just the Akali, but period. So he has not really been going heavily towards that. So it'll be interesting to see how he performs. There are kind of the expected protection bans for that Rumble coming through. Yorick, really great matchup, and just wanting to take away the Sion. I think that is important to be denying some of these tanks. They do not have a tank killing team whatsoever.
All right, 2 top lane bans from 100 Thieves in that second half. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Jhin and the Sivir both going to be removed, so double AD carry targeting coming out here from Lyon. But if you're talking about something that might be able to stay away from trouble, of course, that Ezreal could have been an option. Instead, they're just going to go with some laning power. They're going to grab the Corki for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, and they will save themselves a support counterpick here on 5, so they're going to get to be able to see that full bot lane. Nico is still up and available, so if you want to go for bot lane power, Nico definitely an option here. Alistar going to be the pick because that is a pairing with the Orianna to give both some hard engage and a way in. Honestly, I would not be surprised at all to see Nico. I feel like it does kind of fit the theme of the comp here pretty well and would give them a lot of prio in the 2v2, especially early on where Alistar does not add much.
Meanwhile, the response to that Rumble up in the top side, despite the continued focus on the top lane in the second half of the bans there with the Sion and the Yorick that you mentioned, Isaac. Ambessa still gets through. Popular champion. You can do a lot to carry with this. We got to see that a little bit yesterday even, but this time it'll be Surdy piloting it into Dokla's Rumble.
Yeah, I was going to say Nico, or the other one I was thinking about is Rakan, just because it's comfort for Ayla. You're not going to play like a Rel or something like that into the Alistar, and his most played is the Rakan, so this is just a lot of hard engage. Obviously much less about that 2v2, but this is just full dive, right? Like this is a very one-dimensional comp that 100 Thieves have drafted for. Alistar can help to disengage a little bit, and they have some decent counter engage, you know, with the Xin Zhao. I feel like if Lyon had gone towards a Renata or something along those lines, it would have been, I think, pretty unlosable. But I do feel like both comps have some good opportunities here.
I just realized we have the 2 Renata enjoyers on this cast.
I love Renata. It's OP. When you see a first 3 like that from 100 Thieves, I am clicking Renata.
Lock it in. As long as she's not with her friend.
They're not friends.
Renata is invited to the party.
They broke up.
Renata's invited to the party. There are no +1s under any circumstances. Absolutely not. If I never see Kalista again for the rest of my life, it'll be too soon. Renata's always welcome, but neither one of them's in this game. Instead, it's some full send coming out here from 100 Thieves. I'm so excited to see Quid back on a mid lane carry like you guys are talking about. This feels so important for 100 Thieves if they want to lock in, if they want to stay alive here. You gotta win from this point on. Lower bracket is a scary place, and for both of these teams, there's a lot to prove here with this lower bracket debut.
Yeah, and I mean, it's default to comfort for the core of this roster, which I also really like, right? Like, I think, again, there have been some 100 Thieves drafts this split that I think have been objectively good drafts, but haven't necessarily suited what I've come to thought of from this 100 Thieves team. So we will see how they will do going up against Lyon here early. The big thing to me, as we see River potentially looking for a little something here.
Well, it's level 1 Wukong. There's not a whole lot of little somethings you can really get, so health bars take a couple of dents and everybody goes home.
I'm always like, come on, something's gonna happen. It's like, no, they don't
jump
have
on
it.
you.
They don't have it level 1. You know, I'm still reeling from the KT win last night. You know,
your adrenaline's just pumping. Okay.
But I did want to talk about the expectations for this kind of core of the 100 Thieves lineup, right? Because I think when this but like roster first started, we were like, okay, you know, talking to the staff. I remember you talked to Jungle Juice, Azale, and he was like, you know what, we're going to see how we can do with this roster. We have some talent that we'd like to develop, but we don't have super high expectations, right? But they defied expectations all throughout last year, especially with a few roster swaps. Then going into this first split, I, again, didn't expect them to beat FlyQuest in Brazil. As River pointed out, that's one of his favorite memories with this team. But then this split, they've really, really struggled.
They have, and their opponents, though they are in the lower bracket, their strength of schedule that they had to play against was incredibly difficult, right? You know, their 2 losses are just to C9 and FlyQuest, the expected top 3 teams that you had to play. You beat TL, you lost to C9 and Fly, and you find yourselves here in the lower bracket. So, you know, talking to Surdy, he was saying, hey, he thinks they are maybe the 2nd or 3rd best team in the league currently, though he needs more stage games to see. So clearly they have a lot of confidence. It's not just the community saying that this is a strong team. They do believe it themselves. And I think based on strength of schedule, they might be right.
They believe it themselves, and just talking to a lot of players behind the scenes, they've also said on and off the record that they think Lyon is much better than their stage performance because of that rough strength of schedule.
It's a tough assignment to have to deal with the most difficult possible opponents and then have that be used as what seeds you into the lower bracket to be fighting for your life from the very beginning. But it also means that if Lyon can come out swinging here, if they can go up against a squad like 100 Thieves that everybody's expecting to be more middle of the pack at best, then that really does make a strong case for saying, no, we are a competitor and we're aiming for the top.
It also feels like there's still so much we don't necessarily know about either of these teams, right? Like there's kind of the potential factor for both of them where we're like, okay, Lyon had a tough strength of schedule. How do they do against this 100 Thieves lineup that's been underperforming? But underperformance is also the key factor here because we know that these players, in particular River and Quid, are capable of greatness.
So speaking of River, let's go ahead and see what our junglers are up to here. Obviously, that level 1 didn't turn into a whole lot of anything, and everybody's just kind of doing their full clears now. Scuttle Crabs have spawned. River pathing up towards this top side of the map to take out that Scuttle. Meanwhile, Adiland taking care of the one down in that bottom side, River himself, because that's the side lane where his team has priority. Meanwhile, River recognizing, hey, if I go up here around where Dokla's hanging out with this Rumble, there might be an opportunity to continue moving towards Surdy, maybe make a punish thereafter.
And immediately as he said that, he backs.
Yep. Hey, it's an if. It's a prepositional phrase. I know. If he keeps going.
Because I love when I was looking at some of their earlier games from this split, right? Like River was still involved like as early as that first matchup against TL, right? Getting first blood in mid lane.
Ooh, 30 flashing away there right after Dokla flashes in on top of him with the overheat. One more auto attack in the overheated state would have been a kill there for Dokla.
I mean, that was really close. And I've got to say, I give a lot of credit to Dokla for coming back and immediately, as soon as he gets back on stage, he's going for these aggressive moves. He's flashing in on people. He's looking for solo kills. He is not playing, you know, this really defensive style that you kind of associate with top lane in pro play a lot of the time, where people are going to be very respectful of the jungler, very nervous about not giving up a lead. Dokla's just going for it.
Now he's going forward yet again. Wants to get this wave crashed into the turret, give himself an opportunity to take a good recall. Adiland is still hanging up around the area, but the nice part for Dokla is they have plenty of vision there in that topside river, also on the ramps leading out of the enemy jungle to help keep an eye on where Adiland might be coming from. And Dokla decides to stick around for another wave, really wants to guarantee that he gets this crashing in and guarantees a good wave state for himself upon returning to the lane.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting if they both end up staying around, because the next wave would actually get them level 6. I do think Dokla's going to base here, though, and Surdy would not want to be messing with that since Dokla has the push. If he gets an earlier level 6, there could be an angle for a kill. So both top laners just going to clear that out and look to base. And now the question is, are they heading straight back to top? And for now, it looks like that is going to be where Dokla is going. So no early lane swaps coming out. Hesitates for a little bit and then just decides the TP, which is going to be matched by Surdy. So we are going to have standard lanes. It feels kind of rare these days that there's neither team swapping.
I mean, honestly, I'm still a fan of it. I've never been a big lane swap enjoyer, even with the delayed state of things, but I always enjoy myself a good 1v1. River down here in the bottom side, though, as Henna keeps continuing to try to get this wave underneath the enemy turret. Quid also moving around from behind as Ayla's ready to set this one up. Grand entrance onto Henna as River's ready to join, and now Quid makes his way further forward. Henna with a flash out. Quid still looking for maybe an opportunity here, but there is not one presenting itself. So 100 Thieves, they wanted to make the move, but Henna gets away with with just the flash.
But this is actually kind of cool because now FBI is going to be the one covering mid lane, because otherwise I would say you would be losing a lot there, maybe even a plate to Saint. So FBI has to make the move to actually cover this. They force the flash. They will lose a plate anyway, though, to Saint at the end of the day. And so now we are in a little bit of a lane swap situation, just not the one that you would have expected.
Right.
Because Quid off of this roam, having no TP, has to stay bot, and FBI has to cover mid.
Meanwhile, topside, it's Big Dokes just continuing to keep that wave shoved up. Rumble versus Melee champions can be such an obnoxious lane state for those Melee champions, even if they do have as many tools as Ambessa does. So Surdy will just continue farming up here. At least for both of them, they were able to grab themselves a good first purchase with their components. But these are not the two men that we expected to be playing top lane for these two teams at the start of the year.
Look how much happier Dokla looks.
I know. Also, we got the right body. You know,
maybe FBI's been hitting the gym. How do you know? That could be FBI.
All right, let's see if they can bait Sturdy into this. He does jump a little bit further forward. Equalizer plus the Cyclone. Public execution isn't going to buffer through any kind of CC there. It's first blood over to Big Dokes.
And really nicely set up by 100 Thieves. They had vision every time that Audi tried to make something happen whenever the Rumble was too far pushed up, and then River recognizing that he can go in, get the kill onto that Rumble early. Really good start for 100 Thieves topside.
Yeah, it's great, and they're going to be able to deny, you know, most of, if not this entire wave. It is a cannon wave, so we'll see how quickly Surdy can get back, but there's going to be some lost experience here to be sure. These deaths with no TP always hurt so much more than dying when you can go back.
Ooh, flash from Lions for the pulverize into the headbutt backwards on FBI. Forces a trade of flashes as Ayla then has to flash away as well. Henna following up with that Chains of Corruption. Seriously could have threatened his life.
And I think this was actually so well timed from Lion because Henna hit 6. Remember, FBI moved towards mid. It was Lion's bot lane when he was getting pressured that was soaking solo experience, so he had the advantage there.
Okay, Audiland wanting to secure all these grubs, but River nicely done to just sneak in, smite the second grub away, guarantee that Lion won't be able to secure all 3 of those and get the baby Void grub spawns for themselves.
Yeah, it was just great timing. You know, they go for that all in right as Henna is hitting 6, put that pressure on, and you love to see people playing around those kind of timings. Without 6s on the 100 Thief side, they just couldn't really fight, so they both had to insta-flash out.
And now you see them kind of moving down, taking control of this bot side as well, potentially maybe looking at this first Drake once they're able to get some deeper vision down here.
Okay. Lions making sure he's getting a little bit of that vision that you're talking about, keeping an eye on the Gromp and the blue buff. However, it is immediately cleared out by the response from 100 Thieves, but Audiland has already started the Drake up. He still has Lions nearby. He still has Henna hanging out in the area as well, but it is important to remember that Henna does not have his ultimate or his flash or much mana, and now we might have a teleport play coming into the mid lane from 100 Thieves yet again. Sturdy having a flash away from the equalizer here in the top side. Dokla keeping the pressure on as Saint, now the one who's got to be a little bit scared. Surdy's going to burn down. Big Dokes gets another one. Ayla's knocked up into the air by the 3 talent strike. A little bit more damage would finish him off, but Ayla escapes just barely.
Yeah, he gets out, and Surdy kind of overestimating, you know, how strong he was in that spot that he thought he could stay around. I thought Dokla might have looked for the flash in to actually kill him. He didn't even have to flash. Surdy just kind of stayed in range, ends up getting taken down as he was trying to be around, I think, for some of the additional experience, try to pick up a little bit of CS. And now down 1K on this Rumble. Dokla, some of the angles he was looking for when he first came in weren't working out, even though he was going for these aggressive plays. In this game, he trades flashes, River gets up there, gets him first blood, and now to follow it up, he gets a solo kill, has the early Leandries. This Rumble is going to be a problem.
Yeah, and this is exactly one of those champions they called out when they did make the swap to Dokla, where they were like, you know what? Especially with the Rumble and the Scion, these are things that we know Dokla is a lot more comfortable on than Sniper. So to see him doing so well on this Rumble already in this game, really good harbinger for 100 Thieves.
Especially with just how much of a power pick Rumble is in general, right? Everybody prioritizes this champion. Let's take another look at how Dokla got it done.
I mean, it was just a really good equalizer here. He's punishing Surdy, but what I was surprised in was that Surdy actually stayed around from this spot because Dokla's close to overheating, and he kind of just walks too close, got tagged by the Electro Harpoon, didn't have his dashes, and finished off.
Oh, I griefed, my bad. Sorry. Sorry. Rumble North.
Yeah, I mean, he knows it. It's a clear mistake, and, you know, immediately accepts responsibility for it, but does put you in a difficult position because when you do get behind in these kind of matchups, it is very difficult because you're just going to be getting constantly whittled down by this Rumble.
Well, Saint now in some danger yet again here too as Ayla jumps in alongside River. The quickness seals the deal and the feat of warfare is claimed. 100 Thieves are up 3-0 in kills 11 minutes into this game.
And I've really liked how active Ayla specifically has been on the map. Obviously, he has that unsealed spellbook, which is where you saw the teleport play that happened earlier in mid coming through. But, you know, the mission is clear. We need to make sure that Quid is in a really good position going into this mid lane. They know that Lyon is kind of overloaded on this top side of the map because they did send Surdy down bot to lane against the Corki. So again, just really nice recognition from Ayla and River, who have kind of been a lot more active thus far in this game.
Yeah, no, I've really liked it. I mean, you have to keep champions like Akali in a position where they can play aggressive. If they can't play aggressive, they are useless. And when I think back to 100 Thieves playing against Shopify, I think to this Palafox Quid matchup where it was Ahri into Victor, and where the Ahri kept getting behind, kept getting bullied, you know, was never in a position where she could really do anything. So it feels like they're putting a lot of emphasis this game on trying to get Quid into a good spot where he can look for these all-ins.
And we're hitting some of those first item power spikes here. We already mentioned the early Leandries there for Dokla after grabbing those first couple of kills, but now the Eclipse is done for Surdy. Both junglers with their items completed, but particularly River, who has been a part of 2 out of 3 of the kills for his team, getting the credit for one of those early Trinity Force on Wukong. Feels so strong with this champion. He's got his Flash available. He's got his Cyclone available. He's got everything he could possibly need to make another play.
I'm kind of curious as well about where Henna is going to go with his build, if he's just going to kind of do standard stuff, or if he'll look towards an earlier Wits End with the double AP soul laners that are going to be really threatening him. Because obviously on-hit Varus is what he's playing. He's going to get that Blade of the Rune King first, but I want to know how defensive will he get. Is he just going to go Rage Blade, or is he going to go super defensive from here to try to survive the dive? Because he's going to be the clear #1 target, it feels like, in every single fight.
Yeah, he's going to be the most immobile target, and it's going to be kind of up to the top side of Lyon to try to protect him in these fights, right?
And speaking of fights, we've got about 60 seconds until the next Drake spawns. Remember, the first one did go over to Lyon early on. And then 90 seconds until the Herald shows itself here on Summoner's Rift. So there is the possibility of just having the team's handshake on those, decide you take one, we'll take the other. Herald generally going to be the higher priority of the 2 objectives at this stage of the game. And we'll see how they want to go about doing that, because especially from the side of 100 Thieves, they really haven't been shy about picking fights. Now Quid's going in, wants a solo kill, and he finds it. Nicely done from the 100 Thieves mid laner. Adiland shows up to at least make sure it's a 1-for-1 trade. That's the first kill of the game for Lyon, but it's still 100 Thieves, the bloodthirsty team, willing to go in and look for these things as River just jumps right back out to the safety of the Scuttle Crab after being knocked into the jungle of Lyon. Now Adiland could be the one in some danger as FBI is ready to join the fight, but no, it's Ayla dead first. Lyon trying to find the continued angle here, and a bit more damage seals the deal. River's gone. Adiland getting it done alongside Lions and Henna, and they win the scrap.
And I know a few players have talked about, you know, Audi and Lions have worked together so well. We talked about how they'd have to peel for that Varus. Wasn't expecting to see an example of it so soon, right? But the important thing was Henna being able to land those chains of corruption, be able to free fire throughout that. And Lion's doing a pretty good job of kind of moving 100 Thieves members around for Henna as well.
Yeah, a lot of action here early on. I mean, that solo kill was very clean from Quid. I'm not sure if we're going to watch that or if we're going to watch a previous play.
Here we go.
I want to see, it looked like he actually backstepped the shockwave to avoid it here. Yeah. Did barely do it. That was so clean.
That was slick.
Watching that live, I was thinking, did I see that? Because like, that looks so smooth. He is like a pixel outside of the shockwave range, and then here's that engage earlier that you were talking about. It was Ayla looking for the initial engage, but surprise, Henna is in the brush. He did not expect it. The Chains of Corruptions gets landed, and Rakan depends on your mobility so much to survive these engages.
Yeah, and I also liked how Lions recognized he had to boot FBI out, right? So he couldn't continuously do damage. Corki is already going to hurt a little bit with that Trinity Force finished and ready to go. Yeah, that I've missed this Quid, honestly.
This is the Quid everybody wants to see. This is the Quid that has been in the conversation for, is this guy the MVP? Is this guy first team All-Pro in the past? When we've seen him working together so well with River, it's because he's the guy who can provide the damage. River can provide the setup. Wham bam, they get the job done, and now it's Lyon starting up this Herald. 100 Thieves are in the area. Quid does have ulti and flash here on the Akali. Lyon grouped up as a 4-man squad, but 100 Thieves on the approach as their own 4-man squadron. Neither one of the top laners has TP. It will be a 4v4. River about to lose the patience. Ayla goes into the back line, but he's not able to find the target he needs just yet. River putting the pressure here on a Saint. Ayla's low, but he's still not dead. Lyon takes him down, and Lyon's managed to find a 2-for-1 trade here at the start, but it's still Quid and FBI alive. Quid's got plenty of HP to play with, and the perfect execution is still available. A little bit more damage is all they need, though, and Adilan is on a killing spree. He's chasing down the last kill. He wants FBI. He tags him with a wind becomes lightning, and the last little bit of damage comes from Saint. Lyon win the fight and take the lead.
Nicely done there by Lyon, and Saint was able to survive for so long, kind of barely out of the initial Cyclone proc there from Rivers. He popped the ulti, couldn't quite connect on him, had to really over chase, and then Adilan, I thought, played it really intelligently, just flashes back over the wall to peel for Saint to keep his mid laner alive, and when they committed so much to Saint early on and didn't get that kill, you knew the fight was not going to be going well, and just like that, they're up 2k, they grab first tower, they take the Herald. That's going to be feats.
Yeah.
Grab for Lyon. They're looking strong.
I think this also showcases when that initial engage goes wrong, how well Lyon can potentially deal with this team composition, right? I did really love, as you mentioned, Azale, the movements from Adi, recognizing the Quid is still a threat, but then Lyon's able to lock him down, get in onto him, and yeah, I mean, I enjoy how Lyon kind of soaked up that initial engage, right? Were able to peel for their carries and then go forward.
The early stages of the game, I liked what I was seeing from River, going up topside for the first blood, helping Ayla with the play in mid lane to help get Quid rolling as well. But now these past two fights, Adilan Xin Zhao has seriously been a hero for Lyon.
Can I just also point out, Xin Zhao, we thought that he might have been gone. He is not gone.
No, this is like the most. This is jungle of a champion in League of Legends, right? When I think jungle, I think Xin Zhao.
Used to be Lee Sin.
Yeah, hey man, Lee Sin's fallen on tough times. Yeah. All right,
he saw him yesterday.
He's in the streets.
Yeah,
I saw him too. He's struggling.
He's living under the bridge,
begging for coins.
He is not having a great time. Xin Zhao's over here living his best life.
Yeah.
Xin Zhao is running the show, and we'll see if Lyon can continue using that effectively, as 100 Thieves do have their full 5-man squad down here. Lyons himself having to back away a little bit. River finds a small amount of damage onto Adilan, but honestly, that equalizer doesn't really get him a whole lot. Yes, Lyons has to spend his heal, but it's not the Unbreakable Will, it's not the Flash, and the entire time, Sturdy was putting in work on the mid lane tier 1 turret. That's more money for Lyon.
And in this mid-game, Lyon, after these skirmishes have happened, right, have been able to find so much on the map. As you pointed out, that tier 1 going down in mid, the tier 2 that they've, or the tier 1 going down in bot that they'd already kind of pushed out on the bot side. It just seems like the way that they've been able to take things off the map after these skirmishes and after these fights has been ahead of anything 100 Thieves have tried to do.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just think it's so problematic when a champion like Xin Zhao gets this fed against a composition like 100 Thieves has, because he's always going to have easy access to targets. There are 4 melee champions on the 100 Thieves side, and you cannot win a fight realistically where you're focusing down Adilan, right? Like, you have to dive past Adilan and kill the Orianna or the Varus, or you're just going to lose the fight. And when you try to ignore a Xin Zhao that is this fed and has such easy target access, it's a recipe for disaster, which we've seen, you know, in these last couple of fights. He's on a very quick 2 completed items, and I think Adilan is really set up to carry in this one.
I mean, we've seen about a 3,500 gold swing since 100 Thieves decided they wanted to take that fight in the top side jungle of Lyon that they ended up losing. They were 1,000 gold ahead before that. Now it's a 2,500 gold lead for Lyon. They're up 14-4 in the petals as well. The Drakes are even, and right as this third Drake spawns, it's Henna and Adilan who are there and waiting.
Yeah, they're just playing the map better, and I'm really glad that you pointed out Xin Zhao just being able to take over these fights. I saw it last night as well with Lucid, just unable to die as soon as you get that Sundered Sky, right? Because you just pop ult, you have Sundered Sky, you're going to be healing for so much. It's so hard to kill, and he's going to be peeling for these carries in the Orianna and in the Varus.
So my question I pose to you guys then, okay, 100 Thieves, they showed us some good moves in the first parts of the game. They've started to fumble as we've moved towards larger skirmishes and bigger fights. How do you recover and stop this stumbling?
I mean, the plan is still the same. When you have a composition like this, it does one thing, and it does one thing well, and that's dive, right? So you need to find a really good start to the fight. If you can play around vision, if you can surprise Saint or Henna and one-shot them at the start of the fight, you still can win those fights, but it's got to be that perfect engage coming through from River and Ayla.
And the big thing to me is getting Rumble involved too, right? We talked about how both top laners, TPs were down at that kind of crucial fight that really broke open the game for Lyon. I think if Rumble is able to get a good equalizer across, really soften up a lot of the Lyon members, especially if you're able to get it onto the Ori and the Varus, that really helps out because the initial dive might go so much better for you on a health target.
I mean, it's something that we always talk about, that we've talked about in Pro League of Legends for years and years and years. If you have a fed guy, you need to make sure that you're taking fights that he can be a part of. The other team, their objective is exactly the opposite. But speaking of taking fights, my friend, we now have the opportunity for the best fight to take on Summoner's Rift. Otacon was an absolute terror throughout the series yesterday, constantly causing upheaval and mayhem.
Player of the series, actually.
Yeah, he truly was just one of the most impactful things on the entire Rift. And today, we'll see if he can do that exact same result. As now Ayla's going to be in some danger here, about to die at the very start. He wanted to try to turn it around onto Henna, and it's Lyon's AD carry that's going to die first. Ayla stays alive, but now the rest of the team is joined up. Quinn and River going to try to get away, but a nice equalizer coming in from Dokla forces Lyon back. Lions, the sacrificial Alistar, gives his life to protect the rest of the carries. Surdy's still looking for some kind of a chance to go in here, but FBI is very scary. Saint picks up one back on a Dokla, but now he's going to try to get away from Quinn. 100 Thieves on the hunt, and Quinn with a big shutdown. 100 Thieves take the fight.
And that was a Lyon going in on that fight initially, right? Like, we're talking about how this 100 Thieves comp, they want to find a window to kind of jump in on them. This time, it's Lions going a little too deep, going for the catch when all of 100 Thieves are already heading in and able to collapse.
And this was actually crazy that Ayla was able to live there. They dumped so much damage into him. He's down to under 100 HP, but he survives. They get that initial kill there onto Henna, and the problem here is that Henna dies early and Saint is not with the team, right? So they are then able to just focus down this front line pretty easily. Surdy not able to hit on the public execution, so he can't really get involved. This was well done by Saint to kite it out and at least kill Dokla, but still loses his flash, gets shut down by Quid. And that is a big moment there. 400 Thieves pulling the game back a lot closer, now down only the 1K. And Quid is going to finish, his second item off of that. We have a lot more power coming through, but it's Lyon back to live, and they're just straight up going to start this.
Okay, Lyon are daring 100 Thieves to come to the Otacon pit and brawl. It's not a particularly swift Otacon take. They've only got rid of about the first half of the HP just now, and 100 Thieves are aware. They're moving everybody over. Quid's down in the bottom lane, but he doesn't have his teleport ready to join. Lion's looking to run some interference. It's stolen away by River. He jumps in and secures the objective in a massive steal, but now the rest of the fight still has to happen. Henna's taking a ton of damage from Dokla as Surdy finds his way into the back line and manages to eliminate Ayla. Now Quid's jumping through, but he gets shut down before he can complete his acrobatics. Adiland's still fighting. There's a lot more damage coming out from the lightning, and there goes that Rumble. Saint gets the kill credit, but now Surdy and Saint versus FBI, and FBI can't survive. An ace for Lyon, but an Otacon for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, 100 Thieves get the Otacon. Lyon get the fight. We'll see how they're able to reset the map after this. That was kind of crazy. I want to see how Surdy actually ended up in the back line of this, and also just how River just goes in, steals it, dies for it. That equalizer does end up getting across, but then Surdy is trying to get onto FBI. He actually ends up getting Ayla instead here, which, yeah, it's a really, really split and kind of messy fight coming out of both sides.
Honestly, for 100 Thieves, I feel like you're pretty damn happy about how this fight went, considering you stole the Otacon and River had to die instantly for it, right? I think the equalizer was really well placed. The fact that Ayla was actually able to block that public execution coming in from Surdy bought FBI a lot of space to get some damage down and kept it relatively close. It is, 5 for 3, but you've got the Otacon. I feel like that is a pretty valuable trade. But that being said, we're back to live. Lyon will move to Soul Point here. And Dokla is caught out.
Yeah, Dokla gets hit by the public execution there, fires his equalizer down on the wave to just try to get as much, I guess, pseudo tempo as you can, prevent them from being able to push up, putting any pressure onto that tier 2 turret immediately after getting the pick.
Yeah, and we've heard a lot of teams, you were talking about it earlier, Emily, praising Lyon, and I've heard, privately from a lot of players that they actually think Lyon is the 3rd best team in the league. So people are ranking them quite highly, including Masu and Busio, talking very positively about them on pros.
Yeah, and I feel like thus far in this game, they have had better map play, right? Like they have played the map a lot better. We had that one kind of snafu with Lions going in and then the rest of 100 Thieves able to collapse. And then this really split team fight where I agree with you completely, Azael, that 100 Thieves are really, really happy with that kind of Otacon steal and the fact that Lyon are going to be pretty much what they get off of it is the first rotation onto that Drake, so they now will be on Soul Point.
My big concern now, though, 400 Thieves is, yes, you've had some close fights. Yes, the game is still close. But when the luxury items, the defensive items start coming through against these kind of compositions, it gets really, really hard. Seekers is up and available. Zonias will be completed soon thereafter. So we might have back-to-back fights where Saint has stasis. You can see, the magic resist is coming through. It's going to be Wit's End. It wasn't 2nd, but it will be 3rd for Henna. So all of a sudden, you're going to have to commit more and more and more to be able to kill these carries. So you really then depend on the picture-perfect starts to be able to one-shot these guys. Otherwise, it's just so hard to actually win the fight in the extended ones.
And you can see in the inventory, you're talking about the Seeker's arm guard, the Zonia's following up after. That's looking more like a hack.
It is looking like a hack. He got a second run.
He knows that he still has the active on the Seekers. He's not really that concerned about upgrading it to the Zonias just yet. And honestly, I respect the hell out of it because if you can find a shockwave when 3 people dive in, if you hit Rakan and Akali and Wukong all with a shockwave and you have a hat, lights out.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, especially if he finishes that death cap prior to this big fight that we're going to be looking at in 2 minutes and 45 seconds or thereabouts, where they will have an opportunity to get Soul. And hey, if you have a fight right before that and you have to use your Seekers, you're going to be able to still upgrade towards that Zonias very likely. So is going to have those options. And remember, LTA North is going to be on next Friday. It is going to be a super week, so it's Friday, Saturday, Sunday instead of just the normal weekend days. We will see you all there.
Hell yeah, brother.
I will be there.
Isaac, make sure you give me a call in the morning if you don't see me at call time. Those extra days always scare me, bro. They always scare me when I'm not used to actually needing to be a useful, real-life human person
We'll show
on
up
that
at
day.
your house. We'll
Yeah, exactly. Just bang on the door. Bang real loud, because otherwise it's hard to wake up sometimes.
I'll be quite honest, I forgot that we were on Friday until I saw the...
But that's why we have the sign.
Right?
It keeps you reminded.
Not
You're locked
today, but
in.
until I saw the lower
people
third
watching
yesterday.
think that it is actually for them. No, it is
No,
for the
it's for
casters
me.
who
It is
work
for
here.
us together to all climb the mountain of knowledge at once. But we do have another mountain that 100 Thieves are going to have to face here in about 2 minutes, and that is the Soul Point Summit here for Lyon. If they get that Cloud Soul, man, that thing is so scary for 100 Thieves to deal with. But immediately the Thieves trying to jump in here, find something onto Saint. Henna misses with the Chains of Corruption. Ayla's first to die, though, with a shockwave, turns it around onto River. Quinn finally gets Saint, but he dies in the process. Lyon still got 4-man standing, and they're ready to keep it going. The double kill for Henna is not the end of the fight, as Surdy locks up FBI long enough for Lions to guarantee they get the kill. Now with Dokla left hobbling away, Adilan is in hot pursuit. There is no way Rumble is getting away from Xinjiao on this one. Adilan very fed, just beating him down here. Does need a little bit more damage. Dokla might just outplay this. You gotta be kidding me. Dokla, he gets the solo kill there with the overheat. Adilan disrespecting the empowered melee attacks of overheat.
That was really well played by Dokla, but I want a replay of that fight because Adilan smurfed this fight. Watch how he disengages Ayla. Ayla goes in, he knocks him back on the ulti. Then he preps his Q3, watches Ayla goes in again to try to jump past him, knocks him up again. That was sick from Adilan. Completely stuffs the engage there from Ayla. Ayla could not get into the backline. River goes down early, as does Ayla, and so the fight just becomes extremely one-sided off of that. We talked about how you have to have these perfect engages, and 100 Thieves couldn't get anything close to that thanks to Adilan.
And then, of course, this The Ayla thing was awesome, and then this was just a little bit disrespecting. How much damage Rumble does when he's overheated if you stand there and just have a punch fight with him. And hey, we were talking about stasises for Orianna. We were talking about how these can be useful in making those outplays, and right there, we got one for Dokla, as we do have our picture-in-picture back to live. The next fight is already breaking out. Quid diving in alongside Ayla, and this time they've already found the kill onto Saint. Surdy's gonna burn down next. 100 Thieves got exactly what they were looking for, but the counterattack is still there a little bit from Lyon, not any longer. 100 Thieves, they kill the entire top side, and they aren't done yet. Henna trying to flash away as Lions finally falls. Henna's about to be the last one. It's a 5-0 ace for 100 Thieves.
Out of nowhere, they're going to be able to get the Dragon, get the Baron. 100 Thieves roar to life. They kill off Saint without him even being able to use the Seekers. We got to see that one more time because we were still kind of watching the coach cams. I didn't see exactly how they locked him up and burst him down before he could even get that Seekers off.
Yeah, and again, this is vintage 100 Thieves, right? Like, they locked in a composition where, like, okay, this is risky. You're going to have to dive in. You're going to have to get onto prio targets. The big thing was just being able to absolutely murder Saint on the back line and take Surdy out of the fight really quickly as well.
And this was exactly what you want. Equalizer going over the top, Quid on a flank, Charmin and knock up from Ayla, everything hitting Saint at the exact same time, insta-dies, and then they just full send it here. It was a great pulverize there from Lions, knocking them both up, but it didn't matter because everyone piles in there from 100 Thieves. Out of nowhere, they are the ones up over 3,000 gold with the Baron buff, and they are pushing.
And Henna has no barrier, no flash. He used both of them, trying to outplay at the very end of that fight for nothing. It is one thing to die, it's another to lose all of your defensive tools in the process of doing it, especially against a team, like we've already talked about so much, that just wants to die. The target on Henna's back is more massive now than ever, and 100 Thieves are continuing to pad their wallets. Tier 2 turret dies in the bot lane, Tier 1 turret dies in the mid lane, gold lead climbs to over 5,000 gold for the Thieves.
Yeah, and this Akali is a problem for the Lion carries, right? If they are able to set up another fight like that, Quid is now like 6, 4, and 8, but again, has the death cap complete, is able to get on to anything, and is a massive side lane threat as well.
And is having the extra shred coming through from Bloodletter's Curse. FBI is getting close to a big spike for himself. He's working towards that Infinity Edge, has been on Collector as that third item for a while, so damage really ramping up, and they're going to potentially look here to at least just zone them off with that Equalizer, so you cannot wave clear this, take another tier 2. They should back up after using that though, but that is a ton of gold they've collected. They're up now to about 7,000 in the gold lead. So just since taking that Baron, it's another 3K on top of what they got from actually killing it off. It's a 5K Red Bull Baron power play.
Exactly. There's still 60 seconds left on that clock and plus 5K already. This is the massive swing. This is what 100 Thieves needed. They perfectly get it right around the time that it also meant stopping their opponents from getting the soul. The timing and the execution were exactly what they needed to be to not just keep the Thieves in this game, but hyper-accelerate them towards the enemy nexus.
Yeah, and for me, it really starts with that Otacon steal as well, right? Like we've talked about what a tricky objective this has kind of been, but that for me, despite the fact that they like technically lost the fight in terms of numbers advantage, the stats and benefits that it gave them was huge. And then again, obviously that bottom river fight is really where they broke the game open. And now it's really difficult for Lyon to do anything on the map with the way that 100 Thieves are pushing in on this bot side.
And the IE is done now for FBI, so all of these carries are getting ridiculously strong, and Lyon is going to have to slow play it a bit here and try to see if they can kind of farm their way back into the game. Now, their composition does, of course, scale quite well, and Henna and Saint are still going to be strong, but they're definitely on the back end now. And 100 Thieves with this kind of a lead, all of a sudden your engages don't have to be as picture perfect. They don't have to be as clean for it to still result in a team fight win.
All right, can Lyon defend? That is the question on all 5 of their minds right now. 100 Thieves are looking to answer it with a resounding no as they continue choking Lyon out of their jungle, setting down all of this vision, sweeping away any wards that Lyon tries to lay down, and making it so dangerous for these guys to even try to leave their base. 1 minute left on the timer until the next dragon fight, and 100 Thieves has total control over the bottom side jungle of Lyon.
And the big question for me is Lyon even going to try to actually contest this, right? Because this wouldn't be a soul for their opponents, and they're really struggling to get any deep vision, even in their own jungle, right? Like, it's been defended so well by 100 Thieves here. I really like how they are playing, just not allowing Lyon to get back onto that side of the map. They know that is where their eyes are at, and they know that's still a major win condition for Lyon, so they're just fully choking them out of that side of the map.
Yeah, we'll see if Lions and Audieland can get some vision on this top side now as 100 Thieves kind of reset and regroup going down towards that bot side for a potential Drake setup.
Okay, Ayla jumps in. Audieland could be the one in some danger here immediately. River hits him a couple of times. Redemption there for the quick heal. Equalizer, not a ton of value out of this one. 100 Thieves now walking back down towards that bottom side of the river, back down towards the Drake.
Yeah, and that's now no ult for Dokla with the soul up here. So now Lyon might want to actually try to get over there. But with Lion's basing, I feel like they are just seeding it. They're going to not even try. So without division, they're still not feeling comfortable to get over there. I thought the use of the equalizer might prompt them to attempt it, but they're okay to just give this up. And we are going to go to a max dragon game here, 3 apiece.
And I feel like, I don't know if you agree with this, Isaac, but I feel like Lyon as a team have done this historically, like across their time thus far, not just in this split, but earlier, where they do kind of back off and technically usually go for the safer option, like as a unit.
A little bit risk averse.
Yeah, they're way more risk averse than 100 Thieves.
So is everyone, Emily.
Yeah, well, I mean, not
Were you
yet
watching
this
yesterday?
This is vintage 100 Thieves.
Yeah.
You know?
Which I love.
Yeah, I mean, me too.
I mean, it's been one of my favorite things about this team for so long is it's like, yeah, you might beat 100 Thieves in the first fight. You might beat them in the second fight, but they're sure as hell going to take the third fight too.
They're going to keep punching. Yeah, they're just sitting there like swinging away.
Didn't hear no bell.
Well, we might hear that bell here soon, my friends. Ooh, Surdy goes for the public execution, and Quid just casually shuriken flips out of the way of it. That's a pretty big tool for Lyon, no longer available. Big target access there for Surdy that now he will not be able to easily find if he wants to put the pressure onto that back line, onto FBI specifically. 100 Thieves have control over the topside river. The Baron has spawned. They know that there's no dragon to worry about for the next 4 minutes, so this is where we're going to dance here on Summoner's Rift. River swooping around here, seeing if maybe there's a flank angle to establish as the rest of his team baits Lyon forward.
They didn't spot River.
Yeah.
Now they do.
Okay, he'll walk right into Surdy. Does get tagged by a little bit of Mbessa damage there, so River has to disengage back over the wall with the clone. Surdy gets the better of him on that one. Feeling pretty good about that. And it looks like 100 Thieves are just going to continue hanging out here. Maintain control over the topside river. Okay, we're going to start the Baron up. Audieland will walk forward. See that one immediately. Quid still waiting in the wings, ready for the flank here. Keep your eyes on Henna and Saint. Those are the targets every single time for 100 Thieves. River still hanging out all the way off to the side as Audieland's got to be a little bit careful himself. FBI getting tons of poke as the equalizer falls down right on top of the redemption. Lyon have lost half of the HP on their jungler, a third of the HP on their support, and now 100 Thieves are taking that as a green light to go in for the Baron. They've already got it burned down to half HP. Dokla trying to run some interference, and again, Surdy will not get the public execution. Lyon still looking to maybe fight for this. Audieland with a win becomes lightning, but he can't steal it away. The Baron claimed by 100 Thieves. Now Quid trying to get himself out as he finds an assassination on the way to do it. The killing spree for the Akali finally shut down as Surdy takes him out of the picture. It's a 2-for-1 trade favoring Lyon, but again, the objective, the Baron, goes to 100 Thieves.
Yeah, the Baron goes to 100 Thieves. I did like how they kept, again, this is kind of more classic 100 Thieves, right? Where they're playing around their ability to kind of trap you into a fight that you don't necessarily want before they end up softening up Lyon enough where they feel like they can go for the Baron. Lions actually tries to get in onto Quid as at the same time that Audi is trying to steal the Baron, so it was a little bit split from Lyon coming through, even when Surdy is able to clean up Quid on the back half.
It was, but I've got to say, 100 Thieves also didn't do a good job of keeping Audi out of the pit. That was a straight flip, right? That was incredibly close. You know, both of them got their smite off. He had full vision of the Baron getting low. He got into the pit. If that had gone to Audi land, it would be a very different look after that fight, a very different conversation after that fight. But at the end of the day, 100 Thieves do still claim it, maintaining about a 7,000 gold lead here. But you can see, you know, Saint soon will be on that full build. Henna is working towards his final item as well. And we've had Quid on full build for a bit. We've had FBI on full build for a bit. So they don't have any more room to grow here. Really on that 100 Thieves side for their carries. Even top lane, Dokla is on 6 items. I mean, maybe eventually he wants to swap something out for a death cap or whatever. But as of now, these guys don't really get a lot more from gold.
It's the point of critical mass here for the economies of the 100 Thieves players. 20-19 in kills, 39 kills in 41 minutes. It's been a bloody one here in game number 1, and it's less than 45 seconds until what has to be the Dragon Soul, if anybody takes it, spawns. I say if, because 100 Thieves are positioning like they might just want to shove it straight down mid, play base race for Dragon Soul type of League of Legends. Lyon now detecting that.
Yeah, Quid's on the flank.
Okay, Quid with the Shuriken flip, tags Surdy with that one real quick, but then does not want to jump in on that target. Adilan goes for a little poke, doesn't find it. 100 Thieves continuing to stay mostly grouped up together. Dokla going to keep this wave pushing forward. He knows he has the Baron for another 30 seconds or so, as Lyon still grouped up as 5. Surdy's going to walk over and see if maybe he can answer Dokla. Meanwhile, the remaining 4 coming around the side looking for the Dragon Soul. Dokla's going to get the tier 3 turret in the mid lane for free, but the cost is the fact that Lyon are in an immediate spot to contest this soul. Surdy on the backside of the pit, but he's on top of a control ward from 100 Thieves. The Thieves are going to be aware that the Ambessa is waiting, looking for an opportunity to go in there. Saint moves the ball forward into the terrain, trying to hide it a little bit. There's the equalizer. Drake secured by Adilan, but what about the fight? Lyon are all knocked up into the air at the same time. 100 Thieves continuing to dive towards the back line. Henna staying alive for now, but River gets the kill. Lyon are wiped off the map. They might have got the soul, but it will not matter. 100 Thieves, clean ace.
It's a quadra for FBI, and just like that, the game is gonna end. Lyon got the soul, but the Thieves are gonna take the Nexus.
Welcome back, 100 Thieves. I've really missed you. Like, winning through team fights, the bread and butter of this team, and they got it.
The Nexus turrets can't do anything more about it than the team could in the fight. 100 Thieves, show them how it's done, and take the first game.
And it looked like Lyon, just all of their focus was on securing the soul. I think they even spent the shockwave to get that dragon. Didn't think about the fight. Lounge, what do you think went wrong?
I think it was a classic 100 Thieves game. I don't know if that's something that went wrong. I feel like something went right.
Something went real right. You know what it was? A big old mug of big dokes.
Yeah!
You were all over your Surdy pop, huh? How's that looking now? Big Dokes Rumble was cooking actually play after play after play. The one where Adilan chases him and Dokes gets down to like 25.
No! Whoa! Pick him up, dust him off.
This is prophetic. This is next game. Big Dokes.
Yeah,
mini
Big Dokes
Woo!
That was good.
That was crazy. This game was crazy though. Like in the very beginning, they focused on Surdy. They focused on top lane. Dokes got a couple of early kills, and then he made a lot of really good plays throughout this one.
Ori.
Exhausted. Nice, guys.
Nice. Banger fucking game.
Nice.
Nice.
Banger game. Nice, guys.
Yeah, because it started in lane, by the way. The 2 solo kills that he was able to get topside. I mean, like Dokla was nailing it.
I don't know. That was just the craziest game to me. Because yes, Dokla got ahead in lane.
Yes.
But then 100 Thieves was behind in the game.
Yes. Adilan, cinema. That Xin Zhao, I feel like Adilan's gonna be pissed off. That was one of the greatest performances he put out there this split. And then the game was being taken over by Sir Quiddington III.
Yeah, let's look at some of the fights that we had around 30 minutes. Like the fact that they're in control of the game, this is already after a little like baby throw, but these fights are incredibly close and chaotic.
And this is what I was talking about. Adilan honestly getting a great use of his ulti, disengaging initially, and then having the Q3 knock up on Ayla. Like, he protected the president off that one. Of course, he ended up dying anyways, but that's a 1-for-1 for the Akali. And then I thought he bought a lot of time for the team. So good stuff from Lyon early.
Really crucially here, though, Audieland goes to chase Dokla at the end of this fight. Henna's literally right behind him.
Yeah.
But then he's like, okay, you must have this kill. Henna turns around to get the wave, and Dokla then gets the solo kill. This, to me, single-handedly stops them from getting Baron. They kill Dokla. He would be dead for a long time. Everyone can walk up to Baron. They can take control of the whole game.
That was less than 25. That
808 health. And then, like, immediately after we come out of this replay, this is when 100 Thieves gets the game, like, essentially game-turning fight.
It was so insane.
Beautiful engage by Ayla.
Yes, the knockup by Ayla on top of just the wave of like Rumble ulti, the Akali execution. There was so much that happened there. That was 100 Thieves' amazing fight. And you're right. The most crucial moment was the fact that they could have already gotten the objective. If Audieland had either gotten the kill or just said, screw the Rumble, I'll just go straight to the objective, we'll get Baron off of it.
Yeah, I mean, it was clutch plays. Clutch plays, they are really being the determining factor. And then they're able to snowball after that, but you have to go back and look, like, even on that play where 100 Thieves only got 1 kill, and you were talking about, oh man, this is so good when Lyon are getting ahead. The 1 kill was a shutdown for Quid's Akali, and that money was very meaningful later.
It was. I'm stunned. I mean, we need to go back because these cans are so beautiful.
We need a taste test on this.
Sour Lemon Dignitas edition. Early game, yes, you're spitting this out.
Yes.
Yeah, I've already done this.
So I hope
honestly,
you weren't going to take a taste.
I think this is. I don't think Surdy necessarily had a bad game. Coffee and Chocolate Lion edition Surdy.
Yeah.
Was just fine. Like it's not. I'm not going to pay full price for this.
Yeah.
But if it's on sale, I'm going to be trying. The Lion edition.
So if it's like a buy one get one free, you're willing to have it?
Yeah, I'd say like. I know we've already photoshopped Dokla's face onto other people.
Yeah.
If we Photoshop Dokla onto this beautiful orange solo queue edition.
What do you think the next game is going to taste like,
This is
Jack?
delicious.
What's the next game going to taste like?
What's Surdy's flavor going to be? That's a trap question. We're tossing. Every game brings us one step closer to the LTA Championship in Dallas, Texas. Kobe's trying to trick me up. Tickets are on sale, so reserve your seats now to join us on September 27th and 28th to crown the best in the Americas. Both these teams could possibly be there, but also if you can't wait that long, we're back here in the Riot Games Arena Friday, September 5th. That's Saturday and Sunday. We'll also be celebrating Season 3 and the Trials of Twilight. Raz, he's going to explain all of the Trials in Twilight later on his Twitter. Follow the link on screen. Scan the QR code to purchase your tickets now. Game 2, 100 Thieves versus Lyon up next.
The Trials of the Twilight!
Red Bull gives you wings.
Rich in the ground before Dove can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed.
Knocks him down.
Get fed. Scan the QR code for LTA deals only on Uber Eats.
I will follow Rakan.
Just chill in, guys.
Hey, watch me.
Look dragon.
Ori.
Exhausted. Nice, guys.
Nice. Banger fucking game.
Hey, I'm Kobe, and this is Lane Like a Pro. For our first episode, I've got Bwippo with me from FlyQuest, and we're gonna go into Renekton.
As I live, all will die.
So Renekton, okay, you're gonna have some melee matchups, some range matchups. Let's go over first the basics of laning, and then some specific matchups for pro.
Sounds awesome. The first and most important part about playing Renekton is your rune page. Obviously, when you're playing against characters that are not going to give you much uptime, you'd prefer PTA. You proc it very quickly with your W, empowered immediately procs it. You can animation cancel your basic attack with W and proc it even if you don't have Fury. And then pretty much my rune page every game is always the same. I play Triumph, Alacrity, Last Stand, and then I go Second Wind, Overgrowth. I take double adaptive force and flat health because as long as I manage to make it to level 6, I feel like most matchups with Renekton start turning around and becoming better.
Perfect. So what are your initial item builds going to be, like your core item build?
I'm a big fan of rushing Black Cleaver or Shojin. Eclipse is a fantastic first item if you want to snowball your lane because the components are very good. You're buying Caulfield's Warhammer and you're buying Pickaxe. This is very aggressive components, lots of AD, but no health. In competitive play, I prefer to rush health because I rush Sterak's second. So this has kind of been my hallmark over the years is Sterak's on Renekton. I rushed it second every single game. I have popularized it here in NA. I much prefer stacking health items because Renekton, he has a special interaction with Sterak's in the sense that he gains bonus health. So when he casts his ultimate, he gets 500 health at level 11, which is a massive amount of boost considering he gets 60% of that added to Sterak's shield. So my main focus is always going to be Black Cleaver, Sterak's, and then situational. Either I'll commit to full tank items like Spirit Visage, Randwind's Omen, or I'll commit to more AD like Spear of Shojin, Death's Dance.
Goes into how to actually perform lane trades and you know specific matchups and what to look out for and kind of the
take 10
mindset as well.
Before your next Renekton game.
Yeah.
Have you played Renekton since?
I think it's a little bit over 10 minutes as well. I have because I play top lane in Flex.
Okay.
And I won the game. So
how did you feel about your Jax performance? Because in that video you were playing the Jax side of the Jax Renekton.
I had no idea what to do, and he was like, "Go all in on me," and I was like, "Okay, great. Stack on my passive, jump on him, and hope for the best."
Oh man, back to the game at hand though. 100 Thieves Lyon down 0-1 in elimination phase. They have to win 3 of the next 4. They pick blue side.
No, I was gonna hope for a Yone for Quid, because
no sir.
Quid on some like melee assassins really does feel good. Some melee carry champion.
That is one of the big standouts for me from Game 1 draft. Is a lot of times in Game 1, don't feel confident. A lot of times in Game 1, you're seeing like a Talia Azir trade or Orianna Victor, and that's what Hunter Thieves have been doing, they've been losing. So they just immediately slam into the Akali, and it ended up actually working for them. Quid got super fed in this game, was a big backline threat, so I think they're going to continue to try and keep Quid on aggressive champions, Kobe.
So right now, I'm thinking about stuff like Annie, Aurora, both being available. Talia is still up, and there are multiple pairings. Since Pantheon hasn't been banned out, either Vi or Pantheon will get through. And so when Talia plus both Vi and Pantheon are all kind of floating around, you're thinking, well, do we take the Vi side of it to break up the Talia plus Vi combination? Because Vi can be used with any of the other ones I just mentioned, with Aurora, with Annie, type of pairing. So yeah, there you go. You break up that side so they don't get the combo.
And I wonder, because I think you got to take the Talia away, but also Maokai comps do wonders at destroying a Vi dive comp and their intention. So
some good counter engage.
Yeah. So as long as they go for something towards that, no, Dokla doesn't like that idea. He's shutting that one down.
Play to the crowd.
He's the one hovering there. That's by his own design right there.
He's literally like, boo. Oh, Bard.
Ooh, I like that.
I told you, we're the region of bards.
What's crazy is the record is 9-14. How is that possible for the region of bards?
You gotta squint. Don't look too quick.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
A lot of bard highlight plays.
We got Vulcan, we got Busio, we got
and River Jargon.
Okay. So you actually have your pick of all of those AP mid lane pairings that we're going over.
It's funny because last game was a complete banger, like team fight after team fight after team fight. This one's gonna be no different. We got the typical River Jarvan, which is crazy, but also you're seeing the lock-in of like Kaisa, Vi, Nico. It's just engage, constant engage from both sides.
So much fight.
Yeah, I mean, that is dive comp into what is a really good counter dive. You were mentioning Maokai, but the other thing about Bard is it's so good to pick into Vi, since early Vi picks indicate you're gonna get a dive comp.
Yeah.
And Bard defensive ultimate just completely stuffs that. It looks like they're gonna index really heavily into counter dive, which is what you should do when your opponents are showing full dive.
Yeah.
So the Xayah plus the Bard is like, even though the pairing itself in lane isn't extraordinary, it is all about the team comp and just countering the hard dive.
I think the Nico Kaisa will be a bit stronger lane, but it's not like Kaisa Nico is massive lane bully against Xayah, who'll have a little bit of extra range. So I think FBI will be able to get away with that in lane. And if they play on the margins right, that's so impossible to dive. Pressing R on Xayah, coming down into possibly getting peeled with a Bard ult, pretty nice.
I have seen some Xayahs, not naming any names, not press their ultimates though. Then it makes it very possible to kill them. Yesterday there were a couple yesterday.
Oh, buddy. The Dig DSG robbed us of 5 games. That's all I'm going to say.
That being said, like the mid lane kind of being nuked a little bit with Talia and the Aurora bans there. I wonder if Sion goes through. I would imagine that Lyon would want to let Sion through so Surdy can play the Aatrox side, which he is very comfortable playing. But I would feel so good in this composition with a great front line, have the Bard as well. Xayah would have a lot of space to work with and then does have ulti just in case. So wow, mid lane picks, you're gonna have to throw something new out there.
That probably favors Quid, especially if they're trying to go more off meta, but with Annie still being there and wanting to have some snap engage, pretty strong. Or they just go in Jarvan Galio.
They're just playing with us. They're playing with us. Can we trust FBI to hover something that they're actually gonna play?
More and more counter engage. They're just layering it on as thick as possible.
I dare you.
They're making the decision. I kinda like Galio. Could honestly both work.
It gives them more snap engage.
Oh, it's the Sion. I mean, I said that. There it is.
It's the Sion.
And Surdy's like,
explain.
Yeah, you ran straight into my trap card because Surdy would love to play the Aatrox side of this matchup. I think it's one of his most comfortable picks. I mean, there's quite a few people know him for his like Camille play out top side, but if you give him a carry, something that he's pretty comfortable playing with within the lane, I think he'll just lock it in. So
yeah, let's see. I mean, a lot of times I really just like having the Sion front line regardless. That's probably why they ended up going with it.
Yeah.
But let's see if Surdy actually does lock the Aatrox or something else.
They're just picking so much engage.
Literally anything else.
They're very squishy though. I mean,
No way.
It looks risky.
No,
Would he do the top
Broken Blade?
BB, is that Broken Blade here? Is this? Is the Rek'Sai spreading across the globe? Okay,
No, it's the Aatrox.
all right,
You
it's
called
the
it.
Aatrox. All right.
Back to reality, Red. There we go. Your original prediction.
When they hover it, I just start to believe, you know? But now we get to see the Annie pick up, so wonder what 100 Thieves is going to go for. I think they just don't have that much damage, so please don't go Galio here. I think that would suck, personally. Just saying, just putting it all
fits.
right.
Okay, buddy.
It is low
Zion,
damage.
Galio, J4, it's all on Zaya. I mean,
Quid has to get strong. I mean, if Surdy gets strong here, they're not going to have enough damage to take down the Aatrox.
just imagine being the Aatrox side of it. You're right, because not the triple melee of Galio, J4, Scion. I think this is a great opportunity for Surdy to be able to like pop off and fight, so we'll have to see how that goes. It's going to be a little bit difficult for the Vi, but that's just going to be the natural reality of picking Vi first. Which counts do you guys like most?
I mean, even though 100 Thieves kind of did as we were expecting, and they just layer all this counter engage, I still kind of feel for Lion's
You like engaging.
Yeah, I like being the ones pushing the issue.
I'm interested in what the caster's thoughts on this one. Take it away, guys.
All right, thank you very much, Raz. Isaac, I know you have some criticisms of the 100 Thieves side of this draft.
Yeah, I think the 100 Thieves draft is really bad. I just think that when you are playing like essentially a one-threat comp with the Xayah, even though you have all of these tools to protect and actually try to keep the Xayah safe, there are so many things that you can just throw at the Xayah to make it so the Xayah can't just sit there and auto-attack. And if the Xayah isn't just sitting there and auto-attacking, I don't really see how they have enough damage to actually win the fight. You throw Vyar, okay, great. You're going to react with the Xayah ult. Then you have the Tibbers, then you have the Kaisa going in, then you have the Flash Nico ult, then you have an Aatrox on your head. Like, you have so many tools to just make it so FBI is never going to have a comfortable team fight. If they get ahead, then yeah, sure, maybe it's gonna not be an issue, and maybe Dokla can go like Titanic Sterix and like kind of more bruisery build and things like that. But I just think one threat comps almost never work because you just pressure that player and they can't be comfortable.
Yeah, I've been calling that the Whippo build since he. I know he's not the only person that builds it, but in our league he has the most famous example of it, right?
It's good. I mean, I think it's really, really good. Obviously, it scales incredibly well. With all of the free HP that you're kind of getting in the kit. But we'll see. I mean, if FBI can stay safe, if the rest of 100 Thieves can put on more pressure than I'm expecting, then maybe it's really going to work out well for them. But if FBI ever gets caught, it is going to be horrible.
All right, while we're waiting to see these minions spawn and the laning phase start, we got Raz standing by for an interview with Lion's coach.
That's right, I got Coach Keem with me. Your thoughts on the last game, because you guys had a really good game state there, and Audiolion was playing out of his mind.
Yeah, I mean, the game was fine for us, but at some point we start like chasing Rumble, then we die. I think we should do Baron, and then, I don't know, a fight happened. Then they pick Baron, like 7K goal lead in like 2 minutes, so what's hard, but I'm still pretty confident that we can win this series.
Talk about this draft in particular, because at least for us and the casters, heavily favor your side into the draft. Is there any point of concern about 100 Thieves draft here?
I mean, they have a lot of disengage with Barult and Galio, to be honest, so we need to take care about that. Orcon wants to like go deep,
Yeah.
Ult with Vi, with Annie and Nico. So yeah, I mean, I think we can do well this game, but yeah, for sure they have like things to do the game hard for us.
That makes sense to me. All right, going to send this one straight back to the casters.
All right, thank you very much, guys. Obviously, the coach recognizing the same things that we're talking about. Yeah, there's a lot of disengage. You just got to be mindful of making sure that you're using enough resources there to get the job done. Worth pointing out, just because sometimes you do have these differences here in the bottom lane, FBI does have the cleanse there, recognizing that he is number one target for Lion. Neither one of our supports taking Summoner Spellbook this game, which is honestly kind of a little unusual these days. Feel like we see a lot of that. But yeah, I'll look at across all three lanes here. You can see Lion with the push in bottom and mid, while Dokla has the push once again in the top lane.
Yeah, usually when we are seeing Nico, they don't play Summoner Spellbook. They do play a little bit more aggressive. And so I think Ayla is kind of answering that and saying, all right, I can't go for maybe this kind of like more scaling approach of going for the Summoner Spellbook. I need to have a little bit of power here so we don't just get ran over. Knowing that FBI having a successful game is really the key to their whole draft, right?
Yeah.
So I think he says, you know what, I'm going to go electrocute, I'm going to give up some utility, and hopefully keep FBI relevant and keep us in this 2v2 a bit better than we otherwise would be.
Yeah, it's actually really, really important for this bot lane not to fall super far behind early. As we see both junglers kind of hovering around mid, I mean, I think mid is such a huge power point, right, for both of these teams. We kind of jokingly said going into this entire matchup about how each of these mid laners have had legitimate 1v9 performances.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think they're both so important to the team as River is looking, but I mean, Quid just went out, so.
Yeah, River goes in, Quid goes out, Saint flashes away, but River's still ready to keep following here. A bit more damage, but he doesn't quite have it. The flag cooldown wasn't quite ready, I don't think.
And he had a canceled auto. I don't think it would have been enough. It would be very close, but he had one canceled auto in there, but not great communication there between River and Quid. I mean, Quid was getting low, but Annie had already kind of spent the spell, so I don't think he would have actually gone down there.
Right.
And if River was going to be committing flash, I think if Quid stays around, they do get that kill. So a bit of a miscommunication there in the mid lane.
Yeah, a little bit of a miscue. I still like, we've joked to the point of photoshopping his head onto Jarvan the Fourth's body about how
That's not a
River,
joke, he is Jarvan.
River really loves this pick, and I love when he looks for early angles with his lanes. So the fact that they didn't seem to necessarily be on the same page with kind of really trying to get onto Saint, not the best start they would have wanted.
So compared to game number 1, where we didn't have the typical lane swap, instead we got that bit of a strange happening with the mid lane roam being replaced by the AD carry then showing up in mid. It is that expected lane swap situation here. 5 minutes into this one, both of our bot lane duos heading towards the top side as Dokla and Surdy continue scrapping in the bottom half of the map now. We don't see anyone turning immediate early attention towards that Ocean Drake. It is one of the neutral objectives that sometimes will command earlier jungle attention just because of the power they can give you with the extra lane regeneration. And we'll see if River or Adiland wants to try to make a move down around this bottom side of the map. They are both clearing through those quadrants yet again.
And you can see, I think, what kind of a game Lyon is looking for. It's don't
Immediately, Lions goes in after Ayla, who tries to escape on a magical journey, but Henna's ready to follow here, too. They need to chase a little bit further as Ayla continues making distance here with a flash. He's hiding all the way behind enemy lines. Yeah, he's just... This is... Okay, he's not actually going to make a full
going to try to go for the
exfiltration, I don't think. He just needs to buy enough time to allow the damage to wear off. Turret is slain him. Ayla prevents giving away first blood.
And that's actually massive that they weren't able to end up getting that kill, right?
Right, but you could see Adiland ticked over to level 6 because he was within EXP range of the Bard dying. So that could be huge as FBI's now in danger himself. Lions needs a little bit more damage. Henna with the Acathian Rain! I believe that was single-digit HP. I believe he was down to 8 or 9 before the regeneration brought him back up over 10. That was so close.
Yeah, that was ridiculously close. And I mean, FBI getting caught out there, very punishing. I mean, Ayla went on this long journey to get the execute. FBI has to actually go back to base here, and it is in a spot where they potentially can lose a lot here. They're trying to hold the wave for him again. His game has got to be good. They aren't going to be able to keep it off the tower fully. They will at least hold a lot of these range minions, though. And FBI won't be punished as heavily, but he is down summoners. On the other side, though, it is all 4 summoners that have been spent from the Lyon bot lane. So will they be able to punish is a big question for me. You know, when River gets 6, can you get River and Quid and try to attack this Lyon bot lane who are pretty vulnerable? Or are you going to look for Saint again, who still is without flash? You know, you want to see these proactive plays, these early Galio Jarvan ultimates coming through and attacking these players without summoners.
Yeah, that, and it seems like both teams are kind of focused towards this top side with the 2 bot lanes up there and so many summoners down and the grubs coming up really soon too, right? So we'll see how this mid lane push ends up. Lions headed up back up to kind of the grub area, and that should kind of be where we see our next fight. Neither team, I know we did point out the Ocean Drake, but neither team has really taken that much interest in it thus far.
Okay, neither one of our top laners have their teleport to be able to join for a topside fight if it happens immediately, but both of those cooldown timers are around 3/4 of the way complete. Saint also nearly having his flash back up from the earlier attempted play on his life. Flash Tibbers obviously a big tool for these neutral fights, but now it's going to be Adiland jumping in there, looking to set up the play onto Quid, and Lyon will be first to first blood, but the response from 100 Thieves is not to be found wanting. They've already got the kill on Lions, and they want to make it a double here onto Henna. Ayla soaking the turret aggro, guaranteeing a double kill back over to FBI. We're talking about he needs to have a good game. How about a double kill to start?
Yeah, that is so big. And Henna, unfortunately for him, barely was not 6. He was trying desperately to kill off those minions to get 6, see if there was some way for him to outplay. Couldn't make it happen. The fact that they make that punish on all these missing summoners from the bot lane was huge. But like you said, Flowers, both the kills going to the key member here. And Audieland staying around, seeing, can I actually get a smite steal? His smite is almost back up. He wants to at least take one grub away, and they will be able to deny that final grub.
Yeah, 100 Thieves are backing off, but this is exactly what they want for this composition. Get FBI in a really good spot. I love that they ended up going for that even with the kill in the mid lane happening, right? Recognizing that they can dive on that top side, and then Henna not being able to take over into 6 was huge.
Yeah, and I think especially with the kill in the mid lane, because you see the jungler there, you see the mid laner there, you see both their ultimates spent. And I think Audieland played it really well. He actually buffered his ulti, the Unstoppable, during the taunt from Quid. So nice little interaction there to basically, you know, kind of make that taunt pretty useless. And I think we are going to see likely the dive one more time. But first, it is this mid lane kill. And we're going to see what I was talking about. There's the stun prepped up. And then he goes in, and as that taunt is coming through, nice buffer with the Unstoppable there to immune that. Quid knows that he's going to die, and as soon as they see all of this spent mid, they say, all right, it is time to go top lane. They were already in the area, and we can see on the minimap the kill is currently happening. So as soon as that happens, they say, you know what, we have to look for this. Lions is trying to suss it out, realizes, you know what, they could go for this dive, but unfortunately it's the anti-timing as River was already in the brush.
Yeah, it was a really good positioning from River to be like right there to recognize, okay, as soon as that mid lane shenanigans go down, we can collapse. I see Sniper in the background smiling and clapping. That's nice to see.
Honestly, I love that, right? You know, he's not in the position he wants to be in. You know, he has been put in this kind of 6-man role, been subbed out, but he is there cheering on the squad. And I mean, if you ever see Sniper around the studio, this guy is just such good vibes. Like, he's always in a good mood. He's always happy to be here. So definitely wishing him the best, and nice to see him still cheering on the squad.
Nothing to fight for on the top half of the map right now for either one of the teams, as we will be waiting for that Rift Herald to spawn. And you can see that's generally the flow of things. Wherever is the least important spot, that's where the top laners have to go and do their farming back and forth while they watch each other. That farming does currently favor Surdy's Aatrox, who is up about 300 gold just through the CS advantages that he has earned. Cull in his inventory with 34 stacks left also means, yes, he's going to be able to cash in even further as we move forward. But Dokla is up to about 400 stacks on the Soul Furnace at the same time.
Yeah, and I liked what 100 Thieves did here, right? Kind of rotating down, getting the Bard in for some deep vision. They have first take on this Drake, so that also further sets them up with 2 objectives having been taken. Again, like we talked about how well Lyon played the map. This is a nice little map rotation.
And here comes a nice little magical journey immediately through the wall. River immediately engages with Cataclysm. Lions almost dies, but he stays alive there, popping the heal to guarantee no extra little bit of damage at the end. Takes him out. So 100 Thieves, they're going to force out both summoner spells from Lions. They're going to get rid of the Pop Blossom, massive tool for Nico that's going to further remove any opportunity for Lion to find a counterattack until it's back up.
And we saw during that, in that replay, that Surdy's TP was canceled by Ayla, so that is why, you know, he is down his TP. He had to walk all the way up towards top lane, and Dokla does have that TP advantage. And, you know, you already touched on it earlier, early Ocean Dragon can be quite powerful, especially when you're playing, you know, Galio and Sion into these matchups where you're kind of just getting punished over and over and over. It can help you to much more quickly get to the point where all of a sudden you're kind of just shrugging off all the damage. You're becoming that brick wall that you really are wanting from these guys. And first item has been done for a little bit for Quid. He has the Hollow Radiance. We're going to see a Sunfire coming in from Dokla. And then I'm just kind of curious, you know, obviously for Galio, you generally do then see some AP and kind of this Bruiser AP style. I want to see if Dokla is going to go full tank or if he is going to go Titanic from here.
Yeah, same.
I really do think it is much more of a Titanic game. You can be as tanky as you want. If FBI dies early, it's just not going to matter, right? Like, you need to be able to put pressure on people who are trying to walk past you.
Well, we're talking about items getting completed, and now there are 3 Sundered Skies on the Rift as well. So we've got Surdy wielding that alongside both junglers here with the Kraken Slayer for
Sky
Henna.
is taking a beating.
Also coming online, and the Essence Reaver for FBI, guaranteeing he's got plenty of mana to continue flinging those feathers in the middle of these fights. As Saint now being the one to deal with Dokla up here in the top half of the map. It is 90 seconds until the Rift Herald spawns. This is almost always a pretty highly contested objective, so I do expect to see the name of the game start to become establishing that vision, taking control over the top side of the river. You can see Saint just going there for the tempo ulti, but now Dokla trying to respond. The stun onto him, though, before he can land the decimating smash, and Lions is ready to try to make something else happen here with the Tangle Barbs. Audieland coming in for the backup, but Dokla's still alive. Saint continuing to retreat as River wanted to swoop into the fight. Dokla with the flash away. Audieland continuing to look for a little bit more. River goes back for the Cataclysm. Nice sidestep of the Dragon Strike from Saint. Forces Ayla to come back into the fight now too. But FBI is ready to fire. It's a 1-for-1 jungler from mid laner as everybody's making their way up to the top side scrap.
Yeah, I mean, that was super, super back and forth. Both teams should be able to reset, I think. Man. I don't even know who necessarily ends up winning out on that.
I feel like it's kind of a wash, to be honest. It's not. I don't think it's like a huge advantage to either side. We can watch it one more time. You know, we saw Saint basically spend his full combo in onto the Scion. Good defensive ulti comes out from Ayla. Unfortunately, does not time the binding well. It doesn't have the angle. He was originally, I think, looking to try to bind Saint into Audieland, but because Audieland had already got out, he needed a different angle to get him stunned on the wall. And then as the AD carries come up, I thought it was going to go pretty heavily Lion's way because I thought Henna was going to be able to ult through. But FBI did a good job kind of zoning him out of the fight, keeping him away. And it just ends up being 1-for-1. Not really a big deal, I think, on either side.
And I really do want to compliment Saint on his sidestep there with the Jarvan point-blank range with the Dragon Strike. If Saint doesn't sidestep that, you don't get the extra summoner spells from Ayla, and Saint's damage in the fight shows even more how much he was a contributor.
Yeah, I mean, I know a lot of people still say that Annie is kind of a stun bot, and she is a lot of times in these fights, but she does
those people are right.
A significant amount of damage as well. They're kind of right.
Well, Audieland is about to take a significant amount of damage here as the chain CC is more than enough to beat him to death. And Saint's about to go with a beautiful double stun there from Ayla to guarantee that they lock Saint up. That is Audie down, that is Saint down. That is a massive blunder from Lyon, and it's 100 Thieves with control over the Herald Pit.
Honestly, kind of clever move there from Lyon. So what he was trying to do was he was trying to block with his clone and get it far enough out that the tether wouldn't go through from Ayla's stun. Of course, it ended up working anyway.
It's a far tether.
Yeah. It's a far tether, so that thing cheats like crazy. But I did like the angle because obviously it was going to be a stun into the wall. So he's saying, okay, if I can move this close enough to the Bard and far enough away, maybe I can save him here. But great picks there from 100 Thieves. They get the kills. They get the Herald. And Dokla, I feel like he has reached that kind of brick wall status. Maybe once Surdy has a Black Cleaver or something, he can start to do a little bit of damage there, but we are still waiting to see where Dokla's going to go next with his itemization. He's sitting on 1K, so this next base will tell us, is it going to be, kind of more standard and pro, which is just full tank, or is he going to start to build cruiser?
Here we go, the Jarvan Galio combo. River makes the entrance. Quid guarantees the finale. Saints taken out in an easy 1-2 punch, and 100 Thieves get kill number 6.
I love seeing this out of 100 Thieves. I agree, yes, their comp has one primary source of damage, right, in the Xayah, but these are the kind of things that I do think 100 Thieves thrive with, and this is what we were missing from them all split 3, right? Lyon is going to be able to get that Drake as a consolation prize, but really nice movements. I also feel like 100 Thieves are playing the map a lot better. They're able to make a lot more off of these picks and skirmishes in this second game.
I mean, they're doing really, really well. I'm not a big fan of the comp, but hey, they're creating a pretty big lead. All of their kills feel like they're just getting funneled into FBI's pockets. He's already on 2 completed items early on, so this one threat is extremely threatening. Both their soul laners are doing well, and if you are that much ahead, even if you are building more defensive, you're still going to have base damage. You're still going to be able to put pressure on these players, so they're looking good. You can see the second item going to be coming through pretty soon, for Quid. He is working on that Haunting Guise, has that done already, so it is going to be tanky AP kind of as expected. Riftmaker almost always feels like the second item for Galio. And we do not have any answer for Dokla just yet.
Well, here we go again. We got another answer for Saint, and it's River and Quid. Saint stays alive thanks to the heal from Lions. And now it's River who might be in some serious danger. The Winds of War kill Saint off, and River's still on the run. Both top laners make their way into the fight here for the very first time as FBI's letting the feathers fly. Dokla's tanking underneath the turret, and they got to be a little bit more careful about this now. 100 Thieves regrouping, waiting for a couple of cooldowns. Sturdy on the front line. The feathers root him up, but he's safe enough underneath the tier 1 turret. It's a 1-for-0 so far as Saint is dead yet again on the Annie. 100 Thieves trying to force down this tier 1 turret as Quid gets a Justice Punch the backward direction. Sturdy's taken low, but Dokla's taken out. 100 Thieves looking to get some more, and FBI's unstoppable. They get another one as Dokla's dead body gets revenge against Adilan. Quid looking for potentially another kill here, but he won't get it. It's a long fight. It's a bloody fight, but it's another fight for 100 Thieves.
It's another fight started off with a pick onto this Annie, right? Recognizing we want to go in on Saint. FBI is pretty much untouched throughout these fights because of the tank line that they have. And I'm really loving how 100 Thieves are piloting this composition, how they're recognizing when they can go in. Saint has been a prio target for them. They're going to get that bot lane tier 1 off of it, and we'll see how Lyon are going to be able to respond on the map, because now 100 Thieves are in such a great position. They can set up at any objective and force Lyon to come into them.
And where has this 100 Thieves been this split? Because this team is just showing up and looking so much better. River and Quid preying on Saint in the side lanes, non-stop aggression here. It was a good route from Lions, I believe, that went through that minion and caught Dokla just before his flash was back up to be able to get one kill back. And Henna did grab that, so that is nice, but FBI is monster fed. He has 5 kills. He's already got those 2 items before that fight. Now he has a BF on top.
I mean, last game, you guys were talking so much about how it feels like we're seeing the 100 Thieves that we always love to see. And this game, I feel like specifically, I'm seeing the River and Quid that I love to see. This duo working together. They find a target. They're like, hey, this guy's playing Annie. What in the hell did he think he could do to get away with doing that against Jarvan and Galio? And they're just targeting him again and again and again.
This is River versus Adilan, man. He has been very aggressive, but they're on this Otacon. We'll see if they can get there in time.
Okay, Otacon down to 1/3 HP. This is the dangerous objective. Ayla wanted to fire out that Tempered Fate. It zones everybody away. Dokla swoops in with the ulti, but 100 Thieves have already completed the objective. They got the Otacon. Dokla's having a hard time getting into the portal, but he finally makes it there.
He's Sion, he's fine. He can just take the damage, take the magical journey out.
He was trying to get into the club. They had a problem with his ID for a second. He got held up at the door, but it's all right. He made it to the party, and 100 Thieves are partying hard. Now that they've got the Otacon safe and sound, they'll defend their tier 1 turret at the same time. Sturdy wants some damage onto Ayla, but he's bound back into the wall. Nice engage from Saint! They take Ayla out, but they don't find a valuable target. Adilan still trying to dive back into FBI, who flashes away and stays alive. FBI still fighting. 100 Thieves are still kiting. Hen is still dying. And now Sturdy stuck underneath the turret here too. River re-engages beautifully with the EQ combo. Rivers Jarvan is the spearhead of 100 Thieves, and FBI stays alive the whole time. Triple kill for River, and another fight won for 100 Thieves.
I mean, that was a crazy dive from Lyon. I want to know how much damage the tower did.
Yeah,
You're talking about Jarvan leading that fight. I feel like the tower is probably the top damage from 100 Thieves. It was heated up and firing that entire time.
Yeah, as we say, I thought they were just going to kind of stick around and not necessarily go for the dive. But when Saint is able to go in and land on the stun, that's the go button. The Bard had the shutdown. Quid is actually soaking up so much here. And then Henna tries to get into the backline, and this is where I think it really starts to go wrong for Lyon. This is where the turret is free firing. Forget about FBI. The turret is doing so much work here. And again, I do love watching River on Jarvan because he seems to survive.
That's a new MMO right there. That's Quid Wiggle.
I don't really know what the wiggle is supposed to mean, but
it's a quiggle.
A quiggle. Okay. Well, apparently the quiggle is the sign of a dive well fought off, because 100 Thieves are more than happy about this game state now. 6,000 gold ahead. They've got the Otacon plus all of the flowers that entails. They've got the 2 Drakes to 1 advantage. Honestly, this game is looking fantastic for 100 Thieves. Now they're trying to find Henna here too. They don't actually manage to hit him with the Scion ulti, but they do force the Ghost and create enough space to take the tier 2 turret mid.
Yeah, and another thing I forgot to mention coming out of that fight is that Dokla was then able to just push in the entire top side and get that top side tier 2 on top right after that mid lane fight as well, right? So 100 Thieves have really broken open this map.
They have. FBI does have no sum, so maybe there's a window of opportunity there. But when you see this kind of comp that Lion's playing and you realize, well, 100 Thieves could get Mountain Soul. That is probably the worst possible one you could ever play against, where Lion's whole comp has to one-shot somebody.
Well, they might try to get that on River right now. He's very low, but he flashes over the wall to stay alive. River lives through it yet again. Now FBI's got to be a little bit careful here as he's caught up in the Infernal Chains from Sturdy, but Saint is once more under pressure from Quid. Beautiful angle on the Justice Punch, but over the wall with the Pop Blossom. Lions wanted something, but all he gets is an obituary, as now again Quid moves forward, trying to catch somebody with a taunt, but he does not land it. Sturdy, isolated from the rest of the team, trying to turn back around, go for the flash play on to FBI. Not a chance. FBI's godlike, and Lion lose 3 more men.
I mean, this is 100 Thieves just running away with this one now. They are so far ahead. Even with this pick onto River, you think he's going to get burst down. They can't even finish him off. An insult to injury. He stays around for so long to rejoin the fight afterwards. I mean, look at this. He is ridiculously low. The heal comes through, keeps him alive. But there's just nothing left, it feels like, from Lion. Gas is out.
Yeah, and I mean, Dokla is able to come in on the front line. Quid able to get in on the Annie. Once again, River is still here. Even when Lions tries to get in with the Pop Blossom, he ends up dying. And then Quid taunt is just such a threat.
And the reason that it was able to be such a threat, the reason that he got onto Saint afterwards, is because River, despite the fact that he's such low HP, makes sure that he cataclysms first, traps Saint inside, and then flashes out, so Saint never has a chance to disengage. Now 100 Thieves, once more, looking for something here in the enemy jungle. Lion grouped up as a 5-man unit, trying to defend, but defense is such a tall task here at an 8,000 gold disadvantage just 25 minutes into the game.
Yeah, and it's so hard for this composition, right? Because they want to go in, they want to dive, they want to be able to assassinate FBI. Well, 100 Thieves frontline is so difficult to chew through at this point, and they have map control, so they're forcing you to go in, essentially blind.
Yeah, I mean, when you're this far behind, it's just tough, right? Because even if you find that perfect engage, it probably is not going to result in a kill. And FBI does have his Infinity Edge completed now. And Dokla is a brick wall. He did not elect to go for kind of these more bruiser-style builds, but River has his 3 items completed too. A GA now finished, so he can just kind of full send it and pressure Henna, who really at this point is the only kind of consistent damage they have.
You say that as if he kind of wasn't already full sending it in the best way possible, but like, how many times have we seen a team fight where River, yeah, he can send it even more fully? Well, I love River Jarvan, man. It's so good.
River Jarvan is
fun.
The champion that he is associated with, right? Like, this guy is so good at this character. And now Lion are going to try to step up and stop 100 Thieves from starting up the Baron here. But it's easier said than done. Lion forced back immediately as the Thieves are ready to respond. Saint is down in the bottom lane at the same time, but he has his Unleashed teleport ready to join the fight. Surdy has to stay grouped with the rest of Lion right now because he's still waiting on his teleport cooldown to become available. Quid doesn't have his, but he's Galio. He's not as concerned about it. And now it's 100 Thieves starting up the Baron. Lion, they have to try to do something about this, or they might just,
they're going
to give it up. They're saying that they've got a better chance of holding on in this game if they try to defend after 100 Thieves claims it. So that's River smiting down the Baron at 27 minutes, uncontested.
Yeah, that's them making the safe choice, but it's also 100 Thieves forcing them to make kind of a bad decision or another like slightly lateral decision, right? Like, they keep Saint in this bot side. They do get that tier 1 as a small consolation prize, but they do have to give up the Baron to this team composition just because of the Vision Stranglehold and how difficult it would be to get in on that area of the map.
I mean, it's desperation hours. Lion are going to stack in a brush here, and pretty much they're hoping the FBI walks up, because anyone but FBI, and this just isn't going to even work, right? And FBI is not there. They're just going to go straight for this Dragon. So Lion, it's going to be uncontested Baron, and then it's going to be uncontested Dragon here. They are just like fully committed to waiting for this.
I mean, you're just hoping that it's a I'm half paying attention, solo Q shove the wave type of play. Dokla does walk up towards it, but that's exactly who 100 Thieves would like to walk up towards it. The Scion feels totally fine. The Tibbers has already been spent and is probably going to die before the fight even goes anywhere. 100 Thieves now thinking about taking the rest of the fight. There's your hero's entrance. Saint's now in danger yet again. He's going to be first to die to the taunt. Pop Blossom swoops in, but it only finds the front line. Hin is dead next, and 100 Thieves are just dogpiling Lion. There's the stampede, and Lion are trampled into the dirt. It's another clean ace for 100 Thieves.
They are slamming Lion in this game, too. They're about to move to match point.
This is why 100 Thieves was so fun to watch. It's why they were one of my favorite teams to watch before. Welcome back, 100 Thieves. We missed you so much.
100 Thieves coming out swinging with both fists in these first 2 games. 21-5 with a 13,000 gold lead in game number 2. FBI just untouched in this one as 100 Thieves go to match point.
And that has got to be pretty heartbreaking for Lion. It was so close, but it felt like it was in Lion's favor in game number 1. Yeah. They lose that contested game, and then game 2, you're completely blown out. Now, you came in here as heavy favorites. You have got a reverse sweep, or it's over.
Yeah, and the way that 100 Thieves are playing with this amount of confidence, with the type of compositions they're piloting that force you into fights, force you into skirmishes when you might not want them, it's going to be a tall task for them now.
All right, with game 2 wrapped up in a very dominant fashion, let's break down this week's Pagoda moment featuring the mid-tower defense from 100 Thieves. The power of River and his best buddy, the Tier 1 turret. If you see a Pagoda moment worthy play, let us know by spamming the Pagoda emote in chat. Now let's go ahead and take another look at exactly how this all went down.
Yeah, and so again, they see, they being Lion, see an opportunity with Saint landing that stun and the Pop Blossom trying to get through, but then the counter engage and Henna going really, really deep into the back line. River recognizing that he has to hop on him immediately. They're not able to get onto FBI, and then again, the turret's just free firing throughout.
I mean, River played this so well. You know, not only did he get the knockup onto Henna, he hit Audi on the way through, then gets another 2-man knockup, cataclysms them in under that tower. Just super well played. FBI staying safe. Oh, I guess that's what he's doing.
Okay, he's imitating the science. I didn't see the FBI emote spam. I just thought he was wiggling as a way to express himself.
Yeah. Quid did it better.
No,
we need to make an emote. It needs to be called Quiggle.
All right. Behind the scenes people, producers, you guys heard it. Don't miss any LTA action when you get your favorite foods delivered on Uber Eats for less gold. Scan the QR code on the screen, click the link in the chat or the Uber Eats button on lolesports.com to access the Champion Shop featuring exclusive deals and 50% off on Uber Eats. Game 3's coming up. Order some food, lock in. We'll see you soon.
When they speak of Viscero, unbroken, undefeated, of a warrior who repaid mercy with allegiance. When they speak of the king's chosen protector, the prince's beloved mentor, Demacia's honored seneschal, when they speak of the foundations of our kingdom, of what makes a true Demacian, they speak of you. Red Bull gives you wings.
AT&T has a new guarantee because most things in life are not guaranteed. Like common courtesy. Really, Brenda?
I know you can see.
When they say,
I'm on my way.
no way. Pretty blue, though. Or a fun night at the movies. Yeah, that's not guaranteed.
Yo, hold on. Let me put you on speakerphone.
You know what AT&T guarantees? Connectivity you depend on, the deals you want, and the service you deserve. Or we'll make it right. That's the AT&T guarantee.
Why are we in Indiana? The retreat's in Nashville, Tennessee.
I could put Nashville, Indiana in the GPS.
Mr. Shotgun over here.
Bro.
Okay. Let me just figure this out. Oh, we're cool. There's a charging station nearby.
Who puts in Nashville and Indiana anyway?
Yeah. Plans change, but the Kia EV9 is great for road trips and so much more.
Rich in the ground before Dove can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed. Get fed. Scan the QR code for LTA deals only on Uber Eats.
Red Bull gives you wings.
They're 5 mid, okay? Okay? They're gonna be 45.
Yeah, I know. Doesn't matter though.
Mid flash, I trust.
Any flash.
Slow. Kill by. Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa mid flash. Kai'Sa mid flash. Aatrox mid flash.
Holy.
We're f***ing insane.
Nice.
A little 4v5.
100 Thieves coming out swinging with both fists in these first 2 games.
So when you're playing Renekton, one really important part about his kit is he gains more fury when he's below 50% health. So you actually are encouraged to trade quite aggressively when you're above half health. In general, this means that in matchups early game that you are stronger, you prefer Doran's Blade because you don't want to have too much sustain, because below that 50% mark, you can surprise people in all-ins and get multiple 50 fury spells off. That's the main thing when you're playing Renekton. The Jax matchup in particular here, which is a very spicy one, is unique because you basically don't win all in. You never win all in against Jax until after level 6, and after level 6, you win all in if you burn your ultimate immediately. So it's super important when you're playing this matchup First things first, you want to ward the first line bush so he doesn't surprise you. And then you basically just want to respond to the Jax. So when he's walking up to you and he's stacking his passive, you want to poke him or you want to concede the lane. So you can either skill E level 1, which is what I'm going to do, and just let him push me in because I want to stay as healthy as possible so I can trade with my E and Q. If I skill Q and he finds an all-in on me, that's going to hurt a lot. And then you see now, he's getting slowly whittled down and getting put in a position where my sustain is going to outperform his. So here, for example, as soon as the Jax tries to trade with me with E, I want to E out. But that's what you're looking for, basically, as Renekton, is to play very slow and just poke your opponent. Just play it safe. So it's really important when you're playing these kind of matchups to understand, do I want to play for priority and harass my opponent aggressively, or do I want to catch some waves and get some levels? So if you're playing against Gnar, you're playing against Kennen, these kind of characters, you most definitely want to be in a position where you stay as healthy as possible, and then once you have your Fury stacked up from farming safely, now I can look for a more aggressive trade. Notice how I didn't use my E2 when the Jax was trading me, even though I could have E'd on him after he was down and taken a smaller winning trade. I saved my Fury so that next time we interact, I'm going to beat him. When you're playing Renekton, when you're walking into the wave and you are 0 Fury, you are at your weakest. So you must find a way to start stacking Fury without getting harassed a lot. With that knowledge, if you are able to stack your Fury without getting a really bad trade taken on you, you're in the money with Renekton.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LTA. We are on elimination day number 2, and every game brings us one step closer to the LTA Championship in Dallas, Texas. Tickets are on sale, so reserve your seats now to join us on September 27th and 28th to crown the best in the Americas. If you can't wait that long, we're back here in the Riot Games Arena Friday, September 5th. That Saturday and Sunday, we will also be celebrating Season 3 and the Trials of Twilight. Follow the link on the screen or scan the QR code to purchase your tickets right now. But before we get there, we still got a lot of game left to play, or maybe not a lot of game based on how 100 Thieves has been smurfing it on Lyon here in these first 2 games.
I love how you said Trials of Twilight, like the
we get to kill some sparkly vampires?
Yeah.
Is that what's going on there?
It's super mysterious. I have
something.
no idea what it is, so I had to do a mysterious bit for it.
All right, well, you and I were the two that also didn't understand the fairy court theme as well, so I feel like you and I should make up a Trials of Twilight.
We can make our own cinematic universe and just pretend like we know what these
all the
things
people
are.
from the movie Twilight.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, honestly, yeah, let's do it.
Trials of Twilight.
I'm not that good at
Makes
fighting,
sense.
but I do fight dirty.
You can
There
do
you go.
diamond push-ups. That's how you can destroy
That's just
them.
how I was taught how to do push-ups.
Yeah, you've got this, Emily. You've got this. But I also truly
You do a
believe...
diamond push-up, you can stake a vampire.
Yeah, sure. I truly believe that 100 Thieves is really showing up today in a way that we have not seen them in so long.
Since split 1.
Yeah, the first game, yeah, it was close. It was some back and forth. They lost control a couple of times, but they ultimately triumphed with better fights. Game number 2, even though a lot of us were critical of the draft, saying like, yeah, if anything goes wrong, your damage is low, it can be really difficult to navigate with these one-threat comps, they never hit that difficulty point. They were always fighting better. They were always making plays. River and Quid were back to their old notorious duo ways, just bullying on Saint. He had to go to the principal's office halfway through that series and ask for some help, man. He was struggling.
As we see, I think this is super interesting because the Aurora goes through. It is going to be first picked by Lyon. I am wondering if that is a flex because I do think it can be a very dangerous flex topside. I think there are so many matchups, specifically the Renekton that you could potentially be looking to lock in on this red side if Dokla would want to go for it, that she is so good into. As we see the Rise Nocturne coming through out of 100 Thieves.
I mean, the win rate for it in pro play is actually 7% higher in top lane. So Aurora has performed significantly better, but mostly in the LTA it has been as a mid laner.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's interesting that our teams haven't seemed to be as willing as certain LCK or LPL teams to kind of flex it between those 2 lanes. We'll see whether it is going to go to Saint or Surdy. Obviously, Saint has had phenomenal Aurora games, right? Even in a loss. And as we see that Renekton going through, we know it's going to be going mid.
So that will be going mid. And that does mean that Quid kind of got his pick of the litter as far as what he wanted as a matchup. I do quite like Rise into the Aurora because if you're not getting taken down pretty early, you hit Catalyst, you hit Merc Treads, and all of a sudden it's like, well, you can't really get one shot and your sustained damage is much higher. You have better wave clear. So you kind of get your run of the map in that way.
I mean, when you think about Aurora, you always think about her finding her entire combo in a real snap instance on a squishy target. You get weirding, you get twofold hex, you get electrocute, you get 50% of their health bar. Rise just does not have that vulnerability to that kind of damage.
No, not at all. I mean, this would be actually really funny if he locked this in, because I was talking with Dokla before the game.
He did. So Big Dokes locks Big Garen.
So this is his most played in solo queue by actually quite a lot. And he was saying he hasn't been playing as much recently, but it's funny because I was joking with him before when I was doing the interviews and stuff. I was talking to him, and he's like, so what do you want me to play today? And I always tell him Yorick from his Optic days, and then I was like, but if you can't do that, you got to give me the Garen.
Yeah.
And he's like, well, I'll see what I can do. And so actually bringing it out here, it is considered to be quite a good matchup into the Renekton. A lot of it is about your W timing. Can you actually time that to get that stun reduction on the Renekton stun? But you silence this guy, you can chop him up, you can win the 1v1, you have really good lane push. It is quite a strong matchup.
It's also something that, again, we've been talking so much about 100 Thieves' team identity, the compositions that they've been piloting today versus some of the stuff that they've picked earlier in Split 3. And I think this still fits, right? Like, we've seen River do super well on this Nocturne. He has a nice little dive buddy in there with the Garen. The Rise can go in as well for a bunch of lockdown. Already, this first 3 for 100 Thieves is very exemplary of what they love to do.
It really is, and it's also exemplary of what Dokla is bringing to the team, right? Because these are 3 games in a row with champions being played that are not Sniper champions, right? You know, there was that kind of criticism towards Sniper of, well, he doesn't really play Sign, he doesn't really play Rumble. Well, he doesn't play Garen either, right? These are all kind of Dokla special picks here. So it will be interesting to see if it works out, if you can bring out something that you've practiced so much in solo queue and bring it onto this pro stage and win a game 3 with that. Like, that's hype.
Okay, final pick of the draft for 100 Thieves is going to be FBI's because they want to lock in the Braum on pick number 4. And when you're looking at 2 comps that so far are both very short range overall, I really like Braum because I feel like you can get a ton of value when you can just apply those concussive blows to a lot of different targets very easily.
You really can. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we just see it. Well, I was going to say, most of the picks I'm thinking of have already been banned out because usually you would say like a Senna, a Jhin, an Ezreal, a Kaisa. Those are all gone. You can go a lot of different routes still, but those are the kind of most common picks with this sort of style. I could see maybe you just play something kind of like more scaling, like along the lines of like an Aphelios or something like that. But a lot of the picks you would want to go to are all gone, like the enabling picks.
Yeah,
so,
there we go.
So it is just going to be a scaling pick like Aphelios. That makes sense because, yeah, it's like you would think about Sivir as enabling the melees.
Yeah.
You would think about these long-range safe ones as being able to enable them. So I think it makes sense. You just scale alongside that Senna and you're kind of the late-game win condition here.
Plus, you also have the ability, you know, depending on which guns you have, the old red-white, don't fight. You can throw down the turret as well, make it really difficult. A giant Infernum ulti, we know how powerful that can be if everybody on the enemy team is all short range and clumped up. Dokla's taking a couple of looks here right before the game, trying to, I don't know what he's looking at. I don't know if he's trying to stare like Mad Dog Lion, or if he's looking at the team or what he's doing.
We've
all
seen
of the above.
Yeah, we've seen very little of that actually in the face-off arena.
I mean, he was giving us the 3-0 before.
Yeah, that's true. He's doing the bin kind of classic.
Well, right now, it's looking like that could be a very real situation that Lyon find themselves in, right? They have to lock in here. Everybody before this series talking about, yeah, it's about Lyon's strength of schedule. They've had to play C9 and FlyQuest. Nobody's going to look good if that's your opponents that you're going into. They managed to find the win against Liquid. They're in the lower bracket because they had one of the rougher strengths of schedule that you could have had, but they're actually like the 3rd best team in the league. They're a competitor for the top, and now they're down 0-2 against a 100 Thieves squad that has been struggling now for months. So Lyon's expectations are not being met according to the rumor mills and the whispers. And honestly, neither are 100 Thieves, because everybody has been saying, yeah, man, it seems like 100 Thieves have just exploded, and now they are back, and they are back in form.
I mean, a few people were saying 100 Thieves were doing better in scrims going into this, as we see some posturing around level 1. But the big thing is how crushing those 2 defeats are for Lyon, right? And whether they're going to be able to regroup mentally.
Ooh.
River does have to burn the flash there.
Yeah, that's really good early on for Lyon, being able to take him away from that summoner spell. Of course, in the ideal world for Nocturne, you're not doing early ganks very often anyway. You generally aren't going to have to flash away from a chicken camp or anything like that, so...
You never know, Flowers. Those raptors come at you fast.
I mean, that being said, hey, now there's an opportunity to maybe get a little bit more aggressive if you're Audieland, right? Because that's kind of your only tool to get away from Pillar, from Trundle. So, you know, maybe he can look for some sort of invade or try to mix up the pathing a bit to try to put pressure onto River, because you would love to be able to make it so the Nocturne can't just power farm straight to 6, because that's really what Nocturne wants to do, is you just want to be doing nothing but farming until ult's up, then you want to ult, get a kill, back to farming.
All right, Lyon, it's time to lock in. They've got to try to keep themselves alive here, or the season's over until next year, right? Like, it's a real scary proposition. And as we now have our minions colliding, Kobe is standing by for an interview with 100 Thieves coach Golden Glue.
Golden Glue, talk to me about Big Dokes on Garen. They've been sniping his solo queue account, looking at a lot of the games. How you feeling about that?
I'm interested to see if he does it this game. I feel like very frequently you'll see him flash very early on in the matchup in the 1v1. Well, you might see it. Oh, and they're fighting right now. Uh-oh, that doesn't look good.
He's a little lower right now.
No, but he is a bit of a menace on the Garen. Like, I think it's a niche pick that he has, and I don't know. It seems pretty good front to back into Renekton. Like, you just kind of kill him. You win on side later. You know, I do think the Renekton is slightly stronger at 6, but you know, it's just one of his niche counter picks, and yeah, we like it.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like you guys went with some split pushing, side lane, you know, win cons for later with the Nocturne in the jungle. Do you feel like you guys are going to be able to get to that point in the game, and then can you actually execute and okay?
Spicy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think this game, all the lanes are like pretty even. I mean, technically we counterpicked top, we counterpicked mid, and we had counter AD and counter supply. We kind of counterpicked everywhere. So I mean, I think.
So you're kind of the GOAT.
Yeah, we're kind of the best. I don't know. I heard I mean, we're just winning draft every game, so the game's. No, I was kidding.
I mean, yeah, you can talk about last game if you want to, also with your counter engage picks. So.
Oh yeah, I mean, I just heard that the casting desk said that we lost draft last game, which is I think pretty funny because we had full anti-dive comp into full dive comp, and as you guys could see, went pretty well for us.
Did go very well.
Yeah, but I don't know. I think this game is a pretty close one. We got FBI and Aphelios, which is an absolute menace. Yeah, and I don't know. I think there's some. Jesus, that's scary to watch.
Okay, let's send it back to the casters while you're still feeling confident. Take it away.
First blood already over to the side of Lyon. The kill on River as FBI and Ayla have to try to escape as well. The lack of flash does end up getting punished.
Yeah, it looks like they were able to get onto River in the river with Audieland and Saint. I didn't see how he ended up in that position because I was looking out for this Garen-Renekton matchup in the top side. As we see, you've pulled up Dokla's solo queue record here, Azale.
Exactly. So this is solo queue record on Garen. When I saw he was coming in, I went and looked up his solo queue stats, and I was very surprised to see that it was his most played was Garen. Yeah. I was like, what is up with that? 8-1 in solo queue versus Renekton. His in-game icon is also Garen. So he is a bit of a Garen enthusiast these days. It's cool to see him bringing it out. And Golden Glue is also feeling obviously very confident, you know, in a good mood here. The series has been going well.
Okay, Quid could be in some danger as Audieland wants to make his way mid. Maybe get a little revenge for game 2 where it was constantly River and Quid bullying Saint. This time around, Audieland making sure he's the one doing the bullying.
Yeah, he's getting Saint in a further good position here in this mid lane. He and Saint were the ones who were able to get on to River and punish him for not having that flash. And also, I do like this from Audieland, right? Like we talked about all of the aggressive options he could go for necessarily. With River's flash being down, knowing the Nocturne wants to farm, he's been trying to get involved with his lanes early, especially around Saint, who we know can have insane pop-off performances on this Aurora.
So I do want to mention also, we're seeing the cull in the inventory for Surdy.
That was Quid using his flash as was Lions in the brush. Got a bit surprised by that.
Okay. But yeah, call for Surdy on the Renekton, making sure that he can get some extra gold as the lane goes on, but that mostly just tells me he's not intimidated by the Dokla Garen. He's not saying, oh yeah, I feel like I'm going to lose this matchup, just picking up the call early for the extra farming power, and I want to see if that does end up getting punished. Surdy is already level 6 on the Renekton, and right there, Dokla hits level 6 on the Garen. It's all about the execution, trying to get the massive burst once you get him low enough with Demacian Justice. And Quid's just going to keep pushing this out. Has Ayla right behind him, just wants to make sure that he can get this wave crashing into the turret and then get himself a nice reset there as Dokla and Surdy continue trading back and forth. The pickaxe versus the 2 longswords. Surdy just feels stronger in general.
Yeah, I mean, he absolutely is, right? And we saw Ayla on that move really just trying to cover for Quid, who had been ganked once, then lost his flash on a re-gank there as Lions had moved up, so they were pretty nervous about him getting attacked, and Ayla could be in trouble.
Yeah, Ayla having to flash out now himself to avoid the danger of Lyon invading the 100 Thieves jungle. This is a more coordinated look in the early stages from Lyon, a more active look as they're trying to put the pressure on 100 Thieves and keep it there.
Well, it's nice to see from them, right? Like, this is a good regrouping from them, recognizing where they can go aggressive because River might not be as involved with his lanes. And also the other kind of important thing is that despite the fact that Senna is kind of constantly going to get shoved in, she feels really bad in lane early. They have kind of taken over this bot side enough to have her in a good position and pick up that first Drake.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's going really, really well for them. Dokla was also on the back foot, so Dokla bases, he's going down towards bot. Obviously didn't have his DP. FBI will get up here to catch some of that wave, but they did lose at least a few more minions. And as of right now, it's a 20 CS advantage for Surdy with Dokla having counterpick. So this is the matchup he wanted. He is getting quite a bit behind. Garen does scale well in some of these side lanes, so it's not as though he's like completely screwed or anything, but obviously it's a fantastic start for Surdy. Having a cull and being up 20 CS, like, you're laughing. And we'll see how this evens out as the wave crashes in towards him, because obviously Dokla has evened that out a fair bit.
Yeah, it's a big chance for Surdy to be a big difference maker in this back against the wall must-win type of game. As Saint goes across the veil there, just jumps away as Quid and the rest of 100 Thieves were looking towards him with the grubs spawning right now.
Yeah, the grubs are spawning, and you can see Dokla, he's just going to start proxying now. So he's in behind the tower, no longer wants to play for that 1v1. He has taken that away, and he's moving up towards grubs.
Yes, first grub already claimed by the side of 100 Thieves as they immediately go in for the fight, and Audieland is dead before anything else even happens. Now Saint's in the middle of everybody, and River's going to be in some danger. Quid's firing back with a little bit more. FBI with long-range damage isn't quite enough to finish the kill onto Saint, and Lions and Henna are still firing back towards Quid and Ayla. Meanwhile, Dokla and Surdy trying to get involved in the fight, but it's just a 1v1 for them with a feat of warfare claimed as Henna gets a kill for his Senna, and it's a 3-1 game, a 1.3 thousand lead, and a very nice fight for Lyon.
A nice fight for Lyon, and also Surdy, importantly, Vives really narrowly in this fight. And then here's the back half where I was talking about. Surdy pops Dominus, completely stuffs Dokla from being able to come up and join his team and potentially turn the fight around.
A lot of stress still looking.
Yeah, I know. They didn't look too happy about that.
I mean, I think they came in not expecting this to be a close series, but in the other way. So yeah, definitely knowing, hey, they are one game away from their year ending. And that is a really stressful position to be in for all of the players and coaching staff on the Lion side. The expectations were high for this squad that they could make a really good lower bracket run, but 100 Thieves thus far has been the ones fully in control.
Okay, Ayla's coming up to try to help Dokla here, but Lyon still has more men in the area. Ayla also still only halfway to level 6, where Lions himself is already level 6 on the Rel, does have the Magnet Storm, so 100 Thieves just trying to make sure they can clear those waves away. They do not want to allow Lyon to make a dive out of this. The next wave that arrives, the cooldown for Subjugate is going to be ready to go again for Audieland, which makes the dive so much easier to pull off. But luckily for 100 Thieves, they've bought enough time. Lyon are going to walk away from this one, but it is still, again, that feat of warfare claimed by Lyon. They've already got 2 neutral objectives because they got 2 out of 3 grubs. They got that first elemental Drake. They're sitting in a great spot right now.
Yeah, they are sitting in a really good spot. Obviously, 100 Thieves do want to be able to, as we see this TP coming in from the Rel, and Audi is headed up here.
Okay, Dokla's got his flash still. We'll see if he wants to try to spin that, because Lyon is sending the kitchen sink at him. No, he'll just cast the Judgment, do a little bit of damage to him. Bottom side of the map, it's 100 Thieves looking to get something back. But between worlds, Saint goes, and away from the danger he finds himself until Ayla shows up, and now the Realm Warp puts River behind him, while Quid stays with the wave to make sure that they can get that shoved up. And now a little bit more damage onto Saint. He is reinforced with the Dawning Shadow. As River, one more turret shot might have been able to kill him, but they aren't going to get that. Lyon the entire time has been putting in work on the tier 1 turret on the top side. They'll claim that objective. They'll claim the feats of warfare and a 2,000 gold lead.
It was so hard for them to get onto the Aurora that 100 Thieves aren't able to get nearly as much as Lyon are on the top side. First turret and feats over to Lyon, and really nicely done. You saw how difficult it was for 100 Thieves, even with the members they had there, with the Realm Warp, with the repositioning, because the wave wasn't in the best spot as well. It was so difficult to get onto Saint.
It really was. I mean, he was very evasive. They also had the ult from Henna coming from cross map to keep him alive, but he did try to TP out of there, unfortunately, so he loses his TP, so that is at least something that the 100 Thieves squad got, but it's feats, it's a 2K lead, it is everything in control right now for Lyon.
And that 2K lead, 1.3 thousand of that is Surdy on the Renekton, and he only has 3 stacks left on Cole before he cashes that in. He's already got the Spear of Shojin fully completed. You're seeing some items come online everywhere now as the first fully completed ones are showing up on most players on Lion's squad.
Yeah, I mean, Henna has just been such a big part of a lot of the success for Lyon. In this game, he's in a really good spot. He has 2 early kills. He already has the Shiv completed. And on the Senna, you're going to be scaling really well and be in a good position to enable the rest of the team. Like, this guy just has been a difference maker and is, I think, a big reason why so many pros rank this team so highly.
Yeah, they always talk about Henna and Saint, and the fact that Henna is in a good position despite, as we talked about, that Senna lane being really tough in early levels. I feel like the way that Lyon have been able to get Henna's Senna in a good position has been great. As we see them chewing through this bot side turret, River is going to go in onto Saint.
But it's just perfect placement of the Between Worlds. He places it down in a spot where you walk through it, you put yourself on the other side of a very large piece of terrain that your opponents can't possibly follow through. But now, Saint sticks around a little bit long. He could be in some danger with this one as Ayla and River work together for the chain CC. Discretion's the better part of valor. Saint should have thought a little bit more about that one. He gets punished for some greed.
Yeah, he gets punished, and FBI and Dokla are going to be able to get some more plates on these turrets. Again, this 100 Thieves squad here does want to be able to set up inside lanes with the Garen, with the Rise, and kind of be able to jump on you from all angles when they want, right? With the Nocturne ult, with the Realm Warp coming through. So, nice kind of counterpunch to 100 Thieves. We thought Saint was out. He stuck around for a little bit too long, ended up getting jumped on again. And that opens up a little bit for 100 Thieves here.
Yeah, I mean, I think 100 Thieves are doing a good job sticking with the game plan. Yes, some early fights went bad, but we're going to play through sides, right? This is a comp that really can succeed in 1-3-1. You send out the Garen, you send out the Rise. As the game goes forward, they should both be winning their matchups in that side lane. And then you have Nocturne that's going to make things that much more difficult. Yes, Lyon can try to shadow their soul laners to try to defend if that Nocturne ult comes in, but you can't be everywhere, and you can't always have vision of that Nocturne, which makes things really difficult. And now that Roa is completed, as is the Stride Breaker. So, you know, we're going to see these 100 Thieves soul laners just continue push out those sides, try to keep the pressure on.
That is where I'm going to be looking at Lyon's setups, right? Especially around objectives, because if they get Saint into a good position, he can go in, explode that damage like you talked about, Flowers, and then additionally, you have Dawning Shadow coming across, right? So that can also be a big difference maker for Lyon.
FBI could be in a little danger here. Hash is out of the way of the Shattering Strike there. Would have definitely connected since the pillar was already slowing FBI down. So Lyon at least get a free summoner spell out of that immobile carry on the Aphelios. Meanwhile, Surdy is up there in the Herald Pit already, starting this objective on spawn. And I think this is going to be absolutely critical for Lyon if they want to keep this lead. All fights they take have to be fights with Surdy involved. They have a 1.6 thousand gold lead. Surdy's like 1.3, 1.4 thousand of that. He is a massive share of why they are ahead in this game.
I also think this is just a good use of Surdy's pressure, right? Because 100 Thieves know they can't contest this Renekton right now in kind of a fair objective setup fight. So they back off, they kind of look for something maybe on bot side, now they're pushing in mid, but really good use of Lyon of their pressure points.
Okay, Audieland, I think he might have just had his Subjugate spell shielded, but now a nice engage coming out from Lions with a Magnet Storm, crash down onto 3, but a bunch of damage coming back out from FBI with the AoE on the Infernum. 100 Thieves still trying to fight back a little bit here, but Surdy has arrived. One more auto attack to stun him up there with the concussive blows from Quid, flashing away from the pillar now. 100 Thieves have already lost 2 men, but so have Lion. Dokla continues escaping, Dawning Shadow, not enough to threaten his life. A bit of a bloody one here, but it's an even trade, 2 for 2.
Yeah, back and forth, very close there, but great engage from Lions. Everyone is coming in, and at first you're thinking, oh, River could be in trouble, but it's FBI really that is the main target here. Look at Henna over the wall, great positioning in the Raptor pit, getting the damage down. Saint arrives and cleans up that kill. Yes, River's able to go in and get one back, but once the pressure is put onto Quid here, there's just not really enough for them to do. So all they can do is just kind of disengage, try to run it out.
Honestly, I think it was critical that FBI managed to fire off that ulti right as he died, because otherwise the health bars on Lion are still so high. They just full commit and probably get even more out of that one. But the gold lead still stays where it's been for quite a while now, but it's 30 seconds until the next neutral objective spawns with that Mountain Drake. You can see Surdy walking towards that area right now. He does not have the teleport ready to use to take up a position on the other side of the map, and Lion knows they need him at the fight.
I mean, it's such a critical moment in the game here. If Lion can actually grab that third dragon, move us to Soul Point this early on, you know, only 17 and a half, 18 minutes. This is a big pick.
Yeah, Dokla going after Saint, who goes across the veil. He escapes over the wall, does not have to spend his flash, did not quite have the cooldown on his ultimate. You can see still about 5 seconds left on that one. So Dokla does a decent amount of damage. If Dokla was as fed as Surdy, he probably could have just killed him there. But that's the difference of the early disadvantage here for the Garen.
They're just going to give it because Dokla's topside, he has no TP, so they are just going to say, you know what, all right, you got it. You are moving to Soul Point here, and now 100 Thieves, you're kind of in this position where if you couldn't take any early dragons, the split push is so much harder to pull off. You don't really have that much time. The question is going to be posed in 5 minutes. You know, can you beat us in a team fight? Can you stop us at this dragon? They will trade that tier 1 top, which is fine short term, but if you lose Mountain Soul, it is really, really tough. So 100 Thieves have a couple minutes here to get as strong as possible.
Okay, the Herald's summoned up though, and Lion are going to be the ones cashing in. FBI in some danger. Defensive ulti from Ayla, the Glacial Fissure, to protect the Aphelios. 100 Thieves haven't lost anybody here just yet. The Herald's ready for the second charge. Ayla and Quid both stepping forward a little bit, but Surdy has already used the Dominus. Dokla moving forward, ready to join up with the rest of the team if the fight keeps on going. But considering Lion already got what they came for, considering Surdy no longer has an ulti, neither does Saint, they're happy to just back away.
Yeah, I was wondering if River was going to actually look for something here.
Okay, Lion, not quite done just yet. Wanted to see if maybe they could catch 100 Thieves unawares, making a second play, this time potentially in the blue buff jungle. Dokla wants to go in, but he's all alone. Dokla with a big blunder there, walking alone into the waiting arms of Lion, and he just gets chomped.
I mean, he just was not expecting Lion to still be there. You know, Lion made this mid lane play, got the towers, and then it's like a full minute later, they're still just hanging around. They haven't actually reset. So I know they saw some of them, but I think Dokla's just working under the assumption that everyone would have based by now. They're going to be back out on the map. But Lion go for this kind of long con, stay around for a very long time, and do end up getting a kill on Dokla, who had just completed his second item.
Yeah, and now I'm looking at how much Lion can kind of open up the map and make it theirs before this next Drake comes up, right? Because that is going to be huge. If there's any point where Lion can just absolutely slam the door on this game, it will be Mountain Soul.
But you know what's also spawning right before
our old friends.
We have our old buddy Otacon spawning, and there's still about 3 minutes until Soul spawns after he appears. I don't know if we will see the teams wait that long for that dragon to be there, because this Otacon often draws a lot of attention very early.
So this is where I'm really curious to see what Lion will do, right? Because we've talked about how they aren't 100 Thieves, how it felt like a lot of the times, outside of a few outliers where they'll be disjointed and maybe Lions will go in for a fight where the rest of the team won't follow up, it feels like they do always kind of default towards the safer option, or doing the more like, okay, we're going to sit back, we're going to do everything kind of a little bit more by the book, where 100 Thieves are the type of team to kind of just full send it if they feel like they can win a fight.
Saint jumping in after Quid here, but the phase rush gets him plenty of distance. Lions wants to follow up though and commits Magnet Storm for this. Quid wants to just realm warp out, and sure enough, he'll escape with it.
I mean, Lions kind of messed that up, I'm not going to lie. You got to hold either the Shattering Strike or the Crash Down to be able to interrupt the realm warp, and he held neither, so now they're just going to be able to start Otacon on the other side of the map.
Okay, Dawning Shadow is going to see this. A teleport coming in to guarantee that Quid can join up with the rest of the team. The Otacon is dying so slowly, but River is not. He's already down to below half HP. Surdy and Adiland are here. Otacon still being focused by 100 Thieves. We're going to get a fight. I just knew this was how it was going to go down. Surdy's here on the very front line. They're trying to focus the Fed Renekton, but they can't do enough damage to actually hurt him. River's about to die, but the Otacon is going to get claimed by FBI. Ayla and River continuing to disengage, but Quid is under pressure. Lions needs a little bit more damage, and FBI is already down. It's 2 dead on 100 Thieves. River's about to be the third. Saint needs a little bit more, and the last auto attack finds him for the double kill. Now he continues jumping forward with another weirding. 3 dead in exchange for an Otacon.
Yeah, we were like, okay, what is Lion gonna do? They're gonna be patient. That bot play happens, and 100 Thieves like, you know what? We are gonna try for the Otacon. We are going to go in. I actually thought at one point that River was just going to flat out die to
right here,
the
he backed
Otacon
up and he's standing
itself.
in the swirl.
Yeah, and he's just sitting there. He's taking a ton of damage.
I mean, he's just tanking the abilities. He also wasn't really dodging any of the, I don't even know what you call them, but little balls that shoot out. It's like, basically, you stay close and you move to the side and you take no damage from Otacon. He lost 90% of his HP from Otacon, so even just from that, there's no way you can ever take a fight. They hard commit to it. They do get the Otacon, thankfully. It was from an FBI auto attack, I believe, that actually secured it.
Yeah.
But I mean, man, that was still not good from 100 Thieves whatsoever. They are in a really rough spot now.
And that spot is about to become even more difficult. 20 seconds until what will be the Mountain Soul for Lion spawns. Lion had a 3,500 gold lead alongside the advantages of the 3 Drakes they've already earned. Dokla is on the pincer attack, though, looking to wrap around behind them. But Surdy's ready to mark him. There's no way that Dokla is going to be able to get past the Renekton here. And Henna's got plenty of range on this Senna with 64 stacks. So 100 Thieves still scattered a little bit. Dokla, however, still the closest man to the Dragon Pit, trying to make sure that Lion can't just start this up and take it before a fight happens. 100 Thieves do not want to fight into the Mountain Soul. If they're going to take this, they need to make it happen here soon. Saint's keeping everybody else zoned away. Dokla wins a trade against Surdy. Now you got to look out because Saint goes between worlds over the wall to join up with the rest of Lion. Now Ayla with a Glacial Fissure on to 3. Nicely followed up by FBI, but they don't have enough damage to finish the job just yet. Dokla gets the assassination on Saint. There's another kill onto Lions. Surdy is fleeing. Dokla's still fighting. FBI's alive, but Surdy is zoning him away, and Dokla still needs a little bit more damage to try to kill him, but he flashes back over the wall and stays alive. Lion win the fight.
Lion take the fight. They're going to take the soul as well. Was a pretty close one. Henna got incredibly low. FBI did a lot of damage there. Dokla had a good angle on that flank, but River couldn't get too much done. I mean, he used the ult early onto Saint. Saint just goes right over the wall to avoid it, and Lion are able to make it happen in this 5v5.
Yeah, I mean, we see Saint going in here, but Lion are still pretty much on the Drake. I did like Dokla's attempt to get on to Henna, and Saint goes really low here, but then we see the Dawning Shadow coming through. Quid ends up dying, and then Dokla just kind of gets chunked down and ends up dying on the back half of that fight too. I was shocked that Henna lived throughout all that.
You can see the initial start of the fight. He was very happy. I mean, it was a really good start to the fight with Ayla's ult coming through, FBI's ult coming through. So much damage was done. Then, you know, Dokla flashes in, kills Saint. You're thinking, okay, maybe they can actually win this. But once FBI gets pushed out, I mean, look at Dokla. He got a lot of work done. He killed off Saint. He almost killed Henna, forced the flash. But at the end of the day, almost not counting in this one because you still lost soul. You still lost that fight. And it is going to be a really tough path to come back now. And they're just sending Quid to the side lane. They're saying, you know what, we are going to play through side lanes, try to find picks there, try to find pressure there, and hope that the other members can somehow hold on.
Yeah, it was a rough early game for Dokla's Garen, but he is starting to become relevant again here. Problem is, Lion is just brute forcing their way into the base. Now with this Mountain Soul power, FBI with the Infernum ulti really doesn't get a lot with it, and now he's under a lot of pressure here too. Counterattack from River. Quid shows up to join the battle, but River is already down. Lion continuing their push, and FBI dies next. Lion with a 5v3. Health bar's compromised, so they got to be a little bit careful. Wait for those cooldowns. They lock up Quid. That's the green light to keep on going in. They great kill off the Rise, but he's traded for Adilan. It's still a 3-for-1, including an extra tier 3 turret, including the mid lane inhibitor. That's a massive push from Lyon.
Yeah, that actually got pretty close, though, as Quid didn't have his flash. It's just now coming back up very shortly, but he was just splashing damage through all of Lyon, softening them up, and you were starting to think maybe 100 Thieves would have a chance there, but they're playing it out really, really well. Henna is just so problematic at this point, almost has his third item, has been stacking very well, and they can't really seem to ever get to Henna and finish him off.
Yeah, and I think that is on Lyon for, again, their really good early game. They got Henna through the roughest part of this Senna. 100 Thieves were never really able to keep her down at any point, and now he's in such a good position that even when 100 Thieves are able to have a really good team fight setup, right? Like, kind of like what we saw at Drake. If Henna is able to survive, he's keeping the team topped off, he's doing damage, he's firing from the back line, and it's just really, really difficult to kill either him or this Aurora from Saint.
And I like the way that you're describing Henna as this team fight battery, because look at the itemization from Dokla. He's had the Executioners calling for a while now to try to cut down some of the healing, but Serpent's Fang is his third fully completed item. It not only helps break the shields from Henna's big ulti with the Dawning Shadow, it's also going to have the effectiveness of the Sterix Gauge from Surdy, but now River has been caught out. How often does the AD carry get to catch and assassinate Nocturne? River forced to flash over the wall just to escape.
Yeah, Serpent Fang also going to get value against Mountain Soul, right? Because everyone has that shield, so you get Mountain Soul value, and River, we're going to watch him die. No way out of that. Bit of a lazy recall, didn't keep walking back to base. Now he is down, and that's the green light to go set up for Baron here. Yeah. And they're going to try to catch on this TP as well.
Yeah, Dokla's TP is not where he wanted to find himself. Massive mistakes from Dokla and River with the lazy recall, with the poor TP placement, results in a 5v3 game state. Yeah, it's difficult to try to find a way to fight back against the lead Lyon already has, but it's way harder now because Lyon are marching straight over to the Baron, and your jungler's still dead for 15 seconds on the 100 Thieves side.
And they're sending Surdy to protect this bot tier 2 as well, right? So Quid isn't going to be able to push in. Quid's actually probably dead.
I was going to say, he's going to do more than protect the turret. He's going to beat Rise to death.
It's very protected.
Yeah, the turret is safe. The turret is protected. He beat Rise to death, and Lyon are beating the Baron to death.
Yeah, this game is pretty much done at this point. Lyon have done a fantastic job responding to what 100 Thieves brought to the table in this one. Surdy dominating the top lane matchup early on to guarantee that his team had total control over neutral objectives. The rest of the squad working together to play aggressively in the faces of 100 Thieves, punish things like River's Flash being missing at level 1. It's just been a great game 3 from Lyon, and I think for their fans, for their staff, for their players, this is more of what you were expecting for this whole series coming into the day.
It's more of what we were expecting, and it's a really nice mental reset from them as well, right? Because after game 2, I was like, okay, where is this team going to be at mentally? How are they going to recover? They did a great job.
Dokla under some pressure now, though, as immediately Lyon are ready to keep the blood splatter, and Ayla is going to be your next target as Dokla has to go back all the way to the fountain steps. Lyon will take out another inhibitor and continue their push towards the Nexus turrets. 100 Thieves know they only have one fight left in them if they want to try to stay in this game number 3. But Saint jumps into the middle of everybody. He gets stunned back into the wall. That wasn't great. Now Surdy might be the next one to get taken out. He's still fleeing, but he will be resurrected. FBI's alive, but he's under so much pressure. 100 Thieves still scrambling, but Lyon is too far ahead. Ayla and Dokla in the middle of everybody, but it's not enough. Only FBI still stands, and Henna's gonna put a bullet in his back. Lyon are not done yet, and we're going to game 4.
We're going to game 4. Congrats to Lyon again for recouping. I want to hear from the lounge and see how they thought Lyon did in this game.
Way better. Kobe.
Way better.
Way better than game 1 and 2.
You want to get your top lane pop back out?
The Surdy pop? I don't know, man.
Because Surdy this time around, he got quote-unquote countered by the Garen that everyone was hyped up about, the solo queue Garen from Big Dokes, and it did not counter very well.
Raz is gone. We have Spawn and Demonte. We're going to be doing a coaches episode of Pros later. They thought maybe it was going to be a sweep, so you're here early.
Yep.
And we just threw you on the show.
And we found something to do.
You found something to do. So.
And Spawn, you're going to have to play against whoever actually ends up winning this Series probably.
Most likely.
Yeah, probably. So
I'm watching it with a completely different energy
You
than
are.
everyone else in this area of the building. Everyone else is just laughing, talking to each other, catching up. I'm like sitting there like, what is actually happening here?
Who would you prefer to face actually with how they're looking now?
Well, honestly, we want to play Lyon again because they beat us. Like, we've already beaten 100 Thieves once, and I feel like we have to actually climb our way back through this lower bracket if we're going to make any kind of run. So if we could have Lyon to get some redemption and kind of get out of our head a little bit, that would be good.
We have series highlights that we can watch. So we're going to watch little highlights of game 1, 2, and 3. Have you been catching the series, Devontae?
I watched game 1 and 2, and then I missed like the first half of this one.
Yeah, what do you think of the series so far?
I mean, game 1 was kind of a big throw. I think game 2, 100 Thieves looked pretty good. Honestly, I'm pretty surprised with how well 100 Thieves are doing because I feel like Lyon have been pretty on point lately, especially in practice. So it's been nice to see them kind of like playing with some fire like they used to.
And I think they've really gone back to their old comps in games 1 and 2, and like just big go forward comps, the ability to be able to play off each other and be able to combo together. I think that's actually kind of what went wrong in game 3. If I look at their comp, it's like way more defensive comp, way more you have to keep the map big. That's never really been 100 Thieves' strengths. They like to play off each other, especially play off river. So I feel like if they go back to how they were playing game 1 and 2, a lot of initiative, a lot of ability to be able to generate fights. 100 Thieves have always been a team. They'll take 100 fights, and they just need to win 2 of them in a game to be able to win the game.
I thought the Akali pick was a big signal for that too, like a game 1 Akali pick in Fearless. But then also, if Henna just followed Audieland into kill Dokla, they probably win the game.
Well, you don't know what the comms are. Maybe Audieland was like, it's fine, I got this.
He's dead. But Big Dokes did have a big game in game 1. I think this is also the reason they threw him in for Sniper in the first place, is the Rumble and the Scion priority, and they just slammed them in games 1 and in game 2.
It's been nice to see Dokla kind of back and like with a vengeance. I feel like he's playing pretty well, which is cool.
I actually feel like I had Dokla in a similar mood as this. When I had Dokla on my academy team, he'd just been like removed from his other academy team and he had like a huge chip on his shoulder. And I remember when we beat Niles in academy, like he did this Captain America skit on Twitter and he was like so fired up about like being back as a top laner. I actually feel like he's a guy, because I've known him since the Oast days when he was on Sin Gaming. He really does need like some external motivation to be able to play the game. And this time off, this healthy break into a lot of external motivation is probably doing wonders for like his mental and his ability to be able to be aggressive and approach the game in that way.
That's actually funny because we've had like multiple players. There was a quote from Palafox talking about, I play a little bit better when I'm slightly angry.
Yeah, 100%.
It's that type of thing.
We have the games 2 and 3 highlights as well, so let's just keep rolling through this one. There was debate on the draft in this game.
Yeah, Grayson.
What are your revised thoughts on the draft?
Well, Grayson came in, Golden Glue came in, and he was like, yeah, we totally countered them. And we were talking about it.
I mean, they did. There was a counter engage comp.
Yeah, we were talking about the counter engage into the full dive, as they were drafting and as they were going in, and they completely were able to handle everything that Lyon was throwing at them. FBI stayed alive in a lot of these critical moments.
Oh my God.
And then he was able to
wiggled on him.
I don't know about you, DeMonte, but when I draft these comps where like left side has to play so well to actually be able to stick it, and then right side just have to be able to walk forward and like keep one person alive, I always think to myself, wow, I really set my team up to have a terrible game if they misexecute one fight. Because like the burden of execution is purely on the left side comp to play well. And don't get me wrong, if they do play very well, I think that their comp can win this game. But I see the right side comp and I just think it is so easy to play.
It's almost one of those things where you don't want to draft something too hard because the execution of it, where maybe the best teams in the world, they play these comps and they pull it off and it looks unbeatable. But if you're not able to play the game in a certain way to not really have a big mistake, it feels that it's almost not worth it to draft at all.
Yeah.
And here's game 3. Left side comp looked really good for me in this draft. The Garen counter pick didn't come in too clutch. I think this was a nice Senna angle, and then it was strange where like Nocturne just kept trying to ult the Aurora because it seemed like the only target and could never get anything done.
Yeah, and I think that this comp from 100 Thieves, as I said, it's like a lot more defensive comp, but there's a couple of things that really stand out for me. Saint got Aurora. It's historically his best pick. That game against FlyQuest where he went absolutely berserk always stands out in my mind when I draft against Lyon. And then Surdy actually had a winning lane matchup, which I think for a young player is really crucial. In the first 2 games, his lanes were actually quite hard, but this game, his lane is so easy to be able to play, and I think that he worked his way into the series.
What I actually don't like about 100 Thieves comp here as well is I feel like the Nocturne seems really off game. It just feels like no one is really there to go with him. So River really thrives in these situations where he can get in, just like the 100 Thieves team, but it almost feels like there's no one to go with him.
I think they envisioned the Garen counter working way better early, so then they could have side lane pressure. And so I feel like the vision was side lane Garen is going to have advantage, and then side lane Ryze also, and you have Nocturne to like cover. But that did not manifest at all. The Garen never really started actually countering.
What are you laughing at?
The Dokla, when he died, he just.
Okay, where does it go from here?
I mean, it goes to game 4.
What?
I would say if 100 Thieves identify the fact that going forward, they're the better team, that they will probably be able to pick up game 4. I think that the burden of execution is really on Lion's coaching staff to be able to take away some of those tools to be able to initiate these fights.
Does any team have an advantage later in Fearless between these two?
You know, it's hard to say. I almost don't think so between these two. I would have to look at the whole list and like really dissect it
really
to know.
I think Lion do. I think Oddilan is like criminally underrated in jungle.
For sure.
And this guy's played like since genuinely season 1. And I think that he has like a really, really deep bag when it comes to some of these tank picks, especially that are going to start popping up as the Fearless goes on and on. So, you know, if we get Maokai, Skarner, Sejuani kind of picks, like I could see him having a big impact.
It is interesting because we've heard from so many players that think that, you know, Lion right now deserves to be like top 3 team and they're super underrated.
Top 4 probably.
But then also the Cloud9 members on their podcast, the players were saying, no, 100 Thieves are back. So which one's going to take over?
Well, it feels Lyon are so good because of their individual strength. Their laners are amazing. Like Saint and Henna are great. I think Surdy, like you said, his big strength is lane phase. So if they do find him in a winning matchup, I feel like they almost have 3 lanes that should naturally be winning.
We got to go to break. Hopefully you guys stick around for Champ Select on the other side. We'll see you then. Game 4 up next.
Now we have to.
Like a giant, like a titan, ready for comeback, we're ready to fight. Fearless of the enemy, we'll fight to survive. We are born to be conquerors, rise to the top, gonna be the...
But we need to fire big.
Yeah, take your three. Only no inhib, okay? Only this.
I can engage, Come.
Okay.
Come, I feel this. Careful. Front.
Help Henna, okay? Help Henna. Help Henna. We can win.
I still have stacks. We can win. Right there. Got no ulti.
Take him on base.
Lion are not done yet, and we're going to game 4.
The arena, wild animals. Realize we're hyenas. Blood pumping, waiting for the enemy. The battle's coming. We're creating our destiny. Open up the floodgates, bearing our souls. Nothing can stop us now. We're going for gold. This time is for heroes. A new era unfolds. Cutting through the darkness like a thunderbolt. Boom. We can touch the sky. We are flying high, fighting eye to eye. We started fire. We will blow your mind. Touch the sky, we can make the sky. We are made to rise through the ring of fire. In the darkest times, we are gladiators, world dominators. Yeah, we are soldiers, we are heroes, we are fighters. We can save you through the fire, through the blaze. We are gladiators, world dominators. Yeah.
Welcome back. We got DeMonte and Spawn here to help us go through drafting game 4. Elimination between Lion and 100 Thieves. Likely also going to be the opponent of Team Liquid next week.
Yeah, Spawn already spoiled. He's rooting for Lion.
He's pretty sure C9 is going to be picking DSG, but you never know.
And he also wants to face Lion.
I don't believe him. Because they beat you. Like, I know revenge is nice, but like, isn't it better to play a team that you are?
No. So that's not how it works. So like, my mantra as a coach is like, you have to come top 2 to make Worlds. The difference between finishing 6th and finishing 4th to me is 0. Like,
It is 0.
there is 0 difference in that.
But you still want an easier route.
Nah. Give me everyone.
Yeah, you want an easier route.
Give me everyone.
That's respectable.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, there's nothing else I can say.
I fully understand. Like, if it's either your first or your last, but in our case, it's like first or second or last.
Yeah.
But for sure, it doesn't actually matter at all. So.
Yeah. Okay.
And honestly, I kind of want to see you guys versus Lyon as well, you know, because I think it is better viewer experience to get more variations, and it's just more exciting that way. But
if 100 Thieves wins the series, they're a better team as well.
So far this series,
true.
Yeah.
Lyon here are not looking very comfortable. 100 Thieves came out absolutely swinging. So let's get into the Fearless.
Let's lock in. There's already 33 champions that aren't available. This is always tricky to keep track of when you get into late game Fearless.
So DeMonte, talk to me. Do you prefer blue or red side as the Fearless draft goes on?
I think blue becomes stronger, honestly.
Well,
shit. I mean, I was lying. So red is better, obviously. I mean, look at our series. We did red in game 4 and blue in game 5. So
Sure.
you know,
You're
we just you can't guess what we're gonna do.
It depends on the champion pools.
Exactly.
But in this case,
I mean,
100 Thieves did pick blue. They had the choice.
With my shorts looking at the screen, Azir is open, so maybe blue side is a little strong. What is going on in the jungle role?
A little bit strange that in game 4 as well, you get a Gwen ban from blue side as well, because normally a lot of the Gwen answers are gone. And I do know that both of these top laners probably want to play carry versus carry, although Dokla might think that he has a little bit of advantage in going the tank matchups, because that has just been an area that Surdy is like relatively untested on at the moment.
I feel like Surdy's champion pool, at least in LTA, has been relatively small as well, and like with everything that's gone already, I can see that being a pretty big point.
Also, really big respect to Lyon and how they've treated Surdy, because obviously he came in as a substitute, and I think they've done a way better job than what Surdy is used to of giving him comfort within the draft, and that's really interesting to do with a substitute player. Okay.
They literally left Azir and they go for the Yone preemptively.
It's interesting.
They
I wonder if
they want Quid to just dive in.
Yeah. I wonder what will happen in mid now, though, because you can go so many different options. I feel like you're seeing a lot of people play different champions into Yone. Like, it almost doesn't matter what you play into Yone in a lot of ways. And, yeah, there's the Azir.
I mean, I remember back in the NRG days, sometimes Dokla would throw the Yone top.
That's true.
It's Yone, right?
It's Yone.
Yeah, it's Yone.
You know, the game 1 gave me that vibe, too, and they just picked a Kali. I was like, is this a flex? Like, where's this going?
Yeah. The NRG days.
I do think that this is very heavily in Lyon's favor right now.
Yeah, Azir
So this is what I was kind of saying about the longer it goes, the depth in the pools of these experienced players. And then I do actually think it is a slight mistake from 100 Thieves to give Saint Azir. He's a very dynamic player, and he actually skills his way through a lot of these matchups and gets into very advantageous positions on side lanes. And as I said, when I'm looking at these champion pools, I would much rather River on a fighter than having to match tanks into Oddie
Yeah, and he's basically stuck in a situation where it's either Sejuani or Maokai in most
pair with
scenarios,
the
right?
Yeah.
So.
Or Ziggs probably bot lane.
I don't know, actually.
But if they throw Dokla top for Yone, they can still flex the Ziggs mid. And Ziggs into Azir is one of the classic good Ziggs matchups.
Absolutely. I mean, coming from the team that plays a lot of Ziggs, this is the matchup that we hunt a lot. Like, I mean, we played it against Faker at EWC last year, right?
Yeah.
So, like, it's a matchup that we actually seek out and like to play. And I think that this is now a situation where, you know, you're looking at a Yone that is going to have an immense amount of follow-up no matter where he wants to engage on the map. So this gives the Yone, whether it's Dokla or Quid, a lot of freedom to play with, like, great liberty on that side lane.
Yeah, I don't even know if Lyon is thinking that, because I think they locked in the Sivir as if it was laning against Ziggs immediately, which could definitely not be true.
I mean, I would put it like 90-10 at least right now. Then it's going to be the standard lanes and keep Yone in mid lane.
Yeah, but you just want the flexibility as a coach, right? Like, you say, okay, we've got one good matchup already. Let's get a second good matchup in there. And at this stage, there's not really all that much hard engage that's going to push Ziggs out of bottom lane all that much. So,
do you trust FBI Ziggs?
I mean, Vic is a person that historically has been quite up and down in terms of his positioning. I think that when he's playing well, he can play Ziggs, but it's not like it would be the first champion that I would give it. FBI puts himself in situations where his hands have to do a lot of work to get him out of those situations. And historically, when he's in form, he does that quite well.
Yeah, that is the epitome of FBI as a player. I feel like he can get himself out of crazy situations, but at the same time, if he's not deep into like solo queue grind or just enjoying his time, it's almost like you're like, what is this guy actually doing?
I mean, he sits there and watches Viper VODs all day. At least when he was on my team, that's what he did. So, that's kind of the
he's
player
been like that for like
like
7 years. Like, he'll watch
100%.
Ruler VODs. When Purvey came out, he just watched Ruler VODs literally every morning.
Yeah.
Okay, what is Golden Glue cooking here at the back end of this draft? Because the engage supports are also pretty pinched here.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at.
Nautilus is up, so that should just be what they pick.
This is a really dangerous Nautilus game. I actually hate playing Nautilus in games like this. This is one of those games where if you hook too early, you instantly die as Nautilus. He's like the squishiest melee support in the game.
But he's the last engage support, so they feel like their hands are tied.
It does help a lot to have Maokai with the Nautilus, though, because Maokai can kind of face check all the bushes with his sapling before Nautilus goes, and you can use R.
That's actually a really good blitz ban for that reason as well. Maokai blitz would be really nice in this game.
All right, Kobe, I think you're right about the Ziggs being bottom.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100% now. I mean, they are. This is this beefy comp again.
Hey, triple tank, double carry. I like this kind of comp. Wow.
Hey, who does that?
Who does this?
This could be an exciting game for Surdy, depending on what he picks on 5 here. Yeah, historically, his Camille is like his best champion, you know, and this could be really it.
They've been hovering this Rek'Sai all the time. If they really want to give him champion agency, nobody plays this. There it is. Hell yeah.
This honestly is really exciting. I think Surdy is kind of known for his Camille, especially in his big solo queue run to rank 1. His Camille just, it feels like if you play against it in solo queue, you just lose.
But real quick, nobody has been playing Camille like all year.
Yeah, I think it doesn't really have a great place in the meta. It loses a lot of lanes, and I think in the past when you've seen it, it's played with like Galio, Camille, where side laning is really strong. But in the current meta with the objective focus, it feels like Camille really loses her place.
But the thing is like I always like to like close my eyes and take top lane out of a draft. And then the other 4 champions on Lion's comp look really OP. Yeah. And then I feel like I can kind of pick whatever I want top lane. Like it's kind of a free pick here. Whereas sometimes you go, I really need a tank. My comp kind of sucks without a tank.
Okay, we got to send it. We got to send it to casters to Monte and Spawn. But are we going to game 5? Yes or no?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. Casters, take it away.
I've been told to go. Coaches, sorry, we can't hear any more from you right now. We got to get into the game. I'm excited to see how this one ends up. How are you guys feeling about the draft?
I mean, I have a thing with bot lane Ziggs in the LTA North where I was like, are we just really terrible at bot lane Ziggs?
It's not been doing so great. I think that was the stat that came up for it, wasn't it?
Wait, really? I don't think it's nearly that bad. When I looked it up,
what I was going to say is
something that got locked in was 1 and 9. I'm pretty sure I saw the number. If I misspoke, I will apologize.
That might be Ziggs overall because it's lost in mid a bunch of times recently here.
Okay, we're running the stats while we get into the game here. 1 second, ladies and gentlemen.
It's 0 and 2 this split, but like all time, I think I looked at it and it had like about a 50-50 or slightly.
Well, not all time. I was just thinking just specifically
this split. It was 0 and 2.
0 and 2.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, how did I get 1? Where did that come from? Okay,
I
read the number wrong, but technically, the percentage that he just said is lower than 1 and 9. 1 and 9 is an 11% win rate. Or no, it's a 10% win rate. But this is even worse.
There you go. So Audioland's PC unfortunately shut down, so we're going to get that restarted and hopefully
yeah, that is a black screen.
Any issues going forward, maybe a cable got kicked, who knows, right?
Yeah.
Regardless, that will be getting sorted out. As far as the drafts, honestly, I don't know. I mean, I think I definitely prefer Lion's side. I do think that Yone Ziggs can work well if you can get into the backline. Last time we actually saw this, it was against a comp that had so much CC and lockdown for the Yone that I thought it was pretty impossible for the Yone to play. This is not that game, because in that game he was playing against a Rakan and a Cho'Gath, like plus a Maokai, I think.
Cassio.
Even like there was Cassio, there was just
was like
so
the big
many
pick
tools. So this time I think that Quid actually is going to have the agency, and if he can get into the backline, onto Sivir, onto Azir, you have the Ziggs all over the top. Like there's a very clear way that they want to play this out. But, you know, I do think that this comp is not that easy to play into anyway, because Yone's going to go into the backline, get stunned by Leona, potentially ulted by Skarner, etc., etc. And I like the side lanes for the Camille into the Cassante, especially like the coaches were talking about. This is kind of an iconic pick here for Surdy. So I tend to favor Lion's comp just for like ease of execution and everything, but I think both can work.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's going to really depend on execution. I do think it's a little bit more difficult to execute 100 Thieves comp, but I do think they have parts of this comp they're super comfortable with, right? Like they have the dive potential from the Cassante, and the Yone obviously is something that is pretty regularly taken away from Quid because he has had such insane performances on it. And I do also want to call out, because I agree that I like Lyon's comp a little bit better, but River's Maokai I actually think is incredibly stellar. Like, I think his team fighting on Maokai, as weird as that sounds to say, is actually quite good. And the way he can control fights with this champion, in addition to the usual, like, okay, we're just sending the ult out, we're zoning everyone off, we have this, like, insane kind of AoE, gigantic ult that roots people down and sets people up. I actually think his team fighting minutia is pretty good on the Maokai as well. So those are the execution things that you might want to look out for as you're watching this game if 100 Thieves do start to take off. I do think ease of execution, though, Lyon is just so much easier to do.
I mean, if you fail the engage as 100 Thieves comp, I think you're just going to get roasted. I mean, it's going to be Sivir ricocheting 4 melee champs and Azir standing just autoing, right? Like, it's going to be very tough, but they have a lot of tools to be able to set up that engage. So that's why these comps are pretty fun, and everything is solved. Audi is back. He was able to restart that BC. He's in the game, and we are looking at match point for 100 Thieves, or finding out, can Lyon get one step closer to that reverse sweep?
It also feels like whenever we talk about drafts, like, I feel like whenever I'm like, I don't know about this 100 Thieves draft, like, they end up proving me wrong because their players are on picks that they're really comfortable on. And we did already point out that they have some of those picks in this draft. However, you brought it up already, Azael. The Camille for Surdy is something I'm actually super, super excited to see. It is his signature pick. It's what he was known for. He talked about how he feels like coming onto this Lyon team, even as a substitute, he got his confidence back, and he feels like they are allowing him to play his style. This is exactly his style. Top lane, power, counter pick.
Exactly. I think that's one of the things that sometimes you can gloss over a little bit when you're looking at a player who was a star on ladder, right? Like top rank, huge LP count, like just running the show all the time. He was doing that with a style where he would counterpick top side, he would play from red side, he would carry the game in top lane, and it just doesn't line up most of the time with what you get to do in pro play. So him getting to play this iconic champ here in this one with their backs still against the wall, I think is a great chance for him to really prove himself.
And I'm not sure if he has other solo queue counts that he's playing on right now, but he does have 30 games on this one that I found of Camille, 67% win rate. So obviously doing very well
bad at all
on it in solo queue. Audi Lan, 12-3 on Skarner. That is also not bad at all.
Yeah, that's
He's a Skarner aficionado like you,
these are not all new
rate.
Skarner games either. There's old classic purple Skarner in there too. So
do those count for extra points?
Yeah,
they do because
give him
most
extra
people
credit?
thought he wasn't a champion. I used to get reported all the time just for picking it.
Wait, even when people knew it was you in solo queue?
Yeah, they would still report me after just for picking it. It was.
It's a principle, you know?
Yeah, it's
you did well, but you know what? You're getting reported anyway.
Special place. But let's take a look at all the places around Summoner's Rift here as we take a look at our tri-lane camera. You can see Surdy with the push here early on in the top lane mid. A bit more of an equal affair, and bottom side it is Henna and Lions getting the push against FBI and Ayla. We heard from Spawn on the desk about how he's saying, yeah, FBI puts himself in these positions where he's got to rely on his hands to get out of those. And to me, that's kind of like every person that I've ever met that's an AD carry main, and I say, well, why do you like playing AD carry? Like, what about the role? They say they want to mechanically flex on people. They want to outplay. They want to show that they're the better player. And it's much easier to flex those muscles on an AD carry than it is on a rat with bombs.
True. And I do think that's why, like, unironically, we were joking about how the Ziggs hasn't necessarily looked as good from the bot lane as of late. I do think sometimes if you are an AD carry player, you can kind of get stuck into a certain rhythm that Ziggs doesn't necessarily have. And additionally, when you are playing with Ziggs, the way you really, really want to play him is basically open up the map as much as possible for him to really just mow down that first ring of turrets.
I mean, it's the same thing we always had. You know, back when like AP champions become popular in bot lane,
right?
People just really struggle to actually make that swap, right?
Yeah.
And it's the same thing with top lane. Sometimes, you know, tanks or carries are really in meta, and some players struggle to make that transition because it requires different mindset, different positioning, different things that really are going to change how you're playing.
And I mean, I think the even more classic is mid lane control mages versus assassins.
Yeah.
Some players are awesome on one and just not at the same level nearly on the other.
And I think the other thing is what it does to your composition, right? Because they're picking it because they have this Yone, and the Yone is their prio carry that they're like, okay, right? Like Quid, this is a champ you're super comfortable on. This is something we've run in the past that's been really successful. This is your game to hopefully pop off on this comfort pick. And that does change a bit the dynamic of a composition because you don't have that kind of super high, I mean, Ziggs does a lot of damage, but not in the same way that you would have a classic 80 carry.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I mean, it's interesting, right? Because I agree this is one of Quid's iconic picks. But again, we touched on it earlier. His colleague was his first melee champion of this split that he played. So now he is kind of getting back towards those. This is his 5th most played all time, 58.8% win rate, the highest win rate of the champions in his top 5 as far as play rate. So definitely is a champion that he has excelled at. And, you know, I've always kind of thought about Quid as a melee champion specialist. You know, back when he was, you know, really at the top of the league, this guy was known for his deadly melee counter picks.
Well, both of our mid laners, they did get to take kind of the ideal first buy that they could have got in terms of their teleport timings, in terms of the amount of money they farmed with the recurve bow there for Saint, the Vamp Scepter for Quid. As bottom side, Surdy has to jump away from Dokla a little bit here. He does have the Sheen on the Camille. Obviously, everybody that's ever played against Camille knows the powerful synergy there with the Q does make those trades much more effective. But as Dokla begins to stack more and more armor on this Cassante, he is going to become very annoying to deal with.
Yeah, and I mean, something we haven't touched on just yet is the fact that Saint, you know, did pick the Azir into the Yone, right? You know, and obviously that is pretty bold because often it is, you know, considered as a pretty strong counter pick. And Quid just kind of walking up here, trying to threaten. But Saint clearly confident that he can handle this. And I mean, Saint has been a very strong carry for Lyon. You know, we talked about Henna earlier, obviously Saint as well, you know, is one of these guys that people are talking about as some of the best in the league. And Surdy was even saying that they have the best mid laner in the league, you know, not even just one of. He really put him at the very top.
Yeah, and this is because with Quid, it's been, as we watch,
we're going all out though. Surdy's in some danger. Dokla takes him through the wall, but the angle is just a little bit slightly off. I think he would have liked to take him further towards the river instead of closer to the tri-brush there, so there is still enough room for Surdy to get away from that one, but I like the angles that Dokla's looking for here.
I mean, Dokla playing very aggressively, and even though he doesn't get the kill, he does get the flash. He's putting a lot of pressure here onto Surdy, and Surdy will TP back. Dokla does not have his TP, so now this is where it can get a little bit awkward, where he comes back. He has the ulti, you do not, and he has the additional resources, so love that River is pathing down towards bot, because there could be an angle potentially to punish Surdy, who, you know, is in a pretty strong position in the 1v1, but has no flash.
Exactly. The best solution to a bad 1v1 is to no longer play 1 versus 1. If River can get involved down here, all of a sudden you suplex the lane state and everything's feeling fine. But River is level 6 now on that Maokai, and I love to see Maokai hit level 6 before the grubs spawn because it sets your team up for such a good chance of success.
Yeah, and another thing I do want to point out is the teleport potential from both of these teams, because we do have the Ziggs locking in the TP. The Sivir also took TP to match, and then we have Summoner Spellbook on both supports. So we could potentially have 8 teleports up in this game, just something that we're going to have to keep track of. Good luck, Flowers.
I hope we get to see all of them, and it's just like a big, shiny, magical circle of teleports
we're summoning something
around 2 tank junglers beating each other to death, and everybody gets summoned in like the Avengers. But right now, the only things getting beat to death are the Void Grubs. It is 100 Thieves first to the show. They're going to smite down grub number 1, but generally whenever you see a jungler use the smite on the first grub, it means that the call was from the very beginning, get one and back away. Because almost always, if you're planning to fight for it, you want to stick around for that second one. And now 100 Thieves are thinking about their re-entry. Lyon is going to secure a first grub for themselves, and Adiland's going to smite that one away, but now the focus over on Saint, the massive burst coming in, but they can't quite finish him off. Adiland trying to get back over the wall now as Saint still survives with 100 HP. 100 Thieves really went for the Azir, but they didn't have quite enough damage.
Yeah, Quid flashed in to try to finish him off, but Saint very quickly flashed back out. Both teams just get the one grub here.
Lions wants to keep this fight going. Dredge line there from Ayla, trying to lock him up. FBI still here to provide a little bit of additional damage, but Henna pops on the hunt. River is nearby, but Adiland's about to rejoin here as well. Bramble smash onto Henna. Another bouncing bomb collides as Adiland makes his way into the fight, but now it's Lion's going to be taken low. He's down to 50 HP, trying to get away from it. He walks into the minefield in the sapling. The traps on the ground end up stopping him, and FBI gives him a Keck W just for good measure.
Oh my gosh. Well, never change 100 Thieves. They'll be able to get in, clean up this grub. I think that was not necessarily a fight that Lions really wanted to commit to. In the end, felt like that they might be able to get onto this 100 Thieves bot lane. Ends up dying for it and giving 100 Thieves first blood.
Yeah, I was pretty surprised when Lions re-engaged back over the wall, and I think they immediately realized once he went in,
wait, he just went in. Yeah. A bit of a Leroy Jenkins moment.
Exactly. I mean, Henna pops the ult just to try to get him out of there. But as Adiland re-arrived, they said, hey, maybe we actually can win this, and they just kind of started scrapping again. But the sapling value there, pretty big from River. They are going to be able to walk away with the credit for the objective as they got the second grubs and did win out in the extended fight.
Yeah, and here we see the Leona ult coming through, River going in. Adiland is actually going to be able to get a pretty nice suppress on, but Henna isn't really able to get in there. They don't have the damage, and then Lion just...
Look out!
No,
crazy kitty cat. He managed to avoid the minefield, but the surprise exploding kitty cat took him out.
River's loving it.
Golden Glue's loving it too. Oh, that feels so bad, man. You're specifically trying to avoid the stuff you can see. You get surprised by the pixel brush kitty cat, and that is just a bit of a bad time up there. But hey, for 100 Thieves, you're loving that outcome. You won out on the grubs 2-1. You get the first blood kill, but now it's Lion and Adiland starting up the first Drake. Lions wants to go in with a Hex Flash into the Zenith Blade. Ayla's the target. They put a lot of burst onto him, but they can't kill him off quite yet. Mega Inferno Bomb over the top, and they lock up Saint. But again, he barely lives. Twice now, they've nearly killed the Azir. Twice now, they've missed out on it. Adiland continuing his retreat though, and with Dokla being here to help, it means that River and Dokla can start taking the dragon themselves.
Yeah, Lion ends up getting the kill, but 100 Thieves at the end of the day are going to get the objective. So I think they're going to be pretty happy about that.
Absolutely. The initial engage here, is very nice. Adiland gets the two-man ult again. Really good positioning with that. But Ziggs plus Maokai got so much damage down onto Saint. He got hit by a sapling, got hit by the Maokai ult. So as soon as he gets rooted up, FBI is going to hit everything there on Saint. Again, he limps out with such low HP. But a dragon for a kill, you're going to be happy to take the dragon end of that. That is the second objective now that 100 Thieves have claimed, as they got 2 grubs, they got this. So now 1 objective away from claiming that feat. And looking really good thus far in this game.
Still very close overall in terms of that gold. Could still go either way. We think back to the previous game. We think back to how active Lion were early, roaming around as a 4-man squad while Surdy was building his individual lead in the side lane. I will say, Surdy's individual lead really isn't a whole lot in this game. Yes, he's ahead very slightly, a couple of 100 gold here, but it's nothing to really write home about like it was with the 1,000 gold ahead Renekton in Game 3.
Yeah, and I think with the Renekton, the power of it is he has not just insane presence in the 1v1, but also it got to the point where 100 Thieves really didn't want to contest objectives because the Renekton can just pop Dominus and destroy you, right? Because he was in such good position. I think with the Camille, they're looking for something a little bit different, right? You're looking for more of a straight up 4-1 split push. I do think Lion's 4 is very, very strong for that. So it's going to be on Surdy to really get set up in these side lanes.
Yeah, absolutely. And Dokla was just kind of holding the wave there, trying to set up a freeze. So that forced the TP out from Surdy to get back. Top lane, I would say pretty much dead even. I mean, yes, there's 100 gold, but honestly, who cares? They both have one item completed. Things all across the board are incredibly even, so it is going to come down to execution, come down to compositional advantages. And we are looking towards a second dragon, Ocean Dragon. So it's not going to be Ocean Soul. It's not going to be that Infernal Soul either.
And both top laners are also still sitting on all 3 cookies for the upcoming Dragon fight or Herald fight or whatever we get. Surdy going for the hook shot. That's a nice part. Camille, the hook shot's one of those things that seems like sometimes it shouldn't tether to terrain, but if you know the exact distances of it,
a little.
You can cheat it a little bit. And for a guy like Surdy who has played so much of this champion, I expect him to know all of those exact distances. Adilan wants to go after Quid here. Ishtal's impact, but a nice buffer with the fate sealed from Quid to guarantee that he can escape anyway, even though he is technically stunned. Ayla's buying a little bit of time here, and once more, Saint is the target. He manages to clear the distance. That means Lyon has to back out because there's no more firepower behind him. So 100 Thieves survive the dive.
Yeah, nice little mini roam.
Lion's flashing away, though, looking to drag River with him there with that twisted advance. But no more, nothing to be found. They will at least get another teleport, though, out of Lyon.
That was actually really close to Saint getting interrupted by that Maokai ult. I was surprised no one was blocking that for him, but they had the timing right. He gets out, TP's back, and now it's Henna who got prio because it was early roam from FBI, comes down, covers with that Zigzalt, but of course that meant Henna had the push, and then Henna gets the push in. He's the one who then did move down that second time. FBI now has gone back to base, and I mean, Henna's going to be pretty relentless with this push. As soon as you have Essence Reaver on Sivir, it is just perma-wave clear forever. You are just spamming out your spells. Q plus auto W is like, wave is gone.
And I think that's why this Lyon 4, when we're talking about potentially setting up a 4-1, is so dangerous, right? Because not only do they team fight well together, but they too can get set up in a side lane, as we see Saint now pressuring this bot tier 1.
Exactly. Saint feels so enabled to play aggressively, to play in the face of Quid, because he knows Fate Sealed is not available. Even though Adilan couldn't get the kill onto Quid earlier with the Skarner play, he forces out the ultimate defensively, which is going to give Saint this first turret here in just a second. The wave's about to crash into it. Lion's already up almost 1,000 gold, and now with that extra money in Saint's pocket, they're up 1.4K.
Yeah, really nice. Again, like I feel like this is a little bit more reminiscent of game 1, right? Where it feels like Lyon are playing the map a little bit better. They're able to get these setups a bit better. And we did talk about ease of execution from this team composition, right? And as we look at the lane economy snapshot here, every single lane, including jungle 9, you know?
Yeah, all red. Hey, that's 9 gold worth of, that's like a 1.5 baby chickens from somewhere.
There you go.
Chickens are always so highly contested. You've got to take the wins where you can get them. As Surdy is going to make his way over to the Herald Pit now, join up with Adilan and Lions. Now, 100 Thieves are on the approach. It looks like they do not want to give this away for free. Henna ready to join up with the rest of Lyon, and they are grouped up as a 5-man squad. Quid is still making his way up here. That's what 100 Thieves is waiting on. Dredgeline finds no target as the Maokai ulti runs into the fight. Mega Inferno Bomb with very little value. Surdy takes a chunk of damage, but the Herald is already secured by Adilan. Now they're jumping into the pit to try to follow it up, but Lyon are all still hanging on except for Saint. They finally brought him down. Henna goes next. The carries have fallen. Feet of Warfare claimed for 100 Thieves. They get 2 kills, but they lose out on the Herald.
And nicely done, though, by 100 Thieves, taking out both those carries, and this is one that gets pretty disjointed. I think Ayla shouldn't be throwing out his hook this early because the Maokai ult's coming in. You could get a guaranteed hook thereafter, but the Zigzalt is pushing Saint back, and on the side, watch Henna here as they go back in. The spell shield is used, and he does not flash the hook from Ayla. As he gets in there, it is pretty much lights out. Lions, unfortunately, sidesteps the hook that connects onto Henna, and means Henna's going to go down in a hurry. And on the other side, Quid and Dokla were putting out so much pressure. You can see the stress there on Golden Glue's face.
I feel like Sniper has learned the clap from Golden Glue, and he's clapping in unison.
Okay, well, we also missed, like, as we were getting back to life with the coach reactions, River just barely got away. Adilan was looking for him there in the bottom side River around the Dragon Pit, wanted to try to hit him with that rock, catch him out with the Impale, but River barely gets out of the way of it. 100 Thieves now have claimed Feats of Warfare because they also did secure the second Drake of the game for themselves with that Ocean. They now also have the gold lead yet again because of the kills that they got in the Rift Herald fight. They're feeling pretty good about the way these past couple of minutes have transpired.
Yeah, and it's coming down once again to teamfight execution, right? This is how they won game 1. They do have a composition where, like, if Quid is able to get onto the backline, as we saw in that past fight, onto Saint, onto Henna, it's going to end up looking really, really good for them. Even in that fight where I don't feel like everything went necessarily as they would have wanted in terms of layering their CC.
No, it's completely true. I mean, it definitely didn't, but at the same time, you know, it feels like Lyon didn't really have the established battle lines that they want in that fight either. So I think, you know, the fight didn't go exactly how they wanted it for either team, right? You know, I do think Lyon really wants to try to fight more front to back, especially with this 4-man squad. In an ideal world, Surdy's out in a side lane, someone's having to answer him, and you kind of walk up and you're having to go through Lions and Audi lane to get to Saint, and they are there to peel, to cover, because there is a really high DPS comp here from Lyon. It is going to be Mountain Soul that will be on the table. Of course, there's 2 dragons so far grabbed by 100 Thieves, but that is the one that they're going to be working towards. And obviously, always going to be powerful, but it is something that you can deal with, you know, as a composition like this that has such high DPS.
Right.
And, you know, Ricochet that can be bouncing through and resetting the cooldown for that's actually repop.
It's not like you're playing Poke Varus and Xerath or something like that just really hate having to deal with the shields. So I agree. It's one of the more manageable ones considering the game state and the compositions, but you still never want to give that away. But my friends, the time draws nigh yet again.
Our best friend.
15 seconds left on the clock until my best buddy Otacon shows his face.
Who's gonna go for it? 100 Thieves probably.
In the topside river, we will see what we get out of this one. It has been quite the entertainer so far throughout the weekend, and both teams know that he's spawning with nothing on the other side of the map for the next 2.5 minutes. So you can see Lyon stepping up, establishing some vision control, sweeping out some of the wards from 100 Thieves, and now Saint has the opportunity to just put in the work here on the tier 1 turret. They're going to summon up the Herald. They won't even need it here for the tier 1, so we'll see what they want to try to do with it. Is somebody going to hop in and drive, or do we just let it go on a solo mission towards the tier 2 turret? Saint is trying to get it close enough to get that second charge, but he knows if he overstays, 100 Thieves have had a target on him the entire game anyway, so he does not want to give him an angle.
Yeah, and 100 Thieves are already moving up into this top side, right? So Quid should be able up.
Wow, nice job, Shelly. I didn't think she was going to make it there. But anyway, we got a little bit of a problem with Saint yet again. Like I said, this is the guy they try to kill the entire game. Another bouncing bomb, but no, Saint can walk away from that with half HP. Now, okay, 100 Thieves, I was gonna pose the question. No, they already give me the answer. Otacon is the angle here for 100 Thieves. Saint's gonna recall, but he has a teleport to join back up with the team once he goes back and purchases up and heals. 100 Thieves still working on the Otacon. Audieland goes in for the Impale, but now he's gonna be in some serious danger. Ayla's first to die. Audieland staying alive. Otacon still at 2,000 HP. 100 Thieves will secure the objective, but they're about to lose. Dokla next. Saint trying to get into the fight. River's about to die. FBI very low. Surdy coming in over the wall, and he's right next to Lyon. 100 Thieves are in some serious mortal danger. They're gonna get aced in exchange for the Otacon. A tragedy yet again at the graveyard of League of Legends.
I mean, 100 Thieves just full commit to this Otacon. It's all eyes on the Otacon from them. And Saint is TPing in from the top side. Another great ulti from Audieland. And this time, Henna is kept safe. He is behind these tanks. Surdy comes in from the side. Henna is never threatened, and then Saint arrives, and you've already kind of used all of your tools to access backline. He flashes out of the way there as Quid ults in, and now all of a sudden they have no tools. Both the carries from Lyon are full health, and it is just a rout.
Yeah, and I mean, Lyon, this is exactly what we talked about.
Nice, really good. Go take topper.
This is really good.
I love how quickly, especially supports and junglers, just like immediately pivot to like, what's the next objective, right?
Yep, gotta stay focused.
And that next objective is going to be spawning now.
You're trying to get your carries to go somewhere that doesn't give them gold, you know?
We went very dark places immediately, okay.
Not hurting, herding.
Oh, okay.
As if H-E-R-D, to shepherd to a safe or new location.
I gotta clean my ears
up. The AD carries are the cats, and the supports need to try to make them go places where they won't die. It's the opposite of herding cats. It's keeping the cats safe, Emily. The cats are trying to run into the road and die, Emily.
You know what?
And the supports are saving them.
One thing I didn't have time to say is that I actually play AD carry not because I want to style on people, because I'm bad.
But because she wants to walk to a side lane and die for a cannon minion. That is why.
I want to turn my brain off.
Every AD carry player ever. Here you go.
Emily's Making the case for the Cats.
Okay. Yeah, anyway.
Why do you play AD carry in League of Legends?
You know what?
Me no think good.
I mean, true.
Okay.
Lion clean up that Drake.
Yeah.
They cleaned up the fight. They cleaned up the Drake.
But not the
Cats. Oh, but now we got the fight breaking out as immediately they try to engage on Saint yet again, and this time Quid's going to find him. 100 Thieves are not going to be caught unawares here just yet. FBI likely to die here. However, the all-out from Dokla gets rid of Surdy and saves FBI's life. Now Adiland's going to be careful, but it's Henna still free-firing. This is the carry. This is the man with the plan. This is the AD carry that's been protected and is ready to keep on chasing. Quid gets grabbed by the Zenith Blade, but it's Lions who's regretting going in. 100 Thieves end up getting a second kill gifted to them for free, and it's a 2-for-2 fight.
Yeah, 2-for-2 fight. 100 Thieves wanted to set up to end up taking that bot tier 1 and wanted to go in. It felt like at the end of the fight, neither team kind of wanted to close out, but they both kind of half-heartedly went in, and Lions ends up dying on the backside of this. This is kind of the classic Maokai setup, right? Where you're throwing the ult down, you're throwing the Ziggs bomb over, you're getting the turret, you're eliminating Saint really, really quickly, but then the fight splits up thanks to Surdy being able to take FBI out of the fight. So even when the all-out from Dokla comes in, he's able to remove the Ziggs completely. Ayla dies in, and then the rest of this team comp kind of just runs forward at you very easily. We talked about how this Lions goes in a little too deep here, ends up paying the price at the very end. But yeah.
Credit to Quid, though. He really buffered that Q3 super well. Yep. You know, it can look a bit city for Lions, but if he actually gets that Zenith Blade stun, I think Quid dies. Instead, because that Q3 actually has some space behind you that it knocks up 2 into the side of you, he interrupted the Zenith Blade. And Flowers is giving me a smile that says he loves that design.
I respect Quid's timing very much. I know that is difficult to pull off. I don't so much respect the idea that charging forward with a sword for some reason slashes behind you.
It's the velocity of the swords, you know.
Yeah.
It's like being in a wind tunnel.
The sharpness of your sword.
There's
wind tunnel, you know?
Emily, I know you watch a lot of anime. Actually, both of you guys watch a lot of anime. There's got to be some kind of anime magic to this that I'm just missing out on.
They're magic swords.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I guess the magic swords...
Have you seen a sword cut another sword in half?
Yeah.
Magic swords with magic timing from Quid there guarantees...
One of them even deals magic damage. That's his passive. Come on,
it's only half the time.
Yeah.
But half the time he's dealing magic damage.
Okay, all right. I don't watch enough anime for this. Okay, Surdy's down.
It doesn't have to make sense.
Okay, Surdy's down to half HP, and I'm sure for him that doesn't make a lot of sense either, because it was just like 1 bomb, 2 bombs that hit him. But really, FBI on the Ziggs has a lot of damage here. He's got the Blackfire Torch and Shadow Flame combo. He's got his Sorcerer's Shoes and the needlessly large rod, working towards that next fully completed item. It's an 8-6 game still, close in terms of kills. Lion with that 2,000 gold lead, but it is also the 2 Drake to 1 advantage for 100 Thieves, so a slight little bit of extra power there. We've got less than a minute and a half until the next dragon spawns, and Quid's recall has been interrupted. Fate Sealed not going to get the distance he wants, and Adiland immediately goes for the Eastall impact into the Impale. Quid's getting juggled around. He wants to try to fight back. He doesn't have the damage to make the trade even. He comes close, but no cigar.
Yeah, that was actually really close to getting a kill back with the Ziggs all coming through, but Quid does get punished. Thankfully for him, he has the teleport, and they got Adiland so low, so they can't just go Baron. That's really what they were looking for, I think, with that pick onto Quid is, hey, we're over by Baron, we just swept out Vision, we get this kill quick, we go over and be able to take the Baron right off the back of that. But at the end of the day, it does end up just being the 1 kill. And while that is good, it is not the end of the world here for Quid. But the next dragon is going to be up in 35, and eyes will be on that. Quid will have his ultimate up shortly after it spawns. It's pretty quick cooldown, 80 seconds. Okay. So shouldn't be a big deal that he did spend that in that last fight.
But if we're talking about what is a big deal, the 2 needlessly large rods in the inventory of FBI, he will not have enough time to combine those into a hat before this dragon fight occurs. That would have been a nice power spike, but unfortunately, time is not on their side. Lion, trying to be a little bit careful about this. They're still waiting on the Impale cooldown for Adiland as well. That is a big team fight tool that they need to have ready before they go into this one, as 100 Thieves are going to take up position on the top side of the map instead.
Surdy's just soloing the dragon. No one is there to actually answer him, so he can do that no problem. With the life steal from Ravenous Hydra, he's going to lose nothing on this. And now 100 Thieves are going to realize, okay, we got nothing. So now they're just going to start the Baron, and we are getting into 100 Thieves territory, man. They are always down for a flip.
Okay, Surdy's got his teleport to join up for the fight too once Lyon realizes what's going on. Still a little bit more work to do on that Mountain Drake. 100 Thieves staying on the Baron. Mountain Drake claims. Surdy making his way up. Lions is taking a little bit of damage from some of the poke from Ziggs and Maokai, but the Baron is already down to 6,000 HP. Massive burst from the Saint. He dies this time and FBI got him. Lion are in the wrong place at the wrong time and nobody's going to be left standing. Henna falls next. Audi dies too. There's not a single man missing on 100 Thieves, and Surdy needs a hero moment now to stop this from turning into absolute tragedy.
I actually thought that it was going to be death for 100 Thieves, right? Because Lyon had such a good setup, but the combination of the Ziggs coming in clutch, they're able to blow up Saint so early in that fight. Baron over to 100 Thieves. They're doing it like only 100 Thieves can through their team fighting.
Well, and I just love how quick they are to pull the trigger because they're getting TP flanked, but they do not wait. Ayla has great positioning, finds the hook into the ulti. The Ziggs all hits as well. Everything lands on Saint, and he just dies instantly. Even with Audiland, honestly, being quite quick on the peel, he's down, Henna's down. Even with these blinking health bars, there's no angle for Surdy to go in, and that is just Saint getting a little bit too far ahead of the team there, not having the bushes swept out. He gets in range, gets hooked by Ayla, and that may have just decided the game. That may have just decided the series, because that is Baron and a big advantage to 100 Thieves.
And I think it was so close too, because especially since Henna is Sivir, and there were 3-4 health bars that were so compromised, 1 or 2 more auto attacks, all of a sudden everybody there is dead. Even if you still win the fight and kill him, you can't take the Baron. There's a whole lot that came down to that fight. And now 100 Thieves is 2,000 gold ahead, and they're trying to push their advantage. The Rabadon's Death Cap, the Empowered Sorcerer Shoes, both purchased here for FBI. A Mega Inferno Bomb sweet spot is an absolute decimator at this point.
And I will say the Azir is really set behind, right? You know, he's just on a broken Seekers and 2 items. So basically he's just on 2 items. You know, Henna is very strong at this point still. You know, he's working in towards that 4th item. Surdy has 3 completed. So that is kind of where you're hoping you can get a lot of the heavy lifting done here. You know, if Surdy can get some pressure in a side lane, you know, get a kill, start drawing extra members, that is a way to kind of delay this push. And thankfully for Lyon, they have incredible wave clear, so that is helping to really slow things down as well and stop this from becoming just a complete explosion of gold.
Yeah, you saw Surdy kind of responding to that mid lane push. Maokai ult's gonna come down.
Yeah, there's your Mega Inferno Bomb as well. Little bit of damage comes through from it, but Lyon are still trying to weather the storm. Solar Flare locks up Ayla, but everybody else on 100 Thieves still pretty healthy. Lyon defend. They make sure that 100 Thieves cannot just force them away from this objective, and honestly, you'll take that from this position.
They will, and slowly but surely, Surdy's also been whittling Dokla down a little bit. He's been pushing there. Surdy will have to back off as he knows River's coming over this way. But because 100 Thieves, you know, don't have that side lane advantage, they don't have the confidence to actually put Quid in a 1v1 against Surdy. They are not able to play through multiple lanes. They are actually defending in one lane and only pushing in one other. So they haven't really gotten too much from this Baron just yet. It is the 2,600 gold advantage from this Red Bull Baron power play, which is obviously quite nice, but it has not really resulted in a monstrous lead that sometimes you do get.
Yeah, and it was nice recognition from Surdy, right? Because Dokla had pushed up that mid wave. Surdy responds. He not only keeps Dokla kind of out of that top lane fight as they were sieging, if Dokla had wanted to match up to it, but he then has to stay in lane. He has to deal with Surdy, and Surdy ends up getting the push in. So nice kind of spreading 100 Thieves around the map so they can't get as much necessarily from these sieges. Lyon does have a lot of answers to when 100 Thieves are trying to take down these turrets.
I've got to say, overall, I feel like Lyon has just played the map better throughout the series, but 100 Thieves are just beating them in the 5v5, right?
I agree.
And we were talking about this off camera, where it's one of these things, it's like, yeah, playing the map is great, and it's very cerebral, it can get you advantages, but at the end of the day, it gets you an advantage for the 5v5, which you then have to win to be able to hammer home the game for the most part. League of Legends is not decided through split push these days. Advantages are accrued through split push, but then that just sets you up for that 5v5, and 100 Thieves have been the ones that are pulling the trigger in this series, have been getting those aggressive looks, and often coming out on top.
Yeah, I feel like nothing illustrates that more than the Baron fight that happened, right? Because the thing that does set 100 Thieves apart in terms of their team fighting is that when they go in, they can be so quick about it. And when they're at their best, That's how they catch people off guard. You hear people talking about, oh my gosh, like 100 Thieves, they just go in, we can't make sense of what they're doing, but since they are all unified, and I feel like we saw it in that Baron fight, they recognized a really short window to take advantage of the fact that Surdy hadn't TP'd in, and that has put them in a position to win this game, as they will now be on Soul Point after they clean up this Mountain Drake.
I mean, Quid now has IE, 3 items, and QSS.
Yep.
That is terrifying. At least the Zonies is finished for Saint, but I mean, you know, when Yone gets to this point in the game, sometimes the ulti can get spell shielded, can get flash, can get whatever, and then he just kind of like flash auto Qs you and snaps back and you die. Like, it gets to terrifying levels of damage. And when you have a Ziggs ult landing on your head on top of that, you have got to be so careful as Saint and Henna. One game, you know, is what stops them from going home. Like, you have to win this game. And one mistake can be the entire difference. If they misposition a single time here, that can be their entire season over. That's your year done.
Yeah, and by contrast, I do feel like 100 Thieves have done a good job of making sure they are targeting Saint in fights, right? Like, they do recognize what a key prio target he and Henna have been, and they've been able to take out the Azir pretty early in a lot of these team fights.
So we've been talking about the mid lane, but the bottom lane carry is also important here. You can see with the total damage, they're the two that are topping the charts. 4 fully completed items alongside the extra powerful boots from Feats for FBI Ziggs. But over on the other side, it's 4.5 items completed for Henna as well, as he has the Infinity Edge and the LDR. If he is not addressed, if he is left in a space where he can fire freely, 100 Thieves health bars are going to disappear.
They really are. I mean, he is ridiculously strong. But if pressure is put on him, sometimes it's really hard to actually stand and get those autos off, to actually have that opportunity to deal the damage. And that is going to be the trick here for Henna. Spell shield on that Q from Ziggs, but you've got to be so careful. They just know one mistake is the end of it, and 100 Thieves are not shy to look for these fights.
And there it is. Ayla engages immediately, but he only finds Lyon. Saint manages to stay out of the way for now, but Adilan's going to be careful. He's taking a ton of damage here, too. One more bouncing bomb nearly kills him, but not quite yet. Ayla with a re-engage now yet again, and Henna's first to die. This fight is already over. Henna and Surdy are out of the picture, and only Ayla has fallen on the side of 100 Thieves. Adilan's going to die to the execution from Yone, and now there's no way home for Saint. Lyon just got aced.
That could be it. Look at the rest timers. I think that is going to be the series here. 100 Thieves are going to pull off the upset.
Everybody thought that Lyon must have surely been more powerful than they had seemed. The rumors were that this was a sleeper team for a contender towards the top. 100 Thieves had been slipping, they had been stumbling, they had been falling, but they rise to the occasion here today, and the rumors of their demise may just have been exaggerated. It'll be a 3-1 series. It'll be the return of 100 Thieves and the elimination of Lyon from the LTA. I can't keep talking forever, but 100 Thieves is gonna make me as they finally secure the Nexus and take the series.
Congratulations to 100 Thieves. The question has been answered. They are back. Not only did they win, but they did it their way, right? Like, all of these drafts, we talked about how we're getting Quid on melee champions. We're getting him set up. We are able to win through our 5v5 team fighting. We trust in our own hands. I said it earlier, but welcome back, 100 Thieves.
I mean, we are just getting a decisive 100 Thieves. It is so exciting to see them all playing with that confidence, playing on the same page. Even just seeing the player cams and seeing them laughing and joking and having fun, I feel like that has been absent from 100 Thieves throughout this split.
Yeah.
We've been talking about this. When I've been looking at the player cams, they look down, they look defeated, but not today. It really is a completely different look from this team. And the Cinderella run is still alive. It's a possibility for them. We know this is the last split for 100 Thieves. It's a possibility for them to win the whole thing still, to go to Worlds, to really end their story on a high note, is what I know all the 100 Thieves coaching and players would love to be able to do.
Yeah, and as you see them celebrating, see Sniper out congratulating everyone individually. But, I mean, that is the thing we talked about going into today, is the potential of what we know 100 Thieves are able to do when they are firing on all cylinders, when they do have those good vibes that we talked about that brought them so much success earlier.
It has to be an incredible feeling for 100 Thieves to bounce back with this level of power. We're walking with Ayla on the way to our interview right now. Loungers, please take it away.
Raz, you were right. You said they were back just in time.
Hey, I was just stealing basically C9's homework. If they say they're back, I don't know what's going on in the dungeon of 100 Thieves. It looks like they're back.
We'll have to ask Ayla, what was the deciding factor in the return of the Thieves? He's coming down the hallway right now.
They're starting to make us believe.
They certainly are. And it was just at the last second when they really need it, you know, elimination match coming in here versus Lyon. So many of the even other players from different teams are talking about, oh my goodness, Lyon are so underrated. Their carries are so good. Blah, 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 blah. It's all gonna go their way, and 100 Thieves are able to clutch it.
It's insane, and now we got him. Ayla! What's up? That was a shellacking. Before you sit down, we got to take down Lyon's banner a little bit. We got to take down.
Take it down?
Yeah, we got to take down at least.
There's a piece.
A piece after this dub. All right, let's see. You can take that side, and we can transfer it to yours. The first question is, how does it feel? Because your hooks were landing again and again and again.
Yeah, I mean,
hey, y'all just taking this side, honestly. But if you want to take it all, sure. You just want to take it all, sure.
Goodbye.
They're just dismantling the entire thing. Okay, well, it's fine.
Yeah, I can work on it. You can sit down, honestly.
All right, Ayla, how does it feel, though, after the big victory here? I mean, elimination match, it's always got to put so much extra pressure on you.
Yeah, I mean, definitely felt the pressure. I think game one was very, very rusty from us. Or like, I was definitely feeling the nerves, so I don't think I played the best game, but I think we were feeling it after that. So when we snuck the victory game one, I felt like everyone was really confident, and yeah, happy to 3-1.
Was there any big turning point, like even just this last week or anything in practice? Because so many players, even on other teams, kept talking about, yeah, I mean, I don't know what's going on with 100 Thieves. You know, they really seem to be down, but you have a big bounce back.
Yeah, I mean, from the outside, it might seem like we're down, but actually, I feel like we've been ramping up the whole season. So, start of this split, our scrims were like decent, not the best, but I feel like over the course of the split, especially like the last 3 weeks or something, we've won the majority of our scrims. So, like, at least from internal point of view, we're really confident. So, like, we're feeling good.
How is that? Because like the story for the last year, seeing your team going crazy. There's even one shot where Sam was dabbing up. Like, question, because a lot of times, even when you guys were succeeding, the scrims like you got from hearing from you guys were losses, or like now that you're winning scrims, how's the vibes feeling like? Because at least the coaching staff, the vibes are up.
No, I mean, we're definitely all on board the train. We're trying our best, our last stand. So, no, I mean, we're feeling good.
I mean, I especially love how happy and invested Sniper still is, because that definitely could, you know, be a sad situation there. But he's taking pictures with Dokla afterwards. Obviously, we're seeing all this footage here throughout the series as well, cheering from the back room and stuff. How has the 6-person rotation been going?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it has its troubles because we had to split screens for a while, and then it is a tough decision to like choose Dokes over Snipes. But I mean, he's handled it well. He was sad for a bit, but nowadays he brings the vibes. Like every day he's coming, watching scrims, and just helping us out. So, I mean, he's handling it very well. You know, props to him. I would be very depressed in the situation. No, I mean, he's doing great, and we're doing well as a team.
The question that I have for you, it's funny because seeing from the Lyon base and their fans, they're evoking the Rainbow 7 name because the last time at Worlds, like they were the ones that kicked you guys. But like, did you feel anything from that? Like, what were your thoughts going up against Lyon? Was there an added sentiment or pressure?
I mean, I didn't have a strong opinion on Lyon, so
yeah.
I thought they were decent. They played how I expected. I think, yeah, I mean, honestly, it was like expected. I thought we would win. 3-1 was pretty good. We just messed up game 3. So, happens, but I wasn't expecting much from them.
All right.
Speaking of Lyon, we actually have Jat standing by with Audieland.
Thanks, guys. Audie, thank you for taking the time to talk to us after the series. I know it's been a really hard road all year, but even just this series specifically, there were a lot of close games. What do you feel like are your immediate thoughts after this close series?
Well, I guess the first game was a really, we could just easily won, I think. We just make a few mistakes. We should do Baron when we kill everybody. and then we made a mistake with it. So that's because of the first game. The second game, I feel like it was kind of our draft, and also they outplayed us very well. So in the third game, we kind of recovered our confidence in this matchup. But the fourth game, I think we had like many things to do, but we just chose not to because we were kind of afraid. We just waiting, which is not our style in in Lyon. So it's pretty sad because I think we didn't accomplish like that people thought about us, and also I think we have really good players to be better, but it's really sad to look like this, you know.
Yeah, I know that Lyon has had a good reputation. We keep saying that you're better than your record. You've had a really difficult strength of schedule. Your visa issues at the start of the year into the end of the year. How have you tried to kind of persevere through all of the difficulties that have happened this year, and any reflections?
I mean, every split we just is new, you know. So it's just unlucky that we have in the last days we have some issues, but I guess we just don't care at all this split because it was the last one. This is the third split, so I'm really thankful to Certi to come. I think he make really good change to us. We really need his thoughts about the team also, and then we just have to do it. We just have to keep playing. That's why also we have really high thoughts about us. We could do better. We could just even fight top 4. But losing like this makes everything just sad, you know?
Yeah, for sure. You're such a legend as well in just League of Legends, playing at a top level for over a decade. What are kind of final thoughts on this year? Are there any kind of happy memories or any high points from Lyon, either behind the scenes or on stage, that you can remember from this year?
Well, I mean, it's not a happy year, I guess. It's just I think as a team we thought we could fight. Also, it was really happy. We were really happy that teams thought we could be better, top 4 at least. But we couldn't accomplish that. So obviously, I think the team has many regrets right now. I feel like it's gonna be probably a lot of changes on the rest of the split. It need to be done. So I feel like no, nothing. We just thankful to Lyon to give us everyone a try. And yeah, that's it.
Okay, Adi, thank you for your time in the LTA this year. It's been great watching you, and thank you for this interview. We're going to send it back to the lounge.
I mean, it's nice to hear from Adilan, because I mean, he put Lyon in his name, the pride of Latin American North, but also he had, I felt like, a really great series. The Xin Zhao game in game 1, I thought he put his all in there, but of course a lot of it is just him reflecting on the series and the journey. It was such an unlucky year for the team, visa issues, from top down, and on top of that, even just the format coming into this split, they had to face FlyQuest, C9, Team Liquid. It was tough, but I hope they come back stronger, I'd say, in the next year.
Yeah, you guys are going to have to come back strong versus Team Liquid probably now.
Probably.
I'm not guaranteeing Cloud9 may or may not pick Disguised, but assuming that they do, we actually had Spawn in here earlier, Team Liquid coach, and obviously you're very familiar with Spawn, having coached you too. How do you guys see, if you match back up with Team Liquid, in the current state of your team and their team? How's the matchup going?
Yeah, so obviously I got a bit of history with Team Liquid.
Yeah.
We've definitely been facing them decent amount in scrims, and I got to say that the days go by pretty fast.
They're going by pretty fast because of you guys or because of them?
I'll let you guys decide.
Okay. I like the preview. I like the preview. I mean, even just the concept of going up against CoreJJ, who you were behind when you were on that team, and I mean, he was gassing you up, saying that you're the top 2 support at that time. Just the feeling at this time going up against him. How's that?
Yeah, I mean, Core's the support I respect a lot, and I think, as always, their bot lane's the biggest reason why they do so well. So it'll be a challenge for us to step up, and I'm excited for it.
I've never asked you this question. What's one thing when you were playing with him, this is ages ago now, I mean, you've obviously grown much more as a player, but what's one thing that you've yoinked from CoreJJ that is I feel like I've become better because I've taken this from him, or now that I know how he plays as a player, if you're going up against him?
I'd say recently the biggest things are how Core plays around vision. Yeah. Because he's very, very proactive in the team, and he always runs around and he's trying to find people to kill.
Yeah.
And usually I'm on the opposite side, where it's like I'm running around trying to save everyone from getting killed. that's how it usually goes. So.
Yeah.
And it's always a fun mini game between me and him. I'm just always like, course here, like watch out top, watch out bot, and I'm running around like, I can help you, but get mid because I'm not mid, you know? And it's just a constant back and forth.
That's actually like a jungle matchup where you're trying to, constantly track the enemy jungle. But for support is really funny there to hear too. Top lane is going to be another big discussion. Of course, Team Liquid is always looking at bottom lane and trying to win through their bottom lane. But with Impact not playing as well, and now Dokla had a very good series this time around. Aside from the Garen counter pick with the one Garen game, otherwise very good, series from him. How have the recent scrims been since you kind of decided like Dokla is going to be the main one and putting all the time in there? Are you pretty confident in that top lane matchup as well?
Yeah, with Dokla, he's pretty much always winning his 1v1, or at least making it spicy.
Yeah.
His problem is he dies to jungle, and like literally if anyone shows up in his lane, he dies.
So core as well.
That's a review.
So, you'll probably see in the series, we're going to be dying a lot on side lane. I try my best to cover it, but we definitely make it easy for the enemy team.
I have to ask you this question. Who do you think deserves or got player of the series for the series you just played?
Player of the series.
It's a tough one. There's a lot of people that played really well.
You can say yourself.
That's true.
I think I played the last 3 games well, but not for first game, so I wouldn't put it on me.
There's big moves right there!
That was Dokla. Anybody that didn't get to see that?
I'm rotating between AD mid jungle. I don't know who played better between the 3.
Well, honestly,
I'm not sure.
Boom, River! We made him a can as well, pop-off edition. So, River had a really good series overall, and you're right. I personally voted for FBI. I thought, overall, you guys were playing really well, even when the conditions were rough. This game, I thought the conditions at times were really tough, but you guys were fighting your way out of it.
Yeah, that's what we do. We fight our way out of hard situations.
Especially you go for it.
This one in particular, when you guys were just 4 at the tower, what were the comms like?
Oh, we knew it was a 4v5. Everything was said. Dokes had no TP, but I was kind of just egoing on them a bit because I was playing this game really well, so I was like, I can just walk up and hit them. We won the fight.
Yeah, it worked out. FBI was able to flash away at the last second, and he lived, and you guys were able to take over.
The question for you is, how's just River in game as an environment? Because I don't think I've asked you that question either.
River? Yeah. He has very strong opinions about the game, but I feel like this split in particular, we've been pushing against that because he likes to play very volatile and looking for cheesy plays and all that. But what we lacked as a team was more playing together, being connected, or playing properly. So we've been pushing against him, and I feel like he's handled it very well.
Nice.
And I feel like now we have a very good balance between the two, where we always know do we want to cheese or do we want to play properly and just contest a normal 5v5. And yeah, I think it's gone really well with him.
I like the sound of that. That being said, it's time for the banner ceremony, and Jat's got you guys covered.
Yes, I do, Raz. Welcome back to the stage. We've gathered our representatives from each of the lower bracket teams alongside their team banners, some way larger than others, as Anero was pointing out, for our final pick and play banner ceremony. So 4 teams remain in the lower bracket. The privilege of choosing their opponent falls to the highest seeded team remaining, which is Cloud9 Tia with the biggest banner. Anero, come up here and make your selection. You can choose from any of the 3 teams that are in this room.
3 teams in this room. DSG, Huhi.
Huhi, make your way over here. Okay. 100 Thieves says good choice. Yeah. Spawn moves his fingers together. You used to coach DSG as well. Is there anything bittersweet about the selection?
I feel bad because there's friends there that I have to be the one to kill them off, I guess. But it is what it is, I don't care too much.
Huhi, you knocked Dignitas out. Are you going to knock C9 out, and how are you going to do it?
Yeah, I think last time C9 stayed arrogant and had the shit talk with SR, they came to losers bracket, and I think, we're just a weaker team, but we're improving on ourselves, so anything can happen on the Saturday match.
As long as we're in a trash-talking mood, what are the weaknesses of Cloud9 that you see?
I think their ball lane looks the weakest out of the 3 lanes. So hoping that me and Rahal can show up that day.
All right, I need one more from you, Anero. Yep. Weaknesses from DSG.
It's about all of it. I don't know what to say. I think our team feels really confident in every single part versus DSG. Their bot lane's good. I agree with that. So
I do have to ask, are you more confident in this decision than last week's decision to pick Shopify 2 weeks ago?
Yeah, I mean, that was Loki's fault, honestly. I think Loki picked the wrong team. Loki shit-talked Palafox. Big mistake, apparently. So I'm down to put that one on Loki. Yeah, anyways, I'm just going to blame the player. That's a coach thing.
That's very good. Huhi, thank you for joining me. Anero, that'll be one of their matchups. That also means you guys can move to the exit with the really large flag and the slightly smaller flag. Now we're going to be bringing up the remaining 2 teams. We have Team Liquid versus 100 Thieves. If you guys can both join me, we have Spawn as well as Spooks. 2 Australian coaches. But I'm going to ask Spawn the question first. You were mentioning how you would have rather played Lyon, but now you have 100 Thieves. How are you feeling about this matchup?
We actually, a lot of history with 100 Thieves. A couple of, an ex-player in Ayla from TLA, and then obviously I worked with FBI on Order as well, and I also worked with Samuel over here. So a lot of history there, and it's always fun to play against them.
It's very politically correct. Do you have anything more to add that is perhaps slightly spicier?
I think Spawn looks like an actual Viking with his flag right now. It's a bit intimidating. I think TL, their form is not the best right now. I think we're kind of coming up in form a little bit, so I think we're pretty confident.
What do you feel like happened today? Because 100 Thieves had been really struggling here in Split 3, and the vibe seemed better, and obviously the result was better today.
Yeah, I think we have to face some harsh realities about our mistakes and our play. So the last couple of weeks we've been working really hard at our problems. I think Dokla's helped bring some leadership that we needed, much needed leadership. But yeah, we've still got some problems we need to fix, but I think we've made a lot of progress.
Sounds good. What are some of the things that Team Liquid's been working on? Because the last couple series haven't gone the way you wanted them.
Yeah, I mean, we've been really trying to pull our game apart and get back to basics as well. It's been a rough journey the last couple of weeks, but honestly, the break's been really good for us, and I think changing patch was also quite good. So I think that, we're going to look to show that we're on the ramp as well, and that 100 Thieves can once again be our return to form, because they have been a couple of times in the past, so should be some good fun.
I mean, there is one color on this banner that matches this color. But just in the spirit of the segment, I now need you to say what is bad about 100 Thieves and why it's a good matchup.
Okay, so Spooks, FBI, Swiffer, and myself created a team together in Australia, and we call this the battle of whose fault it was that we finished 4th twice with that team. So I once again will be returning to show that it was FBI and Spooks' fault that we came 4th twice.
Any response?
It was FBI's fault. He wouldn't help me in the jungle, man. He wasn't moving off bot lane.
How are you gonna beat Team Liquid?
FBI moved from his lane. There we go. Well, that's how we fix it.
Thank you for joining me, guys. We're gonna have them both playing against each other, Team Liquid versus 100 Thieves. That concludes our banner ceremony. For the remaining lower bracket matchups, tune in next week for the continuation of the elimination phase. And let's get the final thoughts from the lounge.
That's insane, by the way.
It's both. The both of them said it's FBI's fault.
Yes.
What the hell?
I don't know about that one, guys.
Okay, well, that could bode
all
pretty...
I'm going to say, that Order team, a little washed. All right, that was all of you.
It could be very dangerous if that's a problem for matchup versus Team Liquid, because Yon is always very, very scary.
That's very true.
That's definitely going to be a dangerous one. Very fun series we had today. Take your pick. Raz here.
I'm being scapegoated.
I'm going with Big Ducks. Yeah, there you go. There's FBI.
There it is. Can't scapegoat this, brother.
Let's pull up the Samsung SSD Fast 5 for this week and take a look at those chart-topping numbers.
Adilan!
Straight to the
fastest
top.
level 6, right at the top. I mean, I thought he had a great series.
Yeah. And we had Ayla over here as well interviewing, and fastest item transformation for him in support role.
Fastest kill Rahel. That brother has been, I would say, a saving grace to DSG at the moment. That is a scary bot lane. I mean, he talked about it on stage, so makes a lot of sense there.
Yep. See if they can do any damage to Cloud9 in their matchup. Remember to upgrade your storage and load games fast so that you can play more and wait less with Samsung SSDs. You can scan the QR code on screen or head to Samsung.com and learn more.
I'm a learner.
You're a learner, Raz.
I'm a learner.
I already know, because I already have one.
No!
So, we had a great week. We had a fun one. Tune in next week as well. The action is going to keep on rolling. You saw the matchups picked before your eyes.
Yeah, let's see what we got here. This is the matchups.
Cloud9, they did pick Shopify and lost that one, and so they're going round 2 here, picking DSG. Raz, you think they're gonna pull it out this time around, or that would be crazy if Cloud9 actually went out in the lower bracket?
It would be insane, but I must remind everyone at home, bring that back up. I have to say, bring that back up. I know that we already say it right here, but one final message for everybody at home: Friday. We are here on Friday. Do not miss these games. Friday, the best of 5 versus C9 and DSG. I don't care if you're used to Saturday and Sunday. You're going to get that too. So we get the bonus day.
Good reminder, Raz.
Yeah, I must do that because that's a reminder for myself as well. So that being said, yes, that's going to be it for us. We'll be back on Friday, August 29th at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific for C9 versus DSG, a.k.a. Friday. Friday.
Yeah, Friday. Notice Friday.
Friday.
4 o'clock.
Friday.
4 o'clock.
If you're not waking up on Friday, I will wake you up. Wake up on Friday. On Friday.
This feels so important for 100 Thieves if they want to lock in, if they want to stay alive here. You got to win from this point on.
Yeah, I will follow Rakan.
Just kill Din, guys.
Hey, watch me.
Hey, look dragon.
Ori.
Exhausted. Nice, guys.
Nice. Banger.
Nice.
Good place.
100 Thieves, show them how it's done, and take the first game.
They're gonna be 45.
Yeah, I know. Doesn't matter though.
Mid flash, Josh.
Any flash.
Slow. Kill by. Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa no flash. Kai'Sa no flash. Aatrox no flash.
Holy.
We're fucking insane.
100 Thieves coming out swinging with both fists in these first 2 games.
Yeah, I'm watching.
Watch.
Watching.
Kill Zio.
They're dead. It looks hard winning, guys.
Look at Shiver.
Yeah,
I'll kill you.
Shiver.
I'll kill you there.
Come here.
Tip up.
Help.
Can we end? We have
No, come in. No.
He's one shot. Okay.
Don't.
100 Thieves had been slipping, they had been stumbling, they had been falling, but they rise to the occasion here today. It'll be the return of 100 Thieves as they finally secure the Nexus and take the series.